You were able to cover them throughout DPC, especially in 2 or 3. Do you think that this is a Navi you expected? Do you think maybe they were a little bit of an underdog, or how are they doing so well so far, even though it's only been day 1?
I mean, it's been so long since DPC Season 3, but since then, like, Sweden Strong still seems to have the affinity towards, like, these position 4 strength melee. He was one of the first ones onto the Marcy. I remember doing the DPC, and he was like, Marcy just came into captain's mode, right? And he was already platinum on the hero, right? Dota Plus. And I was like, he just plays the hero a lot. And now we see him on like some Ricky's, Sven. Like, I do think like they're sticking to like the type of style. They're a very aggressive team. And as long as they get VTune's hero correct, which also needs to be a little more aggressive, because, you know, if 4 of your teammates are playing really aggressive in the enemy base, you kind of need to bring 5. That's like the old OG, you know, of the TI 9, 10 versions of them, or TI 8 and 9, I'm sorry. They just play really aggressive, the carry would join them. But if you kind of do that with like 4 heroes and this type of patch, your 4 heroes are just going to feed a little bit and you're going to get a little behind. So as long as they keep playing aggressive as a team, I think Navi just looks really good and they're really implementing that well right now.
I'm excited to see how they shape up for day 2. But I know the game, our first series, which is Secret up against Polaris, is going to be ready very soon. So let's have a little bit of a chat about these guys too. I want to start with Polaris, and I'll go back to you as well, Fia, because we were able to cover them in SEA. Are you impressed with how well they're doing, considering they've had that roster change between 2 or 3 and the regional qualifiers?
That's Polaris, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't catch a ton of their games yesterday. I saw, like, the tail end to them, so today I really want to keep an eye on them. But, like, there's so many games going on right now, it's, like, almost impossible to, like, watch all of them at the same time. But Polaris has kind of, like, flew under the radar for me, and today I'm definitely gonna keep a sharper eye on them.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that doesn't know the what words am I trying to say? The roster change that happened was they ended up putting their coach into play with them as POS 5, and ever since then they've been shaping up to be potentially one of those dark horses that a lot of people might not have that much faith in, but they are giving the results. They are standing up to the task, and they're going to have to be standing up against Secret today. T Panda, how do you weight their chances considering the form Secret were in yesterday?
Well, I mean, Secret in general, at least looking at what kind of drafts that they've been playing, the way that they've tried to approach into Dota, you know, they've had Beastmasters, Chens, Lycans, Enchantresses. You got a zoo going on here, and I think that's something that you gotta keep an eye open. You know, lane pressure, lanes in general have to go pretty well early on to like secure yourself into that mid game phase and start to build up from there. I think laning is the key word that I want to put a lot of emphasis on today for not just Secret, but the opponents that they're going to be playing up against, and that you got to try to find some weak points, maybe try to punish through the supports, early kills, you know, getting for early first bloods and getting a good connection from there and get a good roll going on.
Yeah, well, look, we've given our thoughts now. You've heard about the breakdown from day 1, but it is time to fully jump into day 2 as we're jumping into our series of Secret up against Polaris with Dan Organaries.
Thank you very much, Nat. Here we go, Dano. Day 2 of the Last Chance qualifiers. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great, and I'm feeling even better. You know, there's a little bit of bias there, but having a C team like Polaris doing a lot better than a lot of people expected does open a few eyes, but they've got a big challenge in this first series against Secret, one of those other teams that are currently sitting quite comfortably in that upper bracket range.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky opponent for them to come up against. But we saw yesterday that Polaris, they were the only team that were able to take a map against Na'Vi, who are currently 5-1. We also had the opportunity to cast Polaris when they were battling against Nouns, and they looked very comfortable. What we were mentioning often throughout that series was that this is a team, when they're playing ahead, when they have the momentum, when they have the confidence, they are a scary team.
I think that's impressive to take the game against Na'Vi, but we have to remember who else Na'Vi played. They played against Nouns and Tempest, who have got 1 win across the board through their, 12 games. So I don't want to put them down too far, because we saw that from both Nouns and Tempest, they were in winning positions in multiple games. They just weren't able to get that clutch moment at the very end to be able to string it together. but they're beatable for sure. I mean, anyone in this competition is beatable. No one is lossless right now. Even, the likes of Na'Vi. You've got everyone else essentially with 2 losses or more, with the exception of Polaris and Vici, and they only played 2 series. So I think we're going to start to see the brackets even out even further throughout today.
And how do we feel like the playstyle is going to be able to compare as we get to take a look at Polaris and their roster at the moment, led from AU?
I think the playstyle is going to be fine. I mean, the big thing that has impressed me from Polaris has been their laning stage, and I think they want to put a lot of emphasis onto making sure that they're shutting down Resolution as much as possible, because from what we've been seeing out of Team Secret so far, even just in the one day throughout these qualifiers, it means that Crystallis kind of feels like he's playing like a fancy offlaner, basically, but he's playing it from the safe lane. We're seeing these halberds, we're seeing some of these unorthodox builds that come just 1 or 2 items earlier than you might be expecting, and then you contrast that with Resolution, and he's going like, the occasional Daedalus and things like that, something that you really don't see offlaners do outside of someone like Amar from OG, but, Amar, he's at the top of the heap right now, and there's a reason that he's already through to TI proper.
Okay, so then how can Polaris look to address Resolution? Are you looking to them put a little bit of emphasis on his heroes in the banning phase? Is it just something in the game that they need to try to address? Maybe a lot more rotations coming out from the mid laner, from Lelouch, to try and slow down Resolution?
I think you can put a little bit of emphasis on the bans for sure for Resolution. I mean, the thing is, the whole fancy safe laner concept that I was talking about isn't really a factor if he's picking things like the Enigma, right? Enigma is an offlaner. He is not a safe lane hero. So I think you can maybe look to let those sort of things through, or at least don't ban them, because if they don't pick it up for Resolution and they look to try and double down on this, like, who's the true core aspect, then we've seen with Polaris that they can pick up the Enigma and they can throw it into a bunch of different roles. Force is great. We saw AU hit a 4-man black hole yesterday, but really, it's going to come down to the draft for mine and how they set up these lanes. I think you need to, specifically with the Polaris safe lane, set it up to have as much success as possible. And we've seen that. They've prioritized the Marcy as a position 1, one of the strongest heroes of this patch, 100% contested rate.
And I think one thing that was a big reason why Secret were able to have success yesterday, we had the opportunity to cast the first series for them up against Tempest, and the man on the bottom left-hand of screen, Zayats, looked incredible on the Nyx Assassin. I believe he played it in another game as well later in the day on another stream. He was a big reason of why they're able to 2-0 Tempest. So I wonder if this is going to be something that, again, Secret can continue to pick up, or if it was a little bit more specifically to counter some of the Tempest heroes and whatever is picked up in the first phase. So I'm excited to see what that man is able to do, because he was a big reason of why they're able to come off to such a hot start in day 1.
Yeah, I'd be banning the Nyx Assassin for sure. I mean, you just think about how strong he is with it even in the lane, but you think about Lelouch's hero pool as well. All the types of heroes. He goes the Pucks, he goes the Spirits, he goes even the Pangolier as quite a common pick for himself. You can just look to run into a carapace and really set yourself up to be exploded at the start of these team fights. So I think at the games where they banned out the Nyx, they still picked the Tusk for Zayats, who, I mean, he's an incredible Tusk, but it's just not quite on the level of his Nyx Assassin, because that's like 11 out of 10.
Yeah, the word you used yesterday was the Tusk was kind of the backbone of their draft for Secret a lot through the qualifiers. I believe he played it 6 times with an 83% win rate, 7 times through the qualifiers. So, we saw how and other roles. We saw yesterday Force actually picked it up in their game versus Nouns. I think there was a couple other games that was played as well. Who played at mid? I didn't get to catch that game.
I don't think it was Gunner, but it was someone. I was casting with you. I didn't get to
yeah, exactly.
Well.
That's the thing. So because we saw last TI, what happens when you have a hero with Force repositioning with the Magnus? I mean, that hero can just be incredibly strong, and the Walrus kick is no different. That was a big reason why Tiny was incredibly strong for such a long time, and I think once we get to the group stages, we might see some more teams even picking up the Tiny as well with those specialty players like, Baboka for an example. But I think the Tusk is something that we do have to kind of keep our eyes on as the tournament goes on, because he has this mechanic that not a lot of people have in the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, a lot of people are starting to pick up the Venge as well. Another one of those heroes that have that forced reposition mechanic. I think it's going to be really strong. I'm surprised that we haven't seen quite as much Quap. You know, you and I really like it as a pseudo response to the Pangolier as well. You're still able to do damage during the Rolling Thunder. You could push away. You could disrupt a lot of these like choke point like clump up spells. I call them anchoring things, like the Tombstone, like the Rolling Thunder, and just make it a lot easier to be able to play around. But yeah, look at that big difference. It really shows the style that you've got between most Pos 5s and Puppey. Puppey is not a ward bot. He is going to be going around, he's going to be farming, he's going to be playing a little bit more selfishly than others. So if you give him his Chen, if you give him his Enchantress, if you give him an IO even, if he's able to get those super early sustain items either for himself or for the team, you just come out so far ahead on top, because most of the time, healing is better than damage. You know, you're always, with the exception of having something like a Spirit Vessel or a Shivas or a Skadi, those come later on into the game most of the time. 300 healing is always 300 healing without that other stuff. But 300 damage can be blocked by armor, can be blocked by magic resistance. It requires a lot more than the actual damage to actually do what you want it to do. So if you get like a 10-minute mech, you're flying. You're far ahead of what the enemy team's able to do in terms of damage.
I'm trying to think of what the bans were yesterday against Secret when we casted the series versus Tempest, because I want to mention now, like, what do you feel like Polaris need to maybe respect some of Puppey's heroes? Like you just mentioned, the Chen, the Enchantress can be very similar with the Nature's Intendants as well. Are you looking to try and at least take out one of Puppey's heroes? Or does that leave something in the pool? Because we've already spoken about the Marcy.
There's too many of Puppey's heroes. I think you got to take out the Nyx 100%, and then it's just going to depend on, do you have first or do you have second pick? Because I feel like Marcy is just such a strong hero, especially for Polaris, right? Who can play it across, from what we've seen, 3, maybe even 4 different roles. So I think that's going to need to be the priority for them. I'm sure Secret are going to be banning the Marcy, even if they have first pick, honestly. I think it's going to be something that they're considering.
Yeah, I wonder where the Primal Beast even fits into this series as well. Something that has been continuing to rise in popularity, is a little bit more region-based, and I should say probably team-based in general, where China in particular, they can play it in multiple roles. I've seen them play it in at least 3, potentially even 4. Yesterday we had Thompson playing the Primal Beast mid. It was banned out in a lot of games, first picked in a lot of games as well. So yeah, it really feels like we're getting to the stage where there's a lot of very, very strong heroes, and it's going to come down to who kind of has the decision with the priority, who has first pick, who has second pick, and well, we actually have that information. It looks like it's Polaris with the second pick, and they had priority, and then Secret chose Radiant.
Okay. So I would have to assume that it's going to be just, again, still the Nyx being banned out, but maybe just depending on what they reveal on Secret side, I'm assuming it might be a Primal Beast first pick, because they've shown that they're capable of playing across a number of different roles. Probably the Enigma is going to be pretty heavily prioritized as well. I think they could play it on again, multiple roles. That's what you need to do when you've got this first pick overall. Undying is another possibility. Maybe a Dawnbreaker. We haven't seen too much of that, and I really feel like it is still really strong in the meta right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen as much Dawnbreaker, honestly. I did get nerfed a decent amount, but I didn't think it was enough for it not to be picked up as much as what we're seeing at the moment. But maybe it's just a case of, like, all the other heroes got buffed up to such a level where they are just a tier or even 2 above the Dawnbreaker. So we'll see where that's able to fit in. But we do have our draft getting underway here. Again, Secret on the Radiant side and Polaris on the Dire side. We see the brains of Secret, Mr. Heen there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that little dance was that he was doing before.
Yeah, I saw that.
He was just getting into the groove a little bit. But, I mean, he's been such a mainstay of both coaching. He's accomplished so much as a player as well. Top 6 at TI. Like, you got to respect the man.
This is what I was really... Yeah, this was what I was intrigued about. On how the first phase was going to shape up. So Secret looked to make sure that Force doesn't get his Enigma. Oh, they got the voice line. Do you hear that in game?
No.
The announcer said Polaris Esports.
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear that. I thought you meant some kind of other voice line. You were getting me excited
no.
that maybe someone had bought my voice line.
No, not a lot of people are going to do that. Undying banned out from Secret as well. So let's see what the case is going to be here for Polaris. I mean, do you...
Next, please. Although, to be fair, if they go ahead and let the Nyx through, they're going to ban the Marcy. I understand it. I feel like Secret might still just go into the Nyx Assassin, but Polaris are a team that have the capability of going a push strat. Like, that is something that Secret like to do, but if you've already gotten rid of the Enigma, you've already gotten rid of the Marcy, and Primal Beast, some of the higher tempo heroes, even the Undying, right? You can just look to snap up a lot of those heroes with the second and third picks before Secret are able to truly address them. So I think Secret don't want to be putting themselves into too much of a corner. They're still going to go with comfort, though. You know, this is something that we were talking about in day one, right? They were giving heroes, people their comfort heroes a lot at the start. Puppy was having the Enchantress, he was having the Chen. You gave Crystallis the Razor, you gave him the Monkey King, just stuff that they're very, very comfortable with. So why not stick with it? You know, just take as much nerves out of the equation as possible. But I want to see Polaris... Now, you know what you can't pick as a mid, so I think you need to be looking to pick that one up at the end of the second phase, or with the first pick of the second phase. But now you just need to look to up the tempo, go into a little bit more of this push style. I honestly wouldn't even hate to see a Lion come out super early. Lion is one of the best heroes against the Nyx, just because you have that lockdown with the Hex from a decent range that doesn't do any damage, so there's no way he's going to be able to get the Carapace off.
Yep. I like that suggestion. I think you can even consider going to the Tusk for Polaris because it does give them some flexibility.
There's the tempo.
Something, yeah. It also kind of takes away a hero from Poppy it's a minor thing, but I suppose it is nice. And that was actually one of the heroes that would be consistently banned out against Polaris in the qualifiers. AU has a incredible Chen. They play very well around it.
They do, but I'm kind of crossing my fingers, at least if I'm banking on Secret here. I kind of want to see the Enchantress come out, just so that they get the little friends coming into the equation, and they can just turn
so
all
that they
of Chen's
get the
little friends
minions
coming
back
into the
onto him.
equation, and they can just turn all of Chen's minions back onto him. Might not be now, though. They might just want the higher impact pick to come through. Most of the time you like to try and pair one lane together entirely, so it wouldn't surprise me, considering how they've been leaning into Resolution being the true carry a lot of the time, if they picked up his hero in here and then look to try and ban out a few of the responses to it.
It does seem like, though, Polaris early on, like this is a lot of physical damage, and like you mentioned, push from the Chen. So do you need to be considering someone that is going to have a decent time against physical?
Wouldn't hate an Underlord, to be honest. I think it's a pretty good Underlord game already, just in that the laning stage is a little difficult, but it's not as difficult as it used to be when you consider, oh, okay, an Invoker super early on. It's not... I gotta say, I love the hat from Zayat.
Yeah.
just a traditional hat. The Underlord's really good against the physical damage, but also I feel like, considering the nerf that the Chen got, both in terms of the damage that his creeps are able to do, but also the Mind Stealer, the mana burn creep, it's not as bad. You're always going to be able to spam out that Firestorm. You're going to be able to draw out this game. So I wouldn't hate to see that pick come out eventually, but for now they're going to go the Invoker.
Well, this is always a treat when we have the opportunity to watch Anisha Invoker. Played it 4 times throughout the qualifiers. I believe he played it yesterday as well. I'm just trying to see what series it was. It was against Nouns in that game 2 that they lost. Potentially may have played it. Did they only play 2 series? No, they played 3. They played Vici as well. So he also played it versus Vici Gaming. They also lost that game. So it looks like he's 0-2 at the moment, unless I'm missing another Invoker game so far. But no doubt that Nisha can perform on this hero. Again, one of the best Invokers out there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is a relatively versatile hero, right? Most of the time... Actually, I kind of prefer it now compared to when there was the small camp, right? Because Invoker's not one of those heroes that's able to flash farm with the small camp. And if you take that away from the enemy team and you go the Quas style of build, then you're much more capable of just dominating the lane. You know, they've still got the tower regen, they've still got the water runes to be able to play around with, but they're not going to be far ahead of you on farm, which a lot of the time is the issue for a Quas style of Invoker. Then again, they've got a Nyx Assassin, so maybe they just go Exort and go for kills.
I will say, though, I think Invoker has some very big issues with people ganking early and diving him under the tower. And I think Chen and Tusk are arguably two of the better supports to be able to do that. If the Tusk is going to be played as a support, again, keep in mind it can be a core, but you can make a lot of rotations early out of Polaris with some Chen creeps with the help of the extra damage from the Tusk tag team and even a charge just to keep him in a position. Invoker will be vulnerable to these rotations, so I'd like to see Polaris going for a mid laner on the loose that can offer some kill threat early. Conquer, one of the better matchups against Invoker, so I like this ban from Team Secret.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've also banned out the TA, one of the other great matchups that it's not really a Lelouch staple compared to, a lot of his more mobile heroes, but it's just about those ones that are able to kill early or just don't receive a lot of the harass in the laning stage. Some people like to go down the Quap route, but once you get a few points into the Quas and you go and earn, you honestly get disrupted from blinking a lot of the time, so that might be a bit of an issue. In both of the games that they lost, they were up against a TA, I believe, in the mid lane against Vici and Nouns. So very happy that Team Secret have gotten rid of that one. The one that they won was actually against a Quap, so we'll see what Polaris are going to look to do here.
And again, you go back and look at the Nyx Assassin, right? Like, this is such a deterrent to a lot of Lelouch's heroes, something that you mentioned before we started, and as soon as the Nyx Assassin is picked up. So it's really making it difficult for what hero that can actually give Lelouch.
You reckon they could Tusk mid here into the Invoker? I wouldn't hate it. You got some good right-click damage. It's like you are the gank potential. You're getting that early Walrus punch. I think it's not horrible, to be honest. And you're just very, very tanky in general.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for it. We have seen Lelouch played over in Southeast Asia, not often, but it is something that Polaris have even pulled out as well. But I think if that's going to be the case, they're going to continue to hide the flexibility all the way towards the later stages of this draft. So I wonder what they're actually going to look to show here. Because again, Tusk, they've also already so far through the last chance qualifiers, Force has played it. So if you pick your position 3 here, then it's at least revealing that the Tusk is either a 4 or a 2.
Yeah. I would be inclined to pick the position 3 here. The only issue is that if you pick a 3 and then this Tusk actually is mid, then you might be shoehorned into like a double melee setup or a double range setup in the laning stage, which isn't always super great. But I don't think you can play your 1 here, even though, you've already got the Chen. The Chen's pretty obviously going to be played as a position 5 most of the time. You've got second pick. You want to be able to counter their POS 1, and I don't think we've seen any POS 1s banned so far, so Secret have the full hero pool to be able to choose from.
Ooh,
That's one that's got a little bit of flex.
Yeah, hero that's been rising in popularity. Some people believe that it did not get nerfed enough through 7.32C. I think it was just the Razor's a little bit of slow reduction is all that was changed, and this hero has a lot of at least versatility. You can play it safe lane, you can play it mid, you can go for a lot of different item builds as well. I think GBK yesterday went for like the Arcane Blink. We've even seen the right click damage as well.
We're on the C server, you can play at POS 5, anything can work when you're here. You just got to embrace it truly. And there's that Enchantress I was talking about.
Cool.
You can't get rid of everything that Puppy wants to play. He's going to play greedy. You're going to have Nyx Assassin being a bit more of that traditional position 5, at least in terms of net worth and warding. But it's a great counter to the Chen. You can just get out of the laning stage in a much better spot. And you've got the little friends as that counter to the Chen if he gets a massive army.
Again, though, like Polaris are really starting to build up a lineup that's going to start to do a lot of physical damage. So Secret have to keep that in the back of their mind, whether it's going to be an Agi carry picked up for Crystallis or someone for Resolution that's able to potentially build into like a Assault Cuirass or something out to help mitigate this, because Polaris will have a lot of physical damage.
For sure, and they have a lot of burst damage as well. You remember that was the big thing that I was concerned about in a lot of the teams that ended up losing yesterday. You just have these heroes that are able to live for so long because your damage is very slow to ramp up. Chen does a lot of burst damage. Tusk does a lot of burst damage. Shadow Fiend does a lot of burst damage. So you can't just walk in on a Nyx Assassin or an Enchantress and reveal a lot of vision just with your positioning. You're going to die super quickly and not make it like the traditional space-created sort of death that takes 20 or so seconds. You're going to die in like 5.
Now, what are your thoughts about the Bloodseeker here to answer the Razor? I think we saw yesterday it was played. Hold on. We get the Viper picked up from 4. So something that has really fallen out of popularity with a lot of the nerfs recently. Do you still feel like this is a strong enough hero?
I think it's fine, especially paired together with a Tusk. Super strong lane, right? And it's still that BKB piercing, not disable, but the slow goes through the BKB for the Razor, which is going to be really solid. Even just to be able to, again, burst down the Enchantress. You break her, and then suddenly the Untouchable isn't a factor anymore.
I do have some concerns because I really felt like a big thing about this hero was that you can just get avoided in mid-game fights, but previously with your Aghanim Scepter, you could just you could spam out Viper Strike, and what a way to be able to counter the Razor through BKB. But now you have one of the most useless Aghanim Scepter
What do you
in the
mean,
nosedive.
bro? The nosedive is great.
Bro? Nosedive is dope, right? Yeah, it's so good. Definitely top 3 Scepters in the game without a doubt. Force is going to go first item Scepter. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah, just torpedoing into a faceplant into death is what it is, basically, with tiny cast range.
Yeah, we'll see. Like you said, though, like Tusk Viper, very, very strong lane. Can have some issues, though, with dealing with the summon. So I do think Enchantress and Razor could have an okay matchup, mainly because of the Enchantress. So, like, I think Poppy can definitely carry that safe lane for Secret.
It depends, right? Like, if Tusk gets off a good Ice Shards, then you're just dead on the edge. There's nothing really that you can do, and you're looking to harass a lot of the time, at least the 1 point into the enchant, just so that you can have a creep to kind of do the tanking for you. But if you do that, then you don't have Nature's Attendance leveled up as much, and you're very vulnerable to dying. So we'll see how it ends up going. I'm liking Polaris' draft so far. They've done what I wanted them to do. Pick up the tempo, get these heroes that are able to get super active early on, and are able to have a lot of burst damage. Secret's draft isn't bad either. The one hero that I'm a little bit more hesitant about is the Invoker, just because I feel like if you're leaving the lane on the Enchantress or the Nyx, with the lineup that Polaris has, maybe you kill the Shadow Fiend, but if they're really active on comms on Polaris, he'll be able to avoid the ganks, and in the meantime, Chen plus whatever position 1 they're going, and Tusks and Viper are going to kill your core while you're making that rotation.
I think both sides are looking for a very similar hero where they need someone that can kind of help anchor the fights and keep them locked into place. Your Secret, they can kind of have that with the Nyx Assassin Invoker, but as soon as you lose one person, like say if Nisha has a really rough start to this game, which is it definitely potentially does with rotations coming out from Polaris, then all of a sudden the Razor could be kited. So I'm trying to think of a hero that can come out from Resolution to really help out with enabling Razor and the Invoker to get abilities off.
I think Natsumi is going to go Naga Siren this game, and I think it's a pretty damn good Naga game. You can just get by the Aghanim Scepter, you throw that onto the Razor, suddenly he can't just BKB and run through you. Enchantress and Nyx are pretty horrendous at dealing with illusions. I really think it'd be a solid game.
Yeah, because I've got concerns on Polaris. Like I was thinking something like your traditional Razor counters in like a Morphling or PA, but then I just look at like their trio core, Shadow Fiend, Viper, PA/Morph. That sounds way too greedy. Like I don't think you can go down that route. And Nug would help a lot with your pushing. You have defensive use of the song, and
Maybe
like you said with the ensnare as
PA
well.
now though against the Beastmaster in lane. Then again, he could just go the axes, but. Even the Naga Siren now isn't quite as strong because, again, the Axes build, you ignore a lot of that armor, you just deal the magic damage in the laning stage. But again, like, if you're using the Axes, then the lane's going to be pushing in, and it means that the Nyx Assassin or Enchantress, however they want to set this up, it might be Razor Nyx pairing, right? Instead of the Razor Enchantress, just so that you don't have that dual melee setup. You will be... Ember Spirit, okay. So it's a safe lane Shadow Fiend. I don't hate it. Again, you're able to deal with the boars very easily if they're looking to use that sort of build. And even just the Ember Spirit into the Invoker, it's not amazing. You know, if you go the Quas build, you can look to dispel off the Flame Guard if he goes that early on. But again, it's just something that only really needs a couple of items to start to get really active. And it's a Lelouch hero, but... It's into the Nyx. They got to really heavily be prioritizing this Nyx Assassin. He's got to die at the start of every single team fight. I want to see some heavy sentry coverage by Polaris.
I do kind of like the switch though from Polaris, because I think what the Ember can provide them is something we were bringing up early in the draft, that it is a hero that really utilizes early rotations coming out from supports to help dive the Invoker. You mentioned about the Tornado to be able to purge off the Flame Guard, but you could at least go like a 1-2-1 build, have a point in chain, set up for the dives. You could kill the Invoker over and over again, and if you get off to a good start, then Ember can go for like an early item BKB and just look to make space and look to make as much chaos, because you need to have a free fight for the Shadow Fiend so he can just continually stack up the right clicks. That being said, I like Secret's draft a lot. We saw it's very similar to yesterday, isn't it, Denok? Like, you've got a lot of vision being gained from the Nyx Assassin, the Enchantress creeps, the Beastmaster creeps, along with the Hawks as well. You've got some comfort heroes with Crystallis and Nisha. It just looks like a very, very secret draft.
It does, but I really like Polaris's lanes. Like, this is exactly how Secret were playing on day one, just all around the vision. But Polaris's lanes look incredibly strong. Chen plus anyone, but a Shadow Fiend that's able to nuke down boars, great. You know, you can't go the boars build. It has to be the axes, because you're against a Chen. He's just going to Holy Persuasion them, right? So it's going to be a little bit difficult. I think the Viper Tusk as well is something that they're going to have a little bit of trouble dealing with, especially with Puppey's more greedy style. So they're really going to need to put a lot of emphasis onto influencing the lanes. But again, the thing is, you're going to be doing this while someone's just harassing you, while they're trying to go for these lane pulls. So I'm interested to see if Secret are able to accomplish this so that they can get into the mid game, which is where they're truly going to shine. But I'm going to just play devil's advocate. I'm going to go with a counterpoint. I think Polaris might have this based off of an incredible laning stage. But again, they got to focus the Nyx Assassin. Nyx has to die.
We'll see if they will be able to shut down Zayats, a hero that was a pivotal reason for them to be able to take those previous games against Tempest, and what do you know, on the Nyx Assassin again. And he's got some pretty good matchups. Spike Carapace is looking great against the Ember, against the Viper, even if the Shadow Fiend's raising in the lane as well. So we could really see Zayats prove to be an issue, and there's a lot of pickup potential on the map. And I already like this. Nisha going down the Exort route. They've got some great setup. You have the Roar into the Sunstrike.
Look at the route that Polaris are going, though. The level 1 smoke, it pops. They know that someone's hiding off into the trees here. They're just going to show Lelouch for now, just in case they had some sort of ward. And they might be trying to use him as a bit of bait to get them to dive in onto him. Secret's lineup at level 1 isn't terrible, but that doesn't look like they're going to take it. I'm sure that's a call coming through from Puppey saying, no, don't do that, especially after now they walk underneath this Observer ward on the cliff with Xavius and Force.
So you were mentioning that as soon as you saw the Nyx Assassin getting picked up, I will hold that thought because we actually might have a fight by the under the bounty room. We see Secret kind of grouping up, making sure they play their distance so no one shows themselves until Puppey gets the wraparound and Zayats lands a stun. Natsumi's going to be the initial target, but a shards from Xavius gives him some breathing room for the moment. A Sunstrike will be off the mark as the sidesteps there from Natsumi. Puppey's going to go for it, but the Tango regen, along with the headdress and the tower, is in fact enough to keep Natsumi alive.
Had to use the Tango for it, though, and he's going to TP all the way out to lane. I wonder if they're just going to keep 3 people up here on the top side and try and go for that kill once he does eventually come back out to the lane. It's going to mean that Beastmaster's down here on the bottom side. We haven't mentioned that as well. The fact that you've got the offlaner, you know, the fancy offlaner playing in the safe lane. This is kind of what we've come to expect from Rezo, but they just want to dodge out this Chen if possible. And Polaris, they're eventually going to scout it out, moving AU down to the bottom side.
Do you feel like... Do they need to keep AU down here for too long? Because Force... Okay, we're going to have a dual lane, so never mind. I was going to see if the tri-lane continues up top, because I felt like Viper should have a pretty good matchup versus the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think he does as well. I think they were just trying to put as much pressure on to force that sort of movement, because you don't want Natsumi to be in danger of dying, especially since he's just TP'd back to the lane.
Yeah. See initially how this matchup's able to shape up, though. You got the multiple heroes down bottom that's able to pick up some of the creeps. Hard camp will not be available, as Polaris have already blocked that. They have not blocked any other camps, however, by the outpost, so both AU and Puppey will have free reign to be able to seal whatever creeps they would like.
It's kind of funny. This game, both teams have essentially the same objectives. You know, they want to be a little bit greedier on their position 5s to be able to get that early mech. They want to get that first big item timing, whether it be, you know, Dragonlance BKB on Force or the Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster. The position 1s, again, they just want that similar sort of item timing. So we're really going to see a heavy clash happening both in the laning phase to make sure you hit your timing first, as well as once we hit the mid game. Like, it's just going to be an all-out brawl, I think.
They do have the potential to be able to take so many goddamn towers from either side, so we'll see. You mentioned that it's all going to come down off to the back of the laning phase, and you know, Polaris, you thought they were going to have the advantage, but now seeing how the lanes are set up at the moment, with Chrysalis being top and of course Resolution being down bottom, does this kind of change your initial thoughts about how the lanes would shape up?
No, I don't think so. Honestly, like, you could get me to look at these 2 drafts without knowing the teams and ask me, like, which one is Secret and which one of Polaris, and I would have no idea, because this is just the way that they draft most of the time, right? And they both accomplish the exact same thing. So I think both teams are going to be very happy. It's just going to come down to the execution.
There's a nice Karu snipe coming through from Puppey, taking away the Wraith Band. I think it was a Mango as well that he might have sniped, so not as many stats for Force to be playing with. Minor things to be able to help out. Of course, again, this is going to be a pretty difficult lane for Resolution, but he's got 12 last hits, so actually having a bit better time than what I was expecting.
Wonder when you're going to... I think the one that might be winning out on this a little bit is going to be, assuming Force doesn't die here, is going to be AU, right? Because right now it feels like he is the one that's better set up to get more farm in terms of the position 5s, because just have a look at who's playing in the safe lane for both teams. You've got Resolution, who's gone the Wild Axes build, so he's going to be spamming those out and pushing the lane in, which means that Force is able to safely stand next to his tower and get a lot of this farm. You compare that to the top side of the map, where Natsumi is the one that's going to be spamming out his Shadow Razors and pushing the lane in. Of course, Chrysalis is happy to get the farm, but Zayats isn't really able to do anything with that space outside of when he's looking to rotate around the 6-minute runes. So, in terms of farm that you're going to get, Chen's going to be far ahead.
In top lane, the aggression that's coming out of Zayats. A beautiful use of the Spire Carapace, and Chrysalis is on top of Natsumi's Shadow Fiend. As First Blood's going to be claimed, and Chrysalis is still looking to continue to play aggressive, but Xavius will be able to turn it back around, finding his own kill and getting some valuable experience for the task.
Well, nicely done. It's what they needed to do. You know, they need to make sure that since you're losing out on that support trade that I was talking about, it means that you're actually getting the kill, feeding a lot more.
Mid lane, Lelouch. Gone for the chains. Nisha, though, playing with the Fairy Fire. Will be okay. Oh, they're going to rotate the lanes. Natsumi's heading down to bottom. He's not happy with how top shaping up.
Well, I think this lane is still going to be just fine for Natsumi, right? Like, you're just going to have lanes shoving back and forth into each other. It means that you give up that kill threat, but this isn't one of those games where the mid laner is the true carry. As top side, is Xavius in a little bit of trouble? Might be Zayats, actually. He's got the Spike Carapace available, was just saving it for the Ice Shards, but not going to be enough.
So now with kind of the lanes starting to get the second formation set up, really my eyes turn to when we're going to start to see the supports rotate. Because again, I felt like Polaris had a big advantage of being able to dive Nisha early on. Especially going down this Exort route with the Hand of Midas. He's already got 1,000 gold in the bank. This is someone that you need to shut down. And I guess with the side lanes being a little bit vulnerable, you can't really leave Natsumi alone at the moment, and even Force as well. You know, if they can get on top of the Viper, he will definitely go down.
Just with Force, I really like this recognition from him. He knows that Zayats just came back from the death. He's looking to try and invade in and get that kill onto him before he can rotate for the 6-minute runes, but instead, it's going to be Polaris making that rotation. Xavius gets the bottle refill, looks to help around those power runes, which Lelouch, he's going to have both of them scoped out. Forge Spirit might still be able to pick it up on Xavius, but, you know, could be worse, for sure. You've still got now some gank potential. You know what's coming, but still, very strong. Viper plus Tusk. Walks just on the edge of the sentry. Didn't actually quite get into the range of it. And, ooh, just off the mark there. pretty damn even game, I gotta say. And I think it's going to be the same throughout until there's some kind of big play. This is where you get those TI moments, right? Where you get someone that just seems to put the team on their back and say, look, I got this.
Just watching AU and Puppy inside the jungle. And Puppy, AU has his little small creep, and then Puppy just takes a Centaur Conqueror, and instantly AU's got to run. Oh no. What a battle between these
friends,
two.
Man. I want to see the little friends come out. This is the game for it.
Just mentioning as well with these two teams, it feels like already to start this game one incredibly even. I think it's going to be actually bottom lane.
He's level
Resolution
6 on
has the
Rezo.
roar. TP's coming through with the help of the Sunstrike bonus damage. Is it going to be enough to claim the kill? Natsumi, one more right click, and they'll get the Shadow Fiend. Polaris looking to try and hit back, but Lelouch will not be able to catch up to Puppy. And Resolution has a lot of health to play with as well, so the rotation out of the Ember Spirit will net them nothing. He'll even get a tip as well for his measures.
Rezo for sure lets him know about it. He's saying, was that worth it? And look at what happens in the meantime. Nisha, he's gone for the full-on push. He's the Exort build, and it means that he's able to use those Forge Spirits to really force a lot of this emphasis towards the lane. So look at this. Natsumi, he's not yet level 5, and you're up against a Midas Nisha who's level 7.5 already. Getting a ton of denies through as well.
This is the big weakness about the Shadow Fiend. Early deaths can really set you behind, slowing down the Necromastery. Do not have the mana to be able to keep up with the raise spam. Big concern for them and how their position 1 has been able to set themselves up, because he's going to take a little bit to come online. And for Secret, you were mentioning, this is a lineup very similar to Polaris. When they get the lead, they can look to get a lot of map control.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think they're quite at the stage yet where they want to be going for these big kills onto towers. I think just a little bit short of the Helm of the Dominator for the Beastmaster, but once he gets that, it's going to be, for them, the priority is kill the Chant, make sure a lot of their team fight sustain is gone, and then look to go for the tower push.
You see at least between both the position 5s trying to find their farm. You mentioned that Puppy a little bit more of the greedy position 5, and been positioning themselves back in the jungle because of how good of a start that Resolution's had on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, he's
Already
definitely
got some stacks as well.
He's gone away from a lot more of the lane harassment style. I think he realizes on Natsumi that you're not going to be getting too many kills against this Beastmaster. Maybe might be getting Puppy, but it's still not the greatest kill. And they might get the turnaround, actually, with AU going down. So again, a 1-for-1 trade when you're not needing to actually rotate your Invoker is going to be a big win. And again, look at this. Double Forge Spirits hitting into the mid tower. You make the eventual rotation with the Lelouch, but he's going to get harassed out immediately.
He's going to take a lot of damage as well. Nisha doing a really good job to continue to put some pressure on the side lanes in. Mid lane as well. Up to top though. Behind the tier 1 tower, Force is going to be playing with the Viper Striker. TP out from Chrysalis will be stopped short, as Force has got plenty of damage. They're going to turn to Zayats next, but they recognize that the stuns, they will not be able to keep up, as Xavius too far away for the level 6.
You do have an Arcane Rune picked up, though, for Lelouch. I think they still want to wait until he's finished up those phase boots, just for that little bit of extra right-click. He's still dealing a ton, though, into Puppy here, and looking to try and get the lane passively pushing in with
Nisha's in trouble. Nisha's in trouble. Snowball forward. Puppy, I don't think he's going to be able to do too much to keep the Invoker alive. Zayats, it's an incredible stun, and he'll find it. Onto 2. Nisha drops a Sunstrike before they're able to get the kill. So it will at least be a 1-for-1 trade. They do slow down the Invoker nonetheless, though. Polaris finally making that movement that we were hoping for to try and put some pressure onto their top net worth Invoker.
And the important thing as well, the Midas was not on cooldown. It's going to be available as soon as he TP's back, so full efficiency coming through from Nisha there.
Always got to take a look at the Midas whenever you're a, what do you say, you're the mayor of Value Town?
Oh, for sure.
Again, this tower mid lane's going to go down though. Nisha's done an incredible job. A lot of information now that Secret are able to play with, and they didn't have to commit too heavily with extra rotations to enable this, so now they can make other plays across the map, and they're going to smoke a Secret.
So, bot side though.
Shouldn't end up going down. Roar's going to land. There will be no Sunstrike to follow up because the rest of the team You want to have all their abilities once they show up to the party. Xavier's going to be the first one on the front line with the smoke popping, but he doesn't have the snowball to hold off the aggressive maneuver. The Secret will find the 1-for-1, but that is a big kill for Polaris with how much farm that Resolution has been able to find.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to be very happy with that on Polaris. They didn't have any of the spells available on the Tusk anyway for another 10 or so seconds, so I feel like he half scouted out that. I mean, he's already had the the chainmail component of the phase boots first before he went Blades of Attack, just so that he survived that little bit longer, gives the time for Natsumi, the true carry this game, to be able to get away and get back to safety, even building up a few of his own stacks inside the Ancients.
Been impressed with how he's been able to catch up. And sees the offlaner for Polaris is going a similar build in regards to the Dragonlance, so...
Going down bottom, and they'll probably get the kill onto AU here, but this is a 4-man rotation, and I'm not sure if it's... I mean, maybe they're heavily prioritizing the bottom tier 1 tower, just
look at the triangle.
Yeah.
Chrysalis, he's the one that's in trouble. Shards needs to be on point, and it's off the mark from Xavius. Are they going to continue to go for the kills? So Zayat's put TP in. Is going to prioritize holding back the Viper for the moment as Chrysalis is soaking away the damage from Xavius. So the Razor is going to be okay, and with Nisha showing up, they should be able to close the distance. Sunstrike's off the mark. They've got control of the high ground thanks to the sentry. Zayats, with the help of Chrysalis, will be able to get the kill onto Xavius, but Lelouch is showing up. He's going to turn it back onto Nisha. They recognize that the Invoker's already used all the abilities, and Lelouch finds another big kill onto Nisha's Invoker.
Yeah, you can't QQ walk if you don't have any points in Wex, unfortunately, so... Even without having any of that detection, means that Lelouch is able to get that solo pick-off onto the Invoker. Really big deal, considering how well the laning stage went for Nisha.
Yeah, and the fact that we saw Lelouch TP down bottom early on and didn't get a kill out of it. Like, that first rotation didn't work out for the Ember Spirit. Resolution tips him, recognizing that he just wasted a lot of time. So the fact that Lelouch is able to get involved in some pretty good big kills versus the Invoker means that he will have some impact now in the early game.
Oh, they're even pushing Puppey back with the Take It Over Wild Wing Ripper. And this is what I was talking about, right? This is the way Puppey likes to play.
It's a good spot for Dire to fight. Resolution, they're backstabbing on Lelouch. Someone needs to be able to tank the Sunstrike, but instead they're just going to turn to try and land down the kills with a Requiem clipping onto Resolution, but the rest of Secret is starting to chop. It's Chrysalis trying to lock onto Natsumi, but Forceful shove him out to the left side. And now with a poison attack, getting multiple stacks, but Polaris will respect the high ground without having any information there. They're not going to walk up blindly.
I mean, this is just solid Dota all throughout, right? This is what I came to see during the TI last chance qualifiers, is two teams that know exactly what their strategy is and are executing it really well. The difference between a lot of these fights just comes down to like half a centimeter missing on some of these spells.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They've opened up a little bit more of the map as well now. This is the sentry coverage that I was talking about. They're making sure that they've got around all of these key objectives that they're going for, not just the Observer Ward, but the sentry as well, to scout out a lot of this Zayat's positioning. He's already died 2 times this game, where a lot of times previously he was just straight up flawless.
Puppey top lane, just looking to make as much space as he can. This a lot.
Burst damage, man. It's really good against this Secret style. They try and get up in your face.
Another kill. Position 5 also going down on the opposite side of the map. So both sides getting rid of the captains.
Polaris are so close to being ready to go, though. You've nearly got the Maelstrom available on the Lelouch. He's level 12. You can really look to start to amp up the speed. Already having the Mask of Madness and the Dragonlance on Natsumi. Mech recently picked up as well from AU. They're ready. I mean, Xavier's still a while away from the Blink Dagger, but you're gonna get that gold from a lot of these team fights that they're taking. And well, outside of AU, they've got all TPs available to be able to contest up on this top side if they want to. They might not, though. I mean, it's a Beastmaster with the Hawk and with a Siege Creep as well. So well, this might be one of the rare mistakes that they've been making on Polaris, just throwing a hero out here that isn't super capable of keeping a lane pushed out, and they didn't have the vision to make that play either. At least they might get mid lane in response.
Yeah, let's see what the call is going to be for Polaris if they bring some extra member to try and secure mid. Natsumi's going to be nearby. Radiant, they can collapse on the back, so they've got to be really quick here on Polaris, and they will indeed with Natsumi. A couple of right clicks and the T1 tower is going to go down. So a nice trade Polaris have a net worth lead up to 2,000 at the moment.
Oh, they saw the
And
invis being
sentry
popped by
coverages, though.
Lelouch. They saw it. They have that ward in the mid lane as well. Freshly placed down there by Puppey.
Ooh, they see him. Lelouch is in trouble. The sun control, it's perfect. Lelouch will go down for the burst from Nisha, and look at all the summons into Roche they go.
And they've got vision of exactly where Xavius is as well. I don't think they want to be moving off to the side just to try and get a position 4. Roshan, much more valuable for them to pick up, but it's a lot of these trades happening. You know, Polaris aren't happy to let these things go just for free. They've still got a little bit of a net worth lead, despite the fact that they're going up against a Midas. They're going up against having taken the Roshan on Secret. So AU, he's just spending a lot of the time farming. He's all about getting into that next item for himself. Probably, I would think the 4 stuff, right? A lot of what they've got set up for is to be able to deal a lot of damage to someone that's just locked into position. You think the Sunstrike, you think the static link, even just an Nyx Assassin able to get off a lot of his stun combinations. 4 stuff is going to go a long way towards protecting against that. It's a big reason why Natsumi's just rushed a Hurricane Pike instead of necessarily going for an early-ish BKB or another farming item.
See Puppey under the observer ward. Lelouch is going to reveal the ward nearby, remnanting over the tree line to try and secure the kill. But it is, even though it's just a measly Enchantress, it gives them now the chance to be able to shove up mid, shove up bottom, and it does kind of slow down Secret from getting this kind of 5-man lineup going with the Aegis to be able to put some pressure onto the top side of the map. So that kill does help out a little bit here for Polaris.
It does, but Polaris are completely free to push on this bottom side. They have no glyph, and Nisha TP'd right in the middle of a creep wave. Like, even with the Boots of Travel, there's nothing that they could do to be able to defend this. Sure, he's got the Sunstrike, but I feel like you are not happy of giving up that big of an area of the map just for a little, like a couple of waves of farm.
Yeah, and again, often like a position 5, you're happy with going down, but we just see Polaris, they're in a position to be able to capitalize on the kill. So again, really big props for them with how they're setting up, and they might be able to get another. Puppey, very similar spot to what we saw last time.
They still haven't dewarded that spot. Look at this triangle of vision that they've got right next to where the tier 1 and tier 2 tower mid are. It's just like, there's nowhere that you can invade onto this bottom side of the map at all. And honestly, for Secret, there's no reason to come down here. There's no tier 2 tower to play with safely. There's no outpost. You know they've got vision
Top
control.
lane, Lelouch might be in trouble if Zayats can find him. They need to lead him with the initial stun. Nisha's going to blink in for the extra control, but it's not enough. A remnant away, the cold snap wasn't able to lock him into place.
Are they going to get an effective trade out of this, though? This is what I've been talking about the entire time. Polaris did a great job to get that tier 2 tower, recognizing that Nisha was slightly out of position to be able to defend it, but they don't have the heroes to be able to go up towards that top side to defend their own tier 2. Understandably, they're going up against an Aegis, but I'm not sure if they got enough out of that one. Maybe if they got a little bit of damage into that mid-tier 2 tower before this point, I would have been happier. They're actually just going to TP or start to TP a few people back to try and deal with this high ground push.
I love this call from Secret. As soon as you see the Viper up top, they're going to try and smoke and reclaim the bottom jungle. Because they know that this is completely water. Puppey, again, has died multiple times here. And as soon as you see someone leave this era, now you can take a fight as a full team to look to reclaim it.
It's not even just that they know it's watered. They know the number of... Or they're baiting the power rune. The bottom power rune.
Oh, Puppey, not again. Looks like the Enchantress in the
just a
lane
little
should
slow.
be going down.
Mid-lane.
Meanwhile, on the river, though, they're onto the Ember Spirit, but the Roar's going to be out. The damage should be enough this time with Nisha helping out. Lelouch just slipped out of their grasp underneath the tier 2 tower top, but this side in the river, Secret will be able to bring him down.
Much bigger kill, for sure. I mean, he is still a big part of the tempo. He's a big part of finding that backline, trying to bait out a few of these key spells from Secret. They're going to need to pop the glyph here, but I'm not sure if they're going to have enough to be able to defend against the
They see
consistent
Natsumi.
push.
Natsumi's going to be cautious. Nice 4-star, but the double stun. Sunstrike for Xavier's actually going to look to jump into the middle. Maybe Secret have gone too far. Chrysalis is playing around with the
Nice
BKB,
4-stars.
but he used it on the first life. It will not have the BKB for round 2. It's a Requiem's going to come out just before the tornado, so Polaris can look to surround Chrysalis and bring down the Razor with ease.
Oh, and they didn't even get the tier 2 tower. I feel like they could have very easily just stood in a lot more safety, allowed the supports to really have a much larger impact, and just hit down that tower. Sure, they popped the glyph, but you still had that Ancient Black Dragon. You had the Helm of the Overlord as well, so just maybe getting a little bit overconfident with all the vision that they have, thinking that they can get the double.
That takes the Aegis out of the hands now from Secret there, and they would have had it for another 30 seconds. What are we expecting now for the next couple of minutes? Well, I guess that's maybe the answer is Polaris. They want to keep the tempo going. A smoke from 3 underneath their top jungle. Nisha's the closest here in proximity.
Ballsy smoke as well, considering how much Secret's been playing up on that top side. You're not 100% sure if they've got any kind of D-wards happening there. Trying to catch out Nisha. He's got a few points in the
They
Wex
might
now.
see him soon. Yeah, they see Nisha.
You've got the blink,
Not
remember,
an
on
easy kill.
Xavius.
Xavius has got the blink to get instantly on top of him. The TPs are going to start to come out, but the damage is raining in thick and fast as Nisha will go down, but the turnaround's going to be there from Secret. Force will be able to get some distance. AU's got the mechanism still to play with, but it will not matter.
It's
The
coming.
damage, it's been dealt, but Lelouch showing up to the party. In goes the Ember Spirit. Even Natsumi's going to close the distance as well. As Chrysalis trying to stand his ground with the BKB, but the right clicks are raining in from Natsumi. As Chrysalis just can't get any damage off in a resolution. They're going to chase down the Beast Monster in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower, and they will not forget the tips that were given prior as Polaris will send some back resolutions way.
You got any tips? We'll give them back with interest. That's exactly what they're saying. I mean, Rezo, he's been pretty vocal about how he feels about the C server and the C pub, so I'm sure Polaris, they're taking that a little bit seriously. They even popped the glyph there. They don't have a glyph refresh as well, so they're going to be very easily able to take this Tier 2 tower. They can look to get the Tier 2 mid as well if they wanted to, or if another teamfight goes their way, there's nothing stopping them from just breaching that high ground. We've seen just with the amount of kills so far, 31 kills in 23 minutes. It's not like either team are lacking for their ability to be able to team fight. I'm really impressed with Polaris' itemization. These 4-staffs, these Hurricane Pikes have just been on point, allowing them to play on the back lines a lot of the time, forcing a little bit heavier of a commitment with that extra attack range from Team Secret, and then repositioning off the back of that.
At the triangle, Force might be in trouble. Nisha's going to be able to set up with Zayats as well. A beautiful 1-2 punch. Force will try and get some distance. No way. Force is alive,
No
and
way.
Nisha is in trouble. A BKB, beautiful lineup with a tornado. In fact, Secret, they're going to jump into the middle, taking the fight around the Secret shop. As Lelouch can instantly follow up forward as both supports are going to go down from Secret. They will keep Nisha alive. A BKB. A great tornado gets him out of harm's way, but in the end, Polaris will still find 2 kills.
And that slippery snake nearly got away, going down onto the low ground, dodging the deafening blast.
Resolution?
All right, free kill. Tip it back, Rezo. Come on, you know you want to.
You can't feed the beast, man. Again, we've spoken. Polaris are a vocal team. You give some tips over to them. When they find that lead, they will definitely give them back. But you did just say prior that you're incredibly impressed with Polaris' itemization and how the 4-staffs and just the defensive toolkit they're going for is a big reason on how they can shut down Secret's kind of team fight and their strategy. Now, what can Secret do to address that? What do we need to see coming out from them in the next couple of minutes to kind of deal with the defensive toolkit that Polaris have?
See, the thing is with Secret, it kind of feels like they're a lot more committal with a lot of their spells, right? With the Tusk, you can roll in, punch, blink out if you're really on point. You've got an Ember Spirit that could just poke and prod from the back lines, whereas Secret, they're kind of like, well, if we just need to max out our damage as much as possible so that we're guaranteeing that we're getting a kill onto a high priority target. That's why Puppy's gone a Witchblade on his Enchantress and he's going into the Dragonlance next. He just wants to amp up that damage as much as possible. Both teams really looking to play around this Roche Pit. They should know that this smoke is happening. I mean, Puppy just got his Wildwing Ripper taken away. Right now.
Lelouch at least.
Yeah, he doesn't have a sentry ward to play around, and that's where they're pinging. Like, Zayats is pinging up there saying if he comes here, he's dead. I'm sure he would absolutely love on Lelouch to have a sentry set up between the Tier 3 and the Tier 2. Who can you look to commit out here? A couple of seconds left on the smoke, and they're going to use it on Puppy.
Jesus. The damage from Natsumi, and that's going to continue to get scary and scary as the game goes on.
They don't have the glyph, so they can use this siege creep. They can push in. They've got extra armor from the Wildwing Ripper and take away all of the outer towers now that Secret have to play around with just 1 minute left on that Roche respawn. Glyph being popped by Polaris, and they'll be able to clear out the siege creep. Yeah, why not? Force people back.
They got the presence or affecting buildings. They will do a lot of damage here.
Maybe, yeah, they have enough vision to know that these TPs had started to come back. Lelouch even cutting the bottom wave, making sure that there's not going to be that additional pressure coming in to the bottom side. Their lane's going to be passively pushing out, meaning that any kind of smoke rotation that they make around the Roche pit is not going to be quite so obvious. Even just some of these sentry wards being placed down, guaranteeing that there's not going to be a Beastmaster Hawk just scouting out this huge, huge objective for both teams to need to take.
Do you feel like Secret need to prioritize their supports at the start of the fights? Because it feels like if they jump the cores, they're not going to be able to kill them with the Hand of God and the Snowball as a save.
It depends if they're just completely on point, right? They do have that ramping up damage, so maybe they can kill the Ember Spirit, but outside of that, I don't know. I mean, Tusk could be a great pick. They go the full wraparound as well. Just trying to find someone on the back lines. They're all avoiding the smokes for now. Puppy's the main target that they're looking for. I'm not sure if that's the best one, though.
Just gonna show. Natsumi's already starting Roshan, so Dive feels strong enough for the 3,000 net worth lead that they can just brute force down this second Roche.
Well, they've got the
They do
gem
have
on
very
Tusk
good
as well,
vision.
so they got complete vision.
Roche is just melting.
Yeah,
Secret,
so
they're not going to be fast enough to contest it. Natsumi gets the Aegis, they get the Aghanim shot, and now Lelouch is going to jump instantly over towards the Nyx Assassin. A BKB used to get the kill onto the support, and our Secret, they need to get out.
Well worth committing that BKB for it as well, because just look at what else you're up against, right? What's an Enchantress or a Razor going to do with a BKB? A little bit of extra damage? Who cares? All you care about is getting stunned as this Ember Spirit, and, well, there we go. The gem coming in even more handy. Xavius has already got 3 Observer Wards out of the last 2 minutes, just based off of this gem purchase.
Ooh.
Even a DD
Double
on the top
damage
side. Yeah, they're
rune.
giving it to Natsumi.
Almost level 20 as well here for the Shadow Fiend. They're not going to wait to go up the high ground, though. They already just need to get the lanes in a position where they can
Has been killed.
put Secret firmly inside the base. Just trying to look for what the answer's going to be here for Secret with the high ground defense. Invoker.
They're trying to rack.
An
That's what
incredible-
they're trying to do. They're just trying to get a lot of these lanes passively pushing out. They don't have a mid creep wave to play with, right?
Has been killed.
TP coming back here from Force, looking to ensure that this isn't going to be the case for quite some time, but it's smart play from Secret, just delaying things out a little bit. They're not going to be too sad about the situation, though, on Polaris. It means that they're going to have BKB up in another 15 seconds for Lelouch. It means that they can take this next fight now that the Nyx Assassin has respawned.
It feels like early on, though, for Secret, is a lot of it's going to come down to how you can address the Shadow Fiend. If you can get the Hellbit off before the BKB, maybe even the Deafening Blast as well, if Niche is in a close enough position. But Crystallis, he has to lock onto the Shadow Fiend. If you are not stealing his damage in the middle of the fight, then it's going to be very, very difficult for just his involvement, because that's pretty much his role in these fights. You need to slow down the Shadow Fiend. Everyone else on Polaris are just going to look to make as much space for Natsumi to right-click.
And he doesn't have a BKB yet on the Shadow Fiend, but that Titan Sliver is going to do him a lot of good, just for a little bit of that magic resist. You know, some of the status resistance coming through means that he is a lot more capable of just standing and tanking this. And, well, they've been able to push out one of the previous waves, but this one is all well and good. They're going to force out, you would assume, another glyph coming through, even the 4-star, just to make sure that they're not
Oh,
getting
jump
rid
in,
of the DD.
Xavius. Onto Nisha. They might look to turret to deal with Puppy as well. Force on the low ground, starting to stack up the damage, and there's the 4-star to disrupt the
tower.
combo. And Lelouch is going to look to jump in, but all it is just space for Natsumi, as the objectives are starting to fall.
Actually, the DD's gone, but look at how quickly a lot of these waves melt, and, yep. Gonna use the glyph, but that means they have nothing left. No glyphs left at all. If they lose this fight, Secret lose the game.
Natsumi toying with them, but Zayats is in with the double stun. Meanwhile, Xavius to the left side as well as is in trouble. It's going to snowball forward with the help of the Requiem, but Crystallis is protected with the BKB. Polaris have got to be cautious. They need to respect Secret inside their base. And Natsumi's just getting all of the space once again. A full set of barriers clean, but
Ooh,
Zayats! A triple stun, but there's just no follow-up. You can stun all the people you want in the world, but you need the team nearby. Nisha wasn't there. You had to refill up in the resources. Now the Invoker's back in the midst. They weren't able to capitalize on the opening that Zayats found for them.
I mean, they're happy to just go. Again, they didn't lose the full team fight. In fact, they didn't even lose any heroes throughout all of that. Puppy getting incredibly low, but look at that. They've already got popped the carapace on Zayats. I think they're going to commit
A
onto
bit of
him.
trouble. Great snowball. Onto the Kree wave as well, so Natsumi will not be sent further inside the base. Are they going to stick around here for Polaris? First life almost claimed. They want to give it up. So we'll have a minute 10 left on the Aegis. Then we're going to try and Sunstrike to get rid of it, but it will be off the mark.
They can take away this outpost, prevent any cheeky little backstabs. AU as well. He's gone the Aghanim shards, so he's even able to steal away a big part of Secret's damage output with that Helm of the Overlord.
And the smoke from them, they want to continue to keep Secret locked inside their base.
Why not?
They see Nisha out.
45 seconds on the Aegis. 15 seconds on the Requiem.
It's going to catch him off guard. Oh, smoke pops.
Nice.
Great reactions out of Resolution as well with a blink inside the base. The Lucius is going to hold 2 people into place for the moment. Chrysalis is still playing with the BKB, but it's going to be too late with Natsumi into the middle. The right click. Oh no, they get a couple of misses. Chrysalis just survives.
The halberd.
Secret keeps the Razor alive.
Heaven's Halberd doing a body of work. They don't have that. They have, excuse me, the backdoor protection for now, but that mid creep wave is going to push its way in. Again, no glyph to be able to protect against this.
Zayats again. A beautiful double stun onto 2 cores. The snowball used onto the Shadow Fiend. They'll just turn and blow up the Nyx Assassin. Meanwhile, to the north as well. Force bodies Poppy. A solo kill coming out from the Riot Puppet. Nisha's into the middle. A defensive use of the BKB is going to be able to allow him to reposition. But the Aegis has expired. Polaris have to be cautious. They're going to reevaluate how they can take this team fight. Secret are pushing outside the base, but they will not be able to catch up as Polaris group themselves around together as 5 and make sure they will retreat as a team.
Man, I am really feeling the influence of AU this game. You could just tell, like, the ex-coach making those in-game calls. Even just something as simple as the Sentry Ward on the retreat being dropped down, realizing the way that Secret like to play. They always want to go for the +1. Zayats is hitting some amazing impales so far, but they just don't have the damage to be able to follow up. And now...
Yeah, I think that's an incredible point. Like, AU just... The communication and the captaincy that he's providing them, we see the call, like, they're going high gun again and they don't even have Aegis. They feel so strong.
Yep. They got the Wraith Pact that they can happily drop down. It's going to be prioritized a little bit here. Has to be careful with the position. Natsumi just denied the Wraith Pact, alright.
Xavius, jump in. Snowball used aggressively this time. Puppy's gonna go down. They might be able to hold back now without the snowball used defensively, but the Ember Spirit's gonna be in some trouble.
It
But it means that Natsumi once again has a free fight. The chains leashing 2 together. Polaris need a way to close the distance, and that's where Xavius comes into play with a double snowball, clipping Nisha, who will look to buy back, but they just don't have the ways to hold them inside the meatball as Razor goes down from afar. Polaris an 18,000 net worth lead, and our Secret's base is their own home.
There's nothing that they can do about this. The big part of the damage is the Razor. This was just an outplay by Polaris. I really liked both drafts. Both of them wanted to do the exact same thing. Xavius, again, embracing the SEA server, diving into the fountain. But what a game. What a game. This is exactly what I want to see out of both of these teams. But Polaris today, they were just better. They executed better. Their strategy was better. A lot of the movements that came out were just a little bit superior. And the itemization for mine, that was chef's kiss. Perfect, perfect. All the way from Polaris.
Yeah, I felt like their read of the game was incredible. And like you said, the itemization, it could not be any better. It completely disrupted whatever Secret were attempting, and the draft and the Tusk as well. Like, not only the itemization, but this Tusk pick. We just saw that the rush of the Blink Dagger, because early on, like throughout some of the lanes, and once the lanes were dissolving, we saw it was the use of the Roar into the Sunstrike. And Polaris, they had to read that. We need to break that. We need to be able to kite the Razor. We need to stop this Nyx stun or Roar into the Invoker combo, and as long as we can do that, then Secret are really going to struggle at taking fights. Polaris, what a beautiful way to start this series off.
Now, I want a little bit of a prediction for you, because we don't know who it's going to be yet. Who we got as the MVP? I want to give it to AU, personally.
I don't think it'll be the Chen, but I do completely understand why. It's not going to show up in like the scoreboard on the value that he
was 2-2 and 16. He did all right.
Sure, 2-2 and 16. I mean, when was the last time we saw Chen have MVP?
You haven't seen my games.
Well, yeah, your micro of Chen.
Yeah,
I
for
don't know.
sure. My terrible micro. But again, like, even just the Chen, obviously for all of the calls that he was making, but even just the Aghanim Shard, right? You go on this Beastmaster, I'm not sure if the Helm of the Overlord was the right pick to be able to go around. I think you could probably get away with Helm of the Dominator, and then you're already against a Chen, right? So that's going to be countered. But to go all in into the Helm of the Overlord instead of having something like a Wraith Pact, I think really did them a disservice. It meant that they were able to turn around and burst down whatever target onto Chrysalis whenever we would try and static link and try and get that full link off onto a target.
I'd probably give MVP to Xavius. I think what he was able to provide in this game, and I think just in general, what Tusk provides a team is ridiculous. You have a...
He didn't get the kick
multiple
yet.
stuns.
If he got the walrus
He did,
kick, I would
yes.
agree with you.
That's very true. We saw what he could do even without the kick, though, which is crazy. You have a BKB piercing stun with one of your abilities, then you can go for a second with repositioning. You have a save in snowball, which is also a stun. You have tag team, which allows you to take Roshan, and also is incredible with the ranged hero in the lane. Let's go. Let's go. And shards as well, just to block off pass. It's like a mini stun
For the
in
lane
itself.
with the Viper.
Yep, exactly right. Like, I really think this Tusk hero is incredible. We spoke about it before, I think kind of midway through the draft, that this hero really could start to rise. And, well, it's very popular at the moment, but I think it could be one of the really, really top 10 heroes because of the possibility to play it as a core as well. I wonder what Secret look to do now, because they are a team. Zayats loves the Tusk. I wonder if they shy away from the Nyx. Not that he had a bad game at all, but I think now you need to take a look at this series in particular. If Polaris are going to play that well with the Tusk, you might have to pick it up for yourself.
I think by all means, if you're going to Nyx, do it, but I don't think it's first pick material. Like, I think Polaris did exactly what you need to do whenever you see a Nyx assassin, and just go for this full-on death ball. They didn't wait, they weren't passive, they weren't waiting for like these 50 million different items and let it get to the later stages of the game. Just go, go, go. You cannot deal with split push very well, especially considering how many ways they had to push out these lanes.
Yeah, we were seeing the praises yesterday of Secret in the Tempest game, where we saw them have just a minor net worth lead, but just the recognition of when they are strong and when their kind of conditions are to look to get objectives. And that was very similar for Polaris in this game, when they had the read of when they're able to get map control and when they were just, steamrolling down T2 towers, forcing Secret.
Catching him out.
He also he let himself get glimpsed, right? He got glimpsed and then he
yeah,
pressed
didn't BKB that.
Yeah, it was interesting.
And it almost felt like he was trying to start the fight. I don't know.
He did have the
I'm
Ogre Seal
pretty sure he
totem
was.
as well to kind of get out, so maybe still feeling like he could do something, but they do have to kind of play it to the limit here. Starting to fall further and further behind on the net worth, and especially a scary thing is the Ursa picking up this Ags. So these plays that we've seen where he randomly gets caught by a stun from PYW and then just dies before he can get BKB off, that's not going to be a thing anymore.
Yeah. And that's the thing, though. Like, they do kill the Broodmother, sure, but like the resources they have to use to do it it's way higher than it should be, and that's just because Extreme are just kind of playing these fights pretty well. Like PYW with that 2-man stun from the low ground should have been the Broodmother dead. Instead, takes a lot longer.
Yeah, I think that even drew like the Poison Nova and stuff. They just wanted to make 100% sure that they got that kill.
Yeah.
And
the trees did look a little bit bad from Cuckoo, pushing the Bristle away, but he had the Ogre Seal totem the whole time anyway, which means he can just pounce out regardless, so...
I do think it's a little insane how we're framing this game when you look at the score line, you look at the net worth advantage. It's but I don't know. That's my very real feeling here that we could get Extreme just kind of out executing T1 in a crucial fight. They get on top of the Nature's Prophet in the back lines. Cuckoo's got a ton of net worth, but he is not tanky, right? So if he just gets caught out a little bit by a blink stun or some mispositioning, Morphling waveforming it on top of him, he can certainly die, and they can just eliminate 20k net worth out of the fight in the blink of an eye. So
yeah, that's true. And Extreme have ideas about Roshan now as well. They just want to check it's up. It is going to be a long respawn. Not really sure who that favors at the moment, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, it is still 12k gold advantage for T1. You know, this Nature's Prophet has been farming up an absolute storm. Ana's pretty huge as well.
Smoke breaks.
He jumps forward here. They're trying to get onto the high ground. They've stunned him up. Ice Blast comes through as well. He's able to get off the enrage as Thompson comes jumping on past, but Paparazzi just laying into the Ursa. Paparazzi only has eyes for one person here, but he's going to turn around and lay some hits into Cuckoo as well. Whitemon, oh, that's a nice static storm here. But it's not really going to get much done because the team's not really here to follow it up. Lou's caught inside the trees, but T1 is scattering back to the hill line here.
Okay, Ursa still got BKB.
I really want to see this Blink Dagger on Zephyr. I think that's what I want to see. I think that's going to be a bit of a difference maker for T1 here because they're just struggling to kind of get on top of them. They're struggling to enable their heroes, and
It'll make the long fights way better for T1 if they can get a 2-3 man Poison Nova. I don't think Zephyr's really been able to make great use of it this game. I'm trying to think back. It could even be that the most impactful Poison Nova we've seen was on the Ancients. No flame, but
no flame. No, it did. Allow
Lou a little bit separated from his team, but who's actually getting gone on? It's Zephyr.
It is indeed. Yeah, Extreme is setting up beautifully for this one. They're able to take him down. Oh no. 50 seconds. That means no Poison Nova for this Roshan when it spawns in 15. Ana tries to make it through the pit, but doesn't make it out the other side. So now has to do a very awkward enrage walk away from this. And he's going to get stunned up. They've got an Ice Blast coming through on him. He's just dead. Ana, what have you done? Oh no. Tried to jump out the back of the pit to get onto Lou, but just didn't make it. Couldn't pounce far enough.
God, and Roshan respawns and he doesn't have buyback. T1.
How did this happen?
We haven't talked about it yet, but the Nullifier is a huge pain for the Ursa because the Overpower is dispellable. So Ursa carry does what else does he play? Ursa does not have a fun time against us, and now all of a sudden,
oh damn,
Extreme.
Sorry, I just realized that Lou had never picked up an Aghanims this whole game, and he just grabbed one from Roche. How good is that for a
Yeah, and now he's carry? #1 in the net worth, and you know the Bristleback carry is not exactly the same as it used to be, but he is still very scary now.
Goodness gracious, and that net worth advantage, you know, it hit a peak of I think it was around was it 15k? 14k. Yeah, 14K.
Something like that.
And shrunk down to 3k now for the side of T1.
Yep,
oh,
and
dear.
The win probability has been, hovering around 75% for T1 this whole time, and finally it's going to get dragged all the way back to the Extreme side. It started there at the beginning of the game. Dota Plus liked their draft, I suppose, but takes the third Roshan grab to bring it back the other way. But now they're getting so many items on the Morphling and the Bristle. And the Ursa's supposed to be the counter, right? But it's certainly not looking that way in these last couple of team fights. I wonder if they now need to maybe shift gears, or I'm not sure what else they can do. Cuckoo's going to be picking up a Silver Edge, so maybe they can get some scouting going that way and start the fight on better terms. But
yeah, again, they have this Blink Dagger now on the Venomancer, so a big Poison Nova is very much on the cards.
Yeah,
and then you just kind of play the pick-off game. Make it last, but of course with the Aegis and with the Cheese both available. Cheese always feels so good versus Venomancer. He's one of the heroes which really doesn't like playing into that item.
Smoke breaks. They never get to see the backlines. Extreme supports hardly ever being caught out. Just always behind this wall of cores.
Yep. Nullify does land onto Ana. No real commitment here. Just throw around some spells. Let's see, Ana winning in the trees. Lightmon hanging out behind as well. Gonna throw out all spells onto Lou from the Venomancer, but they're going in the backlines here. I mean, they're able to find PYW. He's got the Aeon Disc, though. Poison Nova does come off here, but no, when it comes to the call, Paparazzi's just laying into Ana at the moment. Ana does have that enrage, though, but the Abyssal Blade comes out onto him. They need a little bit more. They get the bash. Ana trying to run away. Lou and Paparazzi trying to chase him down, but they won't find him. He gets out. Cuckoo, though, might not be so lucky. Wait, where's the vision? They don't seem to have it. They don't have it on the course as Thompson in the backlines getting on top of Old 11 and going to stomp him down. Meanwhile, the trees come out onto to Moo here, holding him still. The Zephyr and Whiteman still absolutely perky in this fight and just laying some spells down into this Bristleback. But the man's so tanky, but is he tanky enough as Thompson gets on top of him again? Another hero brought down. T1 finding the fight, forced off up to high ground for Paparazzi. He's going to try and make the TP out happen here, and he is able to do so.
He kept the Aegis intact as well. Okay. Great fight for T1, though. They get the 2 supports right at the beginning. Nobody dies. A little bit of an overextension trying to get Whitemon on that Disruptor. And just barely getting Ana out as well. He got clipped by the Ice Blast, but he was healthy enough to survive.
Yep. Yeah, really, really big from the fact that Ana managed to make it out of that one.
And
That's
you
the,
called it as well. The Venomancer finally getting a good Poison Nova off and getting some big value out of that.
Yeah, the big difference maker in that fight for sure. Just means that you just can't run away from Thompson. It really enables him, you know? Like, sure, they throw everything onto Ana, but Thompson's still capable of doing
Stunned by the
a ton
latent
of work as
toxicity.
They drag back Paparazzi. This might be his Aegis here. Ana is able to take him out. Ice Blast only connects onto the Ursa. Thompson, oh my god, this man is in! He is able to take down DY, PYW as well, taking some heavy, heavy hits, but won't overextend that hard. And now even the fortification coming out. And I guess they got creeps to do it in the top lane as well. Extreme really starting to sweat here, but they have their Bristle back in 10 seconds, so T1 will respect that and back themselves away, but they are back on the ball, T1.
Okay, game's not over just yet. T1 gonna remind Extreme. They still have some good matchups here. They've still got some good team fight. Fortunate for Extreme that they will not end up losing a lane of Rax. Always super annoying, especially against the Nature's Prophet, once your base starts getting opened up. So we haven't really seen, I think for the most part, Cuckoo's just been sitting on the dire side of the map and hitting creeps. I don't know when things change all that much for him. He's got level 25 now, so no TP cooldown.
I mean, it's very hard for him to get out on the map because you are playing into a Nyx Assassin and a Brood, so
yeah,
he will just die if he tries to shove waves, right? He's kind of been relegated to the jungle this game. And, you know, he's got 2 cores which can farm waves pretty well and not be nearly...
Anyway, the
Hey, what was the Boomer game? No, come on.
no, I'm not mentioning other games than Dota on this stream. Come on, man. But we're
Wow, was it
getting
League
into
of
the draft.
Legends?
No,
Hang on,
it was
man.
not
What the
that
hell?
game. It was not that
What-
game at all.
What is it then? Why aren't you saying it?
So we've got this draft with Secret against Polaris. We're getting to the end of the second batting phase. I wonder what they're going to go for. In all honesty, like I think they need. Oh well, this kind of means it's a Morphling, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You see, AA fan is like, oh yeah, it's Morphling. All right, just get it out the way.
Prediction gods here, you know. I think this is much more likely to be a niche Morphling, though. Again, like I think you just need to put a lot more onto the back of him because, to be honest, I like the guy, but Crystallis, he got given one of his signature heroes and he didn't perform that time. You know, there were a few BKB usages that just weren't on the mark, and they gave away that Aegis for essentially free when they really didn't need to. So I think Nisha has been performing to an exceptional level, and I want to see a little bit more emphasis given to give him the best game possible. So if they can just draft completely around this Morphling, by all means, go for it. And just as well with the Morphling, they're lacking in stuns at the moment. You've potentially drafted 2 of your supports already that have no extended lockdown and have that slow ramping damage. And now you've got a Shadow Fiend who does have the burst, but I'm not quite seeing it yet. You know, you still need something that's going to be able to deal with this morph.
Yeah, I'm under the assumption that Morphling is very good versus...
Yes.
It's happening.
Yes, one of these 2 is going to be a core.
It's happening. I'm under the assumption that Morphling is very good versus Agi carries. From everything I've been hearing, that this is pretty much when you go Scepter.
Yep.
Because of how much you're able to steal the attack speed as well. Again, like this, maybe actually this could be different now. Because again, we've spoken about Shadow Fiend and his versatility. Like this could be a Raze build instead, going for like or I should say magic damage build, going for like Arcane Blink. That makes a lot more sense.
It needs to be.
Yeah, that makes, yeah. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, you just want to be able to burst this Morphling 100 to 0. I think it's much more likely to be an Undying core as opposed to a Clockwork core because your goal is still to be tanky enough that you can just stand around in team fights and have that that damage amplification from the Flesh Golem so that the Morphling does die when you make a lot of these engagements, right?
And I feel like with a Clockwork, if you put that as a core, then you're going to hookshot onto an important hero, like a Morphling, for example. They've still got 2 picks to go, but and he's just going to waveform out. You can still waveform out of what Undying's trying to do, but he's going to get a slow onto you. He's going to get something that's going to influence the team fight.
It feels like though for Secret, because like we're mentioning, we kind of believe this is going to be the niche Morphling, so you need to have a hero on Chrysalis that is not the win condition. Monkey King was banned out first phase, which is again something you can itemize, very dependent on the game and can kind of be active. Is there another hero you feel like he has the potential to play to kind of help fulfill the role of making space here for Nisha?
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey King being banned does kind of throw a bit of a curveball through there, doesn't it? It's not a terrible Razor game, but I think... Oh, no, they banned it, actually. They banned it. What else can they look to do? Could they Dawn? Enigma, okay.
Okay.
Slows down the game a little bit, allows the Morphling to be the one true carry. What are they going to go here for we're assuming... No. If it's magic damage Shadow Fiend, I kind of feel like you have to run it mid. That's the thing. You need the levels early on. So, assuming that's the case, what can they look to get? Maybe a Troll Warlord wouldn't be the worst here. I mean, they don't have an amazing amount of mobility right now on Team Secret. You could deal with the Eidolons very well in the lane, assuming it's going to be a 3 Enigma. You could just lock down a Morphling or an Enchantress, especially, like, even a BKB isn't going to save a Morphling if he gets the root off, right?
No, I suppose you can go like Manta.
You can Manta.
No, not really. Yeah. I'm just a little bit concerned that Troll can die, or at least be kited with Fissure. And it is also, again, an agi hero into Morphling.
They'll buy 4 staffs. It'll be fine.
So, I guess, quickly speaking about the Enigma, though, it's interesting that Secret still pick it up later in the draft, even though there are some counters already in the Clockwork and the Rubik. So you've already addressed the Black Hole. You now need to be able to address the Enigma lane. You mentioned the Troll Warlord to be able to do so, but you need to cover all your tracks here with Enigma. You need to make sure that this hero does not have a free game, because Resolution Enigma is very scary.
More burst damage is what I want to see. What can we look to go for here? That's good in the lane and is good against old mate Morphling. I don't want slow ramping damage. I think Dawnbreaker's not bad, to be honest. Like, you get the Blink in with the Starbreaker, with the Aghanim Shard. It's a lot, and oftentimes you just need that little bit of damage that's... that little bit of stun that just locks him in place for long enough, because you can chain it. I mean, Polaris have been team fighting really well. If you get the Aghanim Shard on the Shadow Fiend, that mini fear does help out a little bit. I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the level 20 talent actually increases the fear from the right clicks as well. It's the plus 0.4 seconds Requiem fear per line. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. He went for the plus 3 damage per soul in the previous game, but I think it might work that way. I'm not a Shadow Fiend player, but I think I remember seeing that one time.
So you think it affects the Aghanim Shard fear?
I think it does, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What's the last ban going to be? So the Pangolier was banned out here. So
Don't
Secret. So they're under the assumption that this is going to be a right-click Shadow Fiend, though. They are banning out heroes that are not the win condition and that is going to look to make a lot of space here for the Shadow Fiend. Very similar to what we're expecting kind of Crystallis's hero to be, to look to make space for Nisha.
Give me the Dawnbreaker. I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you can even go for your Trident, Trudent, Bristle against the Enigma.
This works too.
Man, I cannot believe we did not mention. I mean, Natsumi loves the Conquer. It's a great matchup versus the
So does
Enigma.
the Lush
Gives
as well.
you,
They can still flex this.
Yep. That is an incredible point. They have the potential to play the Conquer and the Shadow Fin in both lanes because they're both the players are very, very comfortable on them.
I don't know if you'll have the damage to be able to kill this Conquer early on. Like, it's going to be all around the Morphling. And if Morphling's the one true carry, they're running out of time, by the way. They can get the Bat Rider. Okay. So does this mean... I mean, it's probably going to now be the Shadow Fiend mid, right? Yep. Shadow Fiend mid. Natsumi's playing the Conquer. They've switched Puppy to playing the Enigma. So this is just musical lanes right now. So it's going to be an off-lane Enchantress, it seems, going into this Conquer. Very interesting. Force Undying. This is just teams trying to like next level mind game each other over and over and over again. I'm here for it because I feel like at this stage, that's what you're going to need to do. You can't just draft normally and expect the enemy team to not be smart enough to be able to counter it. You've got great minds on both sides. We'll see how it works out, but I like the fact that they've switched the Enigma up to the Clockwork Undying Rubik Lane, got it the third time. I think it's going to do a lot of work. I think it's going to enable Chrysalis to be that true Morphling hyper carry that he needs to be. And yeah, I really want to see this magic damage Shadow Fiend. I think that's going to do all right in the lane against the Bat Rider, especially with the turn rate change and all of the additional damage just from the Shadow Rays. I think he's going to have a fine enough time.
This really turns the draft upside down with the last phase and with how the heroes are getting picked up, like you said. I mean, you're now avoiding the Enigma Conquer matchup. We get to see the Enchantress once again played as a core. This time it's not going to be mid. Thompson attempted it yesterday and didn't have as much success as what they were hoping. But we're in for a treat because game 1 was really exciting. Game 2 draft looks pretty goddamn exciting as well.
It does. I'm keen to see how this is going to influence the meta because a lot of the other teams, of course, they've got scrims and that, but the teams that are in the group stage, the 18 teams that are already qualified, they're watching this. They're just seeing, okay, well, what works? Can this actually work as an offlaner? Can we get away with this Enchantress being a true flex pick? I think the Thompson mid Enchantress was a bit of a meme, to be fair, and I mentioned it mid-game that, you know, they're going for the Ag Sproink with the Tumbler's Toy, with the Hurricane Pike. It just never ended up working out. But this time around, I feel like it might work. I mean, it's specifically done for what it means for the laning stage.
So yeah, again, I think the good thing here that Secret, they're going to have, I think, a slight advantage in regards to the side lanes with the shenanigans they pulled out. I do think mid, though, it's pretty good for the Shadow Fiend.
It's skill-based, though. Like, you can absolutely get kills with this Bat Rider, but it's a lot harder than it used to be.
Yes, I'd agree. It is skill-based. It can be a bit awkward if, like, the Bat Rider needs to run up to the Shadow Fiend, and as soon as you do that, you kind of eat 2 razors. And this is also a hero that has got your, for a long time, everyone likes to kind of meme on some of the patch notes, but Shadow Fiend was one of those heroes that continuously got base movement speed buff. So you are relatively fast. He's even got to go boots as well as the next item. Already has the stick, of course, being into the Bat Rider matchup. So, yeah, again, I think we're in for a treat. It's going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's going to use one of those Iron Branches to just plant and eat a tango just so that he can stay in lane longer, get those levels up as quickly as possible, and yeah, like you said, go into the Boots of Speed to both enable his own kills as well as to retreat from the Bat Rider when inevitably you're going to be going for it. And I was wondering if Puppey might try and do a bit of a repeat of what we saw yesterday and use the Demonic Conversion onto that mid lane just to give Nisha an even better time, but no, he's going to do it for Chrysalis, and completely understandable.
We 4 bounties picked up as well for Polaris, so
Call it.
Start for them. Call it. Well, this is Lelouch missed the long raise onto the range creep, so something that we see kind of early on here for the Shadow Fiend. If the raise clips onto the range and also the melee as well, then you can double raise follow up to secure. But it looks like still he should be able to do so regardless as Nisha. This is the thing. Again, you've got to also be very cautious about the spam from the Shadow Fiend, but it is a little bit more mana dependent.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, against a Bat Rider, you're not as concerned though, right? Because this is a couple of creeps. I mean, to be fair, in game 1, he missed a lot of creeps as well in the laning stage, but that's just because Nisha is legit one of the top 3 mid laners in the world.
Do you still believe
Rezo might be in a little bit of trouble up here. Good body blocking by Zayats to make sure that he was tanking half of those battery assaults. And, well, they're going to back up, but level 2 is approaching pretty shortly, and he's got 2 mangoes available on AU. So I feel like Natsumi might try and go for a kill up there onto either of these 2 targets, to be honest, as soon as he picks it up.
Well, what's Zayat's role in a lane like this? Because the Clockwork is an incredible counter, not only into the lane, but also the game against the Earthshaker. So what does Zayats need to do here?
Well, I was thinking that they would try and switch it up so that you're laning into the Undying's lane, wherever it might be, and then just try and use that to be able to influence and pull creep waves, because he's got the wind lace. You're going to be able to outrun the Clockwork, and then you just pull the creep wave behind the tier 1 tower and look to farm it up that way, because you would have to say, even with an Enchantress, the lane is stronger on Polaris' side with a Kunkka and a Clockwork.
I think a big thing for them is going to be looking at just the levels. AU, if he can find that second point in the battery soul, give him the
Puppey might be
opportunity
in
to be
trouble
up
here.
bottom lane. Crystallis trying to do whatever he can to hold them back for the moment. Force has got a decay in a couple of seconds, but only level 1. Doesn't have the potential to provide the damage, but the soul will be necessary to find first blood. Again, we mentioned in the draft that Force has been playing a lot of the Undying Core throughout the qualifiers. He had a lot of success on it, so we'll see if Secret are going to have the answers in this game.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to get that kill, but they recognized that Puppey didn't have a TP available. That's the only reason they went for it. They used the lift super early to get him right next to Force. They were able to secure that one there. I believe they've already finished up the energy booster as well, so Arcane Boots for Force means that he's just going to continuously look to spam out this lane. And look at the net worth already. I know it's only 3 minutes in, but he's 800 net worth ahead of Crystallis right now.
And this Arcane Boots is going to have a lot of value with Xavius as well. Another hero that likes to spam. That Fade Bolt potentially to help deal with the Eidolon. So already off to an incredible start for Polaris down bottom.
And now you've got 2 points into the decay as well, considering it's being played as a core, right? You need that farming mechanism. So you can actually start to deal with the Eidolons now, but even more so once you hit level 5. But remember, it deals that double damage to creeps. So even though Puppey will have that 40% Eidolon magic resistance once he's level 3, it still doesn't feel like it'll be able to do too much against the level 2 Fade Bolt plus the decay.
Do we feel like this game for Secret, there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Nisha to make space? Because it already looks like, again, bottom, like Crystallis is, I mean, the Morphling in general is a hero that, if you've not played his position 2, you know, like the kind of the Thompson build, you're really just, you're farming as much as you possibly can. And Puppey is going to be greedy on the Enigma. You have an Enchantress Earthshaker at the top lane, so is it all on Nisha to really make the plays?
I think it is for sure. I mean, Nisha, he comes through. I mean, he did in the last game. It's just there's only so much that one hero can do when you're going up against this fully cohesive lineup that Polaris have got. Xavius has been doing a pretty good job of making sure that these pulls aren't being completely interrupted.
Are you just going to be able to step away?
He'll be fine. How's mid lane going? A little bit of a net worth lead right now for Lelouch, although he's running a bit low on the old resources. Just had the bottle delivered through to him, though, so we'll be happy enough about that. 12 denies as well, and he's got 10 more denies than the Bat Rider and 9 more last hits. Pretty rare to see that against a Bat lane.
Do you feel like the nerfs were enough to the Bat Rider?
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit more of a niche pick right now, and a lot of the mid laners that are strong actually don't have a terrible time. Top lane, Rezo, he's getting dived here, but not caught inside of the cogs, means that he's able to just walk on away.
Mid lane. Fissure into the fault from Nisha. Instant TPs coming out from Polaris. They're not messing around. They want to make sure that Nisha doesn't get off to a good start to slow down the Lelouch on the Shadow Fiend.
He's here. He's got 8 stick charges, but he's running a little bit low. He wants to stick around, though, because you've got those 6-minute runes coming up, and very important for both of these heroes to make sure that you're securing that. I mean, a single haste rune or an arcane rune can really turn the tide, especially if Nisha's the one to pick it up. You even looking to be doubly as efficient, getting a stack off while also protecting that bottom rune. Both teams committing down onto this bottom side, and it's going to be the DD. Ayax actually ends up picking it up instead of Nisha. Should be able to secure a kill here, although if he uses the cogs, might be able to push him away. Not enough, though.
Really nicely done there from Nisha. Minor thing, but he, before the power rune spawn, he started to stack up the sticky napalm so that the Shadow Fiend wasn't able to step in. Natsumi with the cleave? No, not enough onto resolution. So yeah, we saw there was just like 3 stacks of sticky onto the Shadow Fiend, and in a position like that where you're not close to the tower, he couldn't really contest the rune. So a minor thing that helps him secure the kill along with the power rune.
Yeah, a lot of like what mid laners used to believe were important, like, you know, manipulating the lane, dragging them underneath the tower, blah, 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 blah. That sort of thing, of course, is still important. But in my opinion, the most important thing these days for mid laners is making sure that prior to these power runes coming up, you're influencing the lane. You're influencing the enemy team's ability to be able to contest it. And that's either by pushing the lane out, so they're forced to choose between letting a full wave go underneath their tower or securing a power rune, or, like what you just said, putting enough sticky napalm charges onto them so that they can't, otherwise they're going to die.
Force is doing a really good job down bottom to be able to keep this catapult alive. Tamed up multiple tower hits, and look how much damage they've been able to pump into it thanks to this. Very
If
nice
it gets
play.
the deny. He's got 24 stolen strength, so makes it a bit easier. I actually haven't seen what the how much damage it's going to be able to do, the level 3 decay into the level 2 Eidolons along with the Fade Bolt. So Puppey, you can see most Enigmas would just be trying to deny creeps at every single possibility, but he just can't. They're just going to die instantly, and I feel like that's what he's afraid of.
Crystallis has got some one charges to play with. Continuing to stalk him into the tree line. Trying to blow him up with the telekinesis to prevent those ones. Crystallis holding him off to the last second. Now Anisha's going to look to tip it down. Hey, you snipes Crystallis. Oh, no way. Nisha will get some revenge, but oh, that's going to feel juicy for the Clockwork. Oh, they give him the tip. And meanwhile, look at AU. He's just soaking up some experience. Mid, Love and Life, and top lane as well. Lelouch, with in combination with Natsumi, got a kill onto the Enchantress, which was Resolution. Keep in mind, in position 3 Enchantress, and the T1 tower goes down.
Yeah, they haven't looked to... oh, look at that clever sentry ward as well. They didn't see it somehow, or maybe they just... didn't want to reveal it, and Natsumi will be able to get... Ooh, never mind. The D ward, he actually ends up hitting the sentry instead by accident. So he's going to stick around this area for another 5 seconds, get that second torrent off. Never mind, AU again, the Rocket Master, gets a kill, helps with the D-wards. He's doing everything right now.
It's not looking good for Secret. Danok, 4,000 net worth lead. Don't have the craziest amount of kills, but look at all the cores. Polaris off to an incredible start.
Good old
Trying to see what they can...
Elton John, the Rocket Man.
Elton John, okay.
Before your time, I understand.
Yeah, before my time. I can still appreciate a master in his craft. But yes, a bit before my time.
Yep. I've been so impressed by Polaris, just everything that they're doing. You know, the lanes are solid, the rotations are there, the warding is on point. They just... More teams got to try playing with a coach, man. It works.
Wow. Yeah, we see one team in particular over in Western Europe can have some success when they bring some other members in
Alliance,
of the organization. Yeah, sure, Alliance.
Oh no, they missed the haste rune at bottom as well. Sometimes luck's just not on your
top
side.
lane, Resolution. Drag back once again in combination. That is a filthy combo. The X to get them closer to the Shadow Fiend so we can land all the razors that would need to blow up Resolution. This is a hero, especially as a core, you cannot fall behind. And we said it early on, this game's all on Nisha. He's got the boots of travel now. He has to make some incredible plays to even have a hope of Secret coming back. It's a 5,000 net worth lead this early into the game.
Oh, bot side, they might
This could be the start of it. Yeah. Lasso with Crystallis nearby. Force gonna try and lay down the Tombstone, give him some extra summons to be able to get health back with the Soul Rip, but it's only level 1, so not really gonna give it too much.
It was close to living. He nearly got off that next decay and would have given time perhaps for someone else to be able to connect down onto him, but still, whatever he's doing, he's just creating more and more space for the rest of the team to be able to farm. You can see Shadow Fiend, he has opened up a 1,500 gold lead over the enemy carry. And, well, this is a handy little tool to have. Now you can also get some D-wards going by Xavius as well onto the cliffs with that sticky napalm being stolen. I mean, he might look to try and make some rotations as well with the Shadow Fiend as, well, speaking of SF, he's juicy little stack. And yum, 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 yum. Just eating up all those little creeps as, yeah, I was saying before, just Shadowed Razors with sticky napalm. Do you even move? Or are you just, like, stuck in tar, basically?
You just... What, is it just quicksand?
Pretty much.
You keep sinking further into your own death, your own demise.
That is one of the things I'm afraid of, is quicksand.
Really? That's an interesting thing to be afraid of.
I'm afraid of a lot of things. Did you see what happened? It was the trusty shovel creep.
I did. I saw his reaction as well. Oh my lord. Dude, his reaction was so funny.
Oh, that's when you know it's just not your day, man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no, dude, that's all right. Let's see, what can you do? Can't let these towers go down. And Secret, they're gonna try and get towards AU. Hookshot's gonna be off the mark, so Resolution will claim the kill. Nisha's gonna try and find an angle to step in. Xavier's still in the fissure's gonna help out. Meanwhile, off to the left side, Puppy's black hole. We stopped in his tracks, but Secret find a double kill. Resolution getting both the kills, some much needed gold given over to the Enchantress.
For sure, all 3 cores alive though, so it's something that you're able to rinse and reset, right? Because
Look at this. Wait, sorry, I'm so sorry. Oh, look at this. No! Hey, look at his reaction.
not like this. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. He's already having a rough day, and that just makes it even worse. They're just going to look to clump around the mid lane again. Look to try and take this tower. That'll open up a lot more of the map. And, I mean, you know, for a Batrider to be accelerating his farm, he needs to be trying to take some of these stacks that are being built up in his jungle. Nisha is going into a much more unorthodox position up on this top side. They're even going to start taking away a couple of these stacks.
Chrysalis used the shovel for a last time, and he was very hesitant. A bounty was dropped, and he didn't know what to do. It took him a little bit of time to pick it up, and AU just snipes it.
Oh, this is
God.
bullying, man. This is straight up bullying.
Bottom lane. Make an attempt onto Zayat. Savius.
They don't have Glyph again. They also don't have the SF and the Conquer, the main tower hitters, but at any time that they want, I mean, this is up to Polaris, whether they want to stick around, if they want to block up some of these camps, or if they're just like, you know what, we want to have 3/4 of the map for ourselves to be able to farm. Secret are just clumped into this tiny little area. So the network's just going to continue to grow.
See, they're going to try and sweep over towards their bottom jungle here on Secret. Players have some pretty good vision to play with the ward placed on the high
You
ground.
got to protect it though. You can't let them just
Look
deal
at the
with this for
trio
free.
running in. Off the left side, they're going to be on to Poppy. Meanwhile, back towards the outpost as well as AU finds the hook shot. That's a big echo slam from Zayat. And Secret will find the double kill. They're going to be off the mark with the boat as well, so Resolution can get back to the safety of the tower. It is a 2-for-2 trade in the end. Somehow Polaris are actually the ones that get the gold advantage, but I would imagine the experience is much needed for Secret.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anything that they can do to slow this down, if they could somehow last the next 3 minutes without the glyph should have been used at that time, and they're able to get the actual reset of it, that's going to be enormous for them, because you just need to wait. You've got an enigma. You want to get this...
Bottom lane Nisha's in trouble.
Oh, this will not help.
Natsumi in combination with Xavius. See if they're going to have enough damage for the moment. Zayat can disrupt this with the fissure. He's got the Aghanim Shard to work with. Nisha tries to turn it around, and in fact, that's enough to get the kill. Natsumi with the armlet toggles.
Inside
will end
the
up dying to the Firefly.
unfortunately. Yeah. Can't be doing that one. This does feel like a game where, you know, of course, the Blink Dagger, the Aether Lens are important for the Rubik. I'm going to need to see the Aghanim Shard picked up here, because just to be able to reposition, again, we've mentioned how important a lot of those styles of spells are. Rubik's got one, but specifically for his own team, right? So it just makes it so much easier to get away from the danger of the Batrider.
Force? Okay.
Already having the Lotus Orb.
I think for Secret, one thing, how they need to address a lot of the fights is they need to play that distance, where Dyreds are very difficult for them, because once they get into the middle, them being able to retreat is very awkward. Like Clockwork's kind of hook shot in, and you're pretty much dead after that. As soon as Conquer steps in before the BKB, I'll hold that thought top lane. Attribute Shift's going to be there. Beautiful reactions out of Chrysalis. Be okay for the moment. Has the waveform as well as AU. Attempts for the preemptive hook shot, but Chrysalis will escape. So again, I think for Secret, a lot of it is going to be counter-initiating and just playing your distance. Batrider, trying to stack up the sticky nade from afar, trying to get the flame breaks out, trying to spam the impetus as well. You do not want to be the ones committing. You need to wait for Polaris to just overstep slightly, and then you can block off an avenue with Fissure, and then to be able to go from there. It's not going to be easy, but I feel like that's kind of how they need to take some of these team fights.
Well, they're going to be going for Roshan right now on Polaris, and I mean, they've got the Echo Slam, they've got the Blink Dagger, but they've got no ways to be able to connect through onto this. So Secret just taking their time to say, look, we want some map to play with again. Let's just try and get these lanes pushed out. Let's try and get some D wards happening. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that the Observer Ward to the right-hand side of the mid tier 2 tower for Radiant is still there. I mean, they've seen that this camp's been blocked off for quite some time, and I mean, it's just giving them a lot of vision of exactly where Secret are playing.
We saw what could happen last game when Polaris pick up the Aegis. Start walking down some lanes, and now this time with the Lush.
Radiant's top tower is under
Up to top they go. They stole the Eidolons. Plenty of extra damage to be able to help out with the siege. He's going Aghanim Scepter for Xavius, so it'll be more of the greedier route here for the position for Rubik.
Oh, if he's feeling himself, he's feeling himself. He's allowed to be that way. But they were able to last long enough to at least get that glyph usage out that I was mentioning. It won't be able to do too much. It's just going to die a couple of seconds later. But honestly, 30 seconds of being able to farm is more than Secret have had all game, it feels.
is under attack.
Gonna try and move on back with Natsumi. Of course, one of the big strengths of the Kunkka. Very easily able to just split push out, clear out the Eidolons, and then get straight on back to playing with the rest of your team. And I mean, have a look at what the vision looks like for Secret right now. It's in a lot of pretty useless spots, to be honest, right? Like, you're not wanting to play on your side of the map if you're Polaris right now. You've got the Aegis, you've got this early-ish timing lineup.
Eidolon versus Eidolon War down bottom onto Puppey. As soon as two heroes show, though, they're going to move top onto Force. The Ward on the high ground does scout out Resolution, starting to pivot his attention to the Undying, but the rest of Secret under the cover of the smoke, so they don't have this information. Force, the Lotus Orb will not protect him, so a great movement out of Secret. This is all comes down to just Puppey making space down bottom. As soon as they see those two supports, they instantly go to the Undying.
Yeah, and they didn't commit anything heavy on it either, other than a smoke, right? No lasso being used, use the Firefly for sure, but who cares? You're very happy to be able to get that pick off, and, well, maybe it'll mean that they want to actually contest against this push that's happening without the Undying being there. Seems like they still feel like they need the farm. Morphling, of course, realizing that he needs that Aghanim Scepter against the Shadow Fiend, who, in fact, isn't going for the magic damage build that we were thinking.
Bottom lane. Under the T2 tower, beautiful fissure onto two. Nisha steps in as well. Lasso drag back into the Echo Slam and the Black Hole for good measure. A Secret are continuing to find some decent team fights at cutting this net worth lead.
Yeah, they are for sure. I mean, this is the play that I was wanting them to make, right? Force just used his TP quite shortly, I believe, and wasn't able to be able to influence that. He's still playing around the top-hand side. If you're going to take a fight when it's 5v4, that's the time that you need to do it. It forces a pretty heavy commitment with the Black Hole and the Echo Slam being used, and the Firefly. So maybe now Polaris are like, look, we got 2 minutes left on this Aegis, level 15 Shadow Fiend, Presence Aura effects buildings. If we can't get some objectives and some kills now, there's something seriously wrong.
Beautifully done from Nisha. Gets aggressive onto Force. Never felt like he was ever really going to be able to get the kill. Maybe they thought that more people were playing behind the Batrider, but he gets 2 TPs out of it. AU top, Xavier's top. So again, and a Flesh Golem. Very good point. So we saw what Secret were able to do prior with that information when Puppey brought heroes down bottom. And maybe they won't get a kill, but it's space. Zayats gets a full creep wave at the bottom side of the map, so this is getting him closer to the blink.
Ooh,
and, well, they know that Lelouch is alone. Nisha's going to TP into the idol, and some Lelouch will be forced to pop a BKB. So now this Aegis is completely wasted. Like, you are not going to push without the BKB. Secret have done an incredible job to withstand the first Aegis.
Oh, yeah. They've done very, very good. And 75 seconds left on that BKB, on the Aegis, and you've got 100 seconds left on the Black Hole, and Echo Slam's going to be available. So you might even be able to, if they give them the space to be a little bit greedy, have that Blink Dagger available for Zayats.
Bottom lane, Natsumi. Gonna run into Zayats. Lelouch is nearby. They're close to the T1 tower as well, so the TPs are gonna start to rain on
it
through.
exploded.
As Natsumi just cleans them up. The cleave and the crits was all they would hope for to blow up Poppy, and Zayats is killed off as well.
He's going to TP away in time. They use the scan, but they'll see that without the trees being cut from the Firefly duration, he would have TP'd on away. So with that, they've already taken the tier 2 tower. They take it on the top side. They take the outpost back, and they're just saying, look, let's try and force another glyph out of them. That was one of the big mistakes they made in the previous game, using the glyphs a little bit too readily, meaning that they weren't able to defend the high ground. So seems like that's the next main priority. Keep the lanes pushed out. Let the creeps do the work. Right now, they're only committing Puppy for it, though.
Xavius is giving them a lot of information in this invis. They see Nisha. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up. Oh my lord, the right-click damage from the Shadow Fiend. Lasso with the last second, but no, Lelouch. They'll find the kill, and now Crystals, he can turn it back around, playing with the Earthshaker replicate. Will give them some extra control. In fact, it was the Rubik instead. The telekinesis used to hold the support into place. Secret again, some really nice sequence of events for the lads on Radiant. They are continuing to stall this game out, and they might be able to get an objective off the back of this.
Yeah, they're 7k behind, but they haven't taken a single tower yet, so that's really going to open up the map. They haven't had the space to be able to farm. There's the glyph. They know they're going to get it reset. Will Natsumi look to commit onto this with his BKB?
Where are you? Lands the hook. The rest of Polaris are very hesitant to move into the middle.
I don't think they should.
Natsumi will chuck out a boat, but won't help them out at all.
Puppy's got that Blink Dagger, and you've got one coming out from Zayats as well, so they've almost weathered the storm, just 400 gold away from Chrysalis being able to pick up that that Aghanim Scepter. And there's that replay. We've been speaking out AU's praises a lot this game, but there was a mistake that he made. He was playing close enough by that he probably could have landed the hook shot there and at least stopped the drag back even further. It was only like 1 or 2 right clicks that Nisha needed to be able to fall down, and you probably live on your Shadow Fiend.
See what the call is going to be for Polaris. Again, they still have this net worth lead. Positioning around the top side of the map, there's an arcane rune for them to play with. But Secret, they look like they're ready to fight.
Oh, yeah.
They've got all their ultimates ready. They've got a very good observer ward around the triangle as well.
They don't have the morph yet for Morphling, though. Like, they've got the Aghanim Scepter picked up, but they don't actually have that item.
Maybe a little bit of a bait here. The Silver's Edge is in. AU's going to hookshot forward as well. A beautiful target to look to take out of the fight. But Science still lands the Echo Slam, and they just rip apart Polaris. The damage is too much for them to handle. When the ultimates get laid down, they don't have any answers. As Xavius will whiff on the stolen black hole, and Secret are back into the second game.
Oh, man, it just takes a couple of little things, right? That's the thing. Zayats, he is performing all throughout this tournament. Even, like, game 1, amazing stuns on the Nyx Assassin. This game around, just on point with the Fissures, not getting them easily stolen away by Xavius. Black holes enabled by his Echo Slams. It's a crazy amount of work that he's able to do on this Earthshaker.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Look at that. You expect the clockwork to be counter to Zayats, but they all just group up. Steps in. What an Echo. That's a couple fights in a row that somehow has been landing these Echo Slams even though they jumped the Earthshaker.
Yeah, I think that time around it was just a little bit of a mistake from Lelouch, right? He just gets a bit too close. He doesn't have the Dragon Lance, but he still had plenty of range to be able to stay away from all of that Echo waves, I guess you could call them, from coming through onto him. He needs to prioritize that Lincoln Sphere, though, of course. The Batrider has been the bane of their existence for so far, but I really wouldn't be surprised to see him go a little bit more of that increased attack range after that point.
Dire are scanning.
It's a very different game now. Just a single tower going down opens up a lot more space that Secret feel comfortable to be playing around. And Polaris, even though, you know, you don't have the black hole, you don't have the Echo Slam, you don't have the lasso, they're playing a little bit scared. They're saying, okay, well, maybe we're not ready to fight into this. Maybe we need that next item. Maybe we need the AC just to be able to withstand a few more of these right clicks.
Nisha's hunting. See Natsumi at the moment. Meanwhile, top lane, Xavius is going to end up going down. 3 heroes from Secret. Get the kill onto the Rubik. You were saying is the game that they've had. It's okay for him to be going to the Scepter, but it's taking him quite some time with the momentum that Secret have been building.
Even a double courier kill, very nicely done there.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Won't be the worst for Lelouch, just stops him from having a perseverance, and he's still not close enough to the Linkens to make it matter. But now, Rezo just doing Enchantress things. Beating down a tower. Not sure if that's the greatest glyph, though. They'd lose another fight. They could lose a ton of map control.
Nisha. Oh no, they won't have the Batrider for this fight. Gotta be cautious, Secret, if they still want to take the skirmish. AU's gonna be in with the hook shot. I'll take care of the Enigma. Even drop the Tombstone as well from Force. But the rest of Secret, they've been able to back up. They're going to turn to try and deal with Resolution. And the X into the Requiem just evaporates the health pool. Secret, they're nearby. They've got the ward on the cliff. They're going to try and aim down the Shadow Fiend. They know the BKB was used prior. So Zayat jumps in with the Echo Slam. Chrysalis has the follow-up as well. And Polaris, they've got to get out. You cannot continue to take the skirmish. As Secret will move in and find a second kill.
Sometimes you just got to do the simple things correct, and you know, I was mentioning that maybe he was feeling himself a little bit there on Xavius, going for this Aghanim Scepter purchase. There's a ton of good spells to steal, don't get me wrong, but you could have very easily potentially closed out this game if you just had that little bit of extra cast range, or you had that save potential from the Aghanim Shard. Now Puppy's actually starting to do Roche.
Let's go, Enigma. What can't this hero do? Solo Roshan as well? Jesus. Ah, he's got the boys. They're in second Rosh. It's an important one. Secret get this ages. The ones in control of this game. I was going to try and play with the Tombstone, but he's ever going to lead in with the BKB. AU attempts with the hook shot, but it will not be fast enough as the ages will be claimed. And our Secret with the second life. They might look to chase down the rest of Polaris, but in the end, a 1-for-1. Did he get any components? It looks like the Aegis and the Aghanim Shard. I think we're giving over to Radiant. Where's the shard, actually? Okay, no, Undying got the Aghanim Shard.
Okay. Not terrible. Did he give it to someone? Gave it to
Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. Well,
Lelouch is still in top of the net worth, almost level 20, working to the Linkens next. Are we worried that a lot of the weight might be on his shoulders as the game goes on here?
I wouldn't say worried necessarily, just because I feel like he's got, of course, the capability to be able to carry out this game. He is closing in on that Linken Sphere, and I feel like taking away that Aghanim Shard from the Morphling is actually enormous, right? Because previously, with the relatively low amount of stuns that they've had, Chrysalis would have never gotten caught out without having that attribute shift going off. But now that you've got that little bit of an extra fear on the Shadow Fiend, it becomes a lot more challenging. Maybe you can burst down the Morphling with just that little bit of extra control that they've got right now.
Mm-hmm. And just the important thing, it really feels like Shadow Fiend is that replicate target. So if you can take away, I mean, again, Chrysalis went for the Aghanim Scepter. This is a 4,200 gold item. If you use Morph on the Linkens, and all of a sudden you just completely wasted an item through a big team fight. So it is something that Chrysalis has to be aware of. He might turn his attention. Of course, he has the potential to use it on the Earthshaker if he wants to, but really feels like the main one is the Shadow Fiend because he is going for this right-click damage. And Agi hero, you will lose a lot of your stats, and there's a lot of his toolkit.
And a lot of the damage for the team as well.
Yep.
They did steal the Undying last time around just to be able to drop the Tombstone, have a little bit more of that team fight presence. And I think that's still an option as well. But yeah, for sure. Shadow Fiend, target number 1. He's level 20 now as well. He has the Linken Sphere picked up, so it really feels like despite fighting into this Aegis that Polaris are ready to try and make an attempt, but so is Secret.
Smoke up.
Good positioning by
AU. Going to reveal himself. AU in the high ground, ready to hook shot as well. Nisha's going to move forward with the smoke popping. Separate fight to create the moment by the outpost, though. Nisha's alone. Tries to get the last one, but instantly Lelouch is going to turn it around. The Requiem's there. Chrysalis jumped into the middle, and he doesn't have any boys to back him up. The telekinesis to hold him down. And Secret, they completely zone. Resolution's going to be able to deal with the Tombstone, but the boat's too late as Chrysalis just waveforms away. And Polaris, are they looking to reset or do they want to go back in? They'll lose AU on the Clockwork. Meanwhile, Force, he's out, and Natsumi as well under the cover of the BKB will escape.
that exact situation that you talked about ended up happening. They used the morph into the Linked Sphere, so 4,200 gold was just completely wasted by Crystalis. He would have been able to survive if he was able to get that one off. So little things still hindering Secret's potential to be able to truly come back into this game. He's nearly level 20 as well, so he's going in BKB next, but I want to see some lifesteal come out from him as well, because we're assuming he's going to get the waveform attacks targets. I think he just needs to be able to survive on his own away from the rest of the team, because it kind of seems like how Secret are wanting to play this one.
Xavier's nice TP. Secret will find the T1 tower. They might even look for the T2 as well. They have a glyph if they want to look to play with it, but instead, all the other lanes getting shoved out. Mid's going to be pushed, top's going to be pushed, and Lelouch is going to look to farm under the triangle as well. Now, Radiant do have a lot of information, though. They both see Force and the Shadow Fiend, so this is some intelligence. Allow Secret to do whatever they want, and they might look for Natsumi. Nisha with the blink, straight on top of the Conquer's location. AU with the counter initiation, but it doesn't buy enough space for the Conquer, as Natsumi is falling low and low for the arm. The toggles, it's not enough. The Conquer goes down, and our Secret, they've got firm control of the team fight. Tombstone lay it down thanks to the Morphling replicate. The T2 tower will fall as well. A 2-for-1. A Secret continuing to find map control, continuing to build the momentum.
They're slowly re-establishing their control. I mean, they've had such little map to play around from the beginning of this game that, I mean, again, late game Enigma, late game Earthshaker, they feel a lot more scary than a Rubik and a Clockwork for sure. It is a Rubik with Blink now. A Blink and an Aghanim Scepter and that extra cast range from the Psychic Headband, fully strength morphed as well, so he is having a huge
It's a big kill on Nisha. It's going to be a big kill on Nisha. Oh, wow, the smoke popped and he wasn't fast on the jump.
He's got the gem as well, so that Silver Edge positioning completely revealed.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I thought the Rubik was just out of range, but yeah, I did not see the gem. So
we're human.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am a robot. I make zero mistakes.
I see. Well, clip it. There was just one there.
Well, a malfunction happens occasionally.
Ah,
right?
true. Ares bot.
Take a look at how really the mid lane has been shaping up throughout the game so far. We mentioned early on that Nisha had to be a huge reason for them to be able to find a way back into this game, and with all the space that he's been able to make, comparing up against Lelouch, who is going to be a scary prospect as the game goes on.
Does feel like Polaris have lost a little bit of their mojo, right? Their confidence that they had on the early stages, needing to wait until they get their next item. But again, I keep talking about it. The late game potential for Secret feels like it far outweighs.
What on the cliff? So instantly is going to have to blink away.
5 seconds left until that Echo Slam, and they go for a smoke of their own.
Okay, this could be a big item as well. AU just completed Wraith back, so a lot of damage mitigation now.
He's got to make sure he's with the team, though, to be able to get that pickoff happening. Preemptive Rocket Flare just around some of these choke
Force
points.
jumps in, lays the Tombstone, a big kill onto Zayat. The Echo Slam's going to be whiffed. They get no value out of it. Lelouch has to be forced to deal with the Tombstone, but thanks to the high ground positioning, the Shadow Fiend won't be able to do so. So a little bit forced out, a couple of BKBs, the life of Zayat as well.
The thing I'm liking as well by Polaris is it's very clear that everyone is on the same page. There's no individualism coming through here. And I feel like it's still on the back of AU. If he makes the call back, the team backs. No questions asked. And, you know, it was like clockwork, basically, kind of fitting, that they all just did it together as one complete unit.
What do we feel like the role needs to be for the Undying as this game goes on? Because we really have not felt the impact of Force. In the previous games, when he's been playing the Undying, has been a big reason of why they've been able to win those games, kind of snowballing. But this game, it's been completely different. So does he kind of need to change something in regards to itemization to have a little bit more impact? What do we need to see out of him?
I don't even know necessarily, to be honest. Like, maybe he's going the Shiva's Guard next, which is going to be a nice item against the Morphling, for sure. Gives them a little bit of extra vision, which is going to be nice, but it's just tank up, I guess, is the biggest thing that he needs to do. And, you know, if he's able to get into maybe a Blink Dagger, might go overwhelming Blink a bit later on, just so that once you start to really get those decays stacking up, you could deal a lot of damage as well, just from the overwhelming Blink, and get it onto the backline, start to, you know, just one hit or two hit these squishier supports. I think that's going to go a long way.
I think another big item is soon to be completed, which is Natsumi's Hex. This now gives you a big opening to be able to blow up the Morphling. Something that attribute shift with the Aghanim Shard is not going to have an effect over.
Like in the
Instant
Dragonlance
stun.
as well on the Lush. So they're waiting for the 37-minute mark. Flicker's a pretty nice item against a Bat Rider and against the Malefice, just to be able to not have to use that BKB quite so readily. Even just the Enchanted Quiver being held by the SF right now.
Oh, jump in. Nisha is going to be able to get the drag back. It's on to Xavius, the rest of Polaris. On the opposite side of the river. They will not be able to follow up and look to protect the Rubik, but they are still sticking around to see if Secret split up as a unit.
Speaking of that Hex, Resolution, he's got a ton of gold saved up as well, so he could very easily look to go into it for himself. They're both scouting out Roshan, realizing that this is the next key objective.
Nisha, smoke's gonna pop.
It is, and, well, quick use of the napalm, giving him all the information they could need, but he doesn't have the lasso, so he has to be a little careful.
Lelouch is going to try and charge up the Requiem. Meanwhile, to the northern side, the AU, he's been picked off. Polaris is still going to continue with the team fight. They're trying to close the distance on Tanisha.
What can Puppy
but
do?
the Bat Rider free pathing won't be able to get out of harm's way. And now look at Resolution. Just pummeling the impetus onto Force, but it's going to be cautious, so it could lose.
Zayats!
But Zayats! In with the Echo, the Black Hole as well. A Secret land the ultimate for Xavius. The turnaround's there. Black Hole stolen, clipping onto
they're all
multiple
dead.
heroes, but they were lacking the damage. They didn't have the Shadow Fiend. The main damage component on Polaris was dead in the grave. Lelouch brought back, but it was too late to rejoin the fight. A Secret white Polaris.
Someone's got to check that little hat that Zayats is wearing. It's giving him special powers right now, because the man is playing like a god. He is just doing everything imaginable, and a big part of it has to be given over to his connection with Resolution as well. Just Rezo putting himself there on the front lines. Zayats, you know, he's putting himself there to get the key pick off onto the clockwork, which just means that, look at Rezo standing there with the BKB saying, hit me. What can you do? What can you do? Are you going to commit? Are you going to commit? You're going to need to, so otherwise your tombstone's going to die. And, well, without the clockwork, it just frees up space for these big plays. You know that there's going to be no interrupt for the black hole coming through. And Xavius, nice steal and a nice black hole usage, but, you know, the team fight was done.
And now this gives the Earthshaker the level 20 to extra fizzer range for Zayats to play with. And Roshan for them as well. AU's looking for an angle. Eidolons, everyone's surrounding. They try to get crafty with the angle in, but not going to be the case. Christus beyond godlike. Who would have expected the Morphling? You're taking...
Who would have expected the Morphling to be beyond godlike? I mean, it's a pretty good hero, this patch.
No, I mean, come on, man. Let me finish what we saw before, where he died to the shovel, where they were 5,000 net worth behind. The fact that he's beyond godlike, we were saying that it just wasn't his day. And well, Chrysler's, it's only a bad moment. You can always stamp that away, and he's done just that.
Yep. Died to the rocket flare as well. Those are his only 2 deaths.
That's true. Exactly. See, like, some really tricky things, some unfortunate scenarios happened early on, and he's beyond godlike.
And now he's got the Aghanim Shard as well. So previously they were fairly good at being able to find those pickoffs, be able to burst him down, or at least to get him incredibly low, but now it just feels like they don't have that potential. Top side, they're going to look to try and find this pickoff. It's just onto Xavius, but he had used the buyback previously, so I'm pretty sure this is going to be his dieback timer. 65 seconds in the grave, and opens up that top side of the map for them to be able to push into, knowing that it's a 5v4 situation. Nisha's even going for more. Completely taken over the Dire jungle, has Secret. Actually consuming the Aghanim's blessing on Resolution, so not only does he have that stupid sproing, but he's got the Witchblade as well, so the travel time is incredibly fast. He was holding on to the
Lasso out to the right side. Look who they found. It's Lelouch. He brought back Pryor 120 seconds without the Shadow Fiend. They can look up to siege the higher ground. This could be 2 full sets of barracks here.
This could be game. He is the damage on the Shadow Fiend, and I feel like with Aegis, you're going to be feeling incredibly confident just to push in here.
Oh, that Fissure, such long range.
They're swapping around neutral items as well, just so that Zayats could be in the ninja gear.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. He's got to go in with the hook shot before the X. Tatsumi almost dies. He might still tick out. A BKB has to be used. Meanwhile, once again, Xavius is caught out. The fissure from Zayats, he's done it again. The position 4 from Secret, a big reason of why they're about to close out this second game.
Oh. I mean, Force, he went for the 20 talent tombstone on death, but it feels like if you're dying at this stage, you're just going to be given the game up. It kind of felt like maybe the extra, the lower duration on the decay cooldown might have been a bit better. Allow him to be that true frontline presence. There's just way too much damage right now. Rezo, he's reached level 25. He gets that extra impetus damage as well, so he is right-clicking like an absolute beast, even with a Moon Shard picked up on this offlane Enchantress. Rip to my pubs. If Thompson didn't do it, Rezo has just completely changed the situation.
Feels like the call for Polaris, it might just have to be give this up. 20 seconds without the Shadow Fiend. He needs some souls as well. AU's trying to charge up, and Nisha's going to get the jump before they start the damage. It's too much. Conk is gone. He's got a buyback, so Natsumi can rejoin, but AU, a third of his health just taken away with ease, and Resolution will get Force as well before he makes it away.
Another tombstone being dropped, but it's just going to get dealt with pretty instantly.
Force is going to jump in, do whatever he can off the back of the buybacks, but Secret, they're already retreating.
Still got Aegis.
Crystallis in the mix at all. They've got the Requiem as well, but the extra fear control will deal with the first life. Resolution again, if they just look to avoid the Enchantress, the impetus damage is something that you need to fear, and Resolution and Secret will be able to take this game too. What a performance from them. Secret down 6,000 gold off the back of the laning phase. They find a way to come back in and end up tying the series 1-1.
We talk about that fancy offlaner being the true carry. Resolution ended that game top of the net worth on his offlane Enchantress. I think it was 34,000 net worth that he had. What a ridiculous performance coming out from him. Top damage in the game as well. Most building damage done behind Crystallis. Most healing done in the game. Ridiculous. Most kill involvements as well. He was just doing absolutely everything, but it was all on the back of Zayats. Zayats brought them back into that game, did the heavy lifting, and man, what a player. This is probably one of the best signings that a team has had in a long time. This Rezo Zayats offlane duo is just doing wonders for Team Secret right now.
Yeah, Zayat's got a couple of fans out of us, I think. We've both been very impressed with his performances so far.
Show the replay again. Oh, you can't do it to him.
It's a storyline. It's all for the storyline. Again, like you mentioned, the only way that Crystals died was 1 to the neutral item and 2 to the rocket flare from AU from across the map.
Look at this one. Lelouch, he just walks a little bit too close. He cops the stun, he cops the echo damage, he cops the firefly. And it really felt like from here, that was the big turning point. They had a 9k net worth lead on Polaris. They were miles ahead. What was it, 5,000 gold lead like 9 minutes in? Or something ridiculous like that? It was insane. That is nearly a 100% win probability, but somehow they were able to just stall it out on the back of some clever movements, giving up their supports and putting them into spaces that allowed the cause to truly be able to farm.
Yeah, exactly like you said. Just really the plays from Secret where you just had That one example, like we mentioned a couple times, was Poppy down bottom at the T1 tower where he gave up his life, but then instantly the rest of Secret, as soon as they saw the rotations down, they moved to the other side of the map, got a kill on Force. Nisha did that a couple times as well. He was doing a really good job to take away some of the Ancient farm at the triangle from Polaris. They were just doing the best you possibly can to stall this game out, and then we saw what happened as it further went on. Like, they had some incredible teamfight execution. Their vision enabled them. Zayats again in team fights, and unfortunately for Xavier's the black hole stolen. I mean, that's you always hope for it in a Rubik game against the Enigma. You get that one opportunity where you steal the black hole and you turn a fight around, but they just had no one there.
Yeah, I'm not sold with Rubik as being the counter to the Enigma. I think it's better than it used to be, just because of what it means potentially for the laning stage now that the Eidolons take a little bit more damage. But I feel like you're just spending a lot of your time waiting, and
And B, it would be great if his hero can also initiate. It's a similar story to what I've mentioned in some of the other games. When you have this SF, TA, Lina mid who are getting buffed up already, you don't really need a second carry. You want like a carry that complements the hero you already have. So having like a Sven or something along those lines that just gives you some more initiation would be great for them. You know, like a Wraith King type hero. I hope they don't pick Wraith King. It's not that good against Darkseid, but that archetype of hero that just helps the SF to play his game.
Certainly makes sense. Draw Ranger, banned out.
That's an okay ban too, yes, absolutely.
It's okay. We have seen like the Draw Shadow Fiend as well in the past. And Draw Shadow Fiend Venge does seem like a ridiculous amount of damage. I would not want to deal with that myself. So certainly a ban well subscribed from the side of Team Liquid. And they themselves also need a mid laner for Mike. I think it's a little bit more straightforward from them that they just need a mid laner. There's no one else that can really... There's no other role that needs covering at the moment, unless they want to play like Mike Tiny and then Boxy play something else, but that feels a bit weird.
Yeah, I think the VP ban is very good with Pango. Like this pick for Liquid, it may actually not be that easy. So what they're looking for is something with tempo that can play with the Darkseer. But I think it is not. They should try to avoid picking a melee hero, because if they do that, they make it very easy for VP to put the Shadow Fiend into the middle lane, which right now is what VP should be aiming for. So I think the Pango ban was great. The Storm ban as well. Storm mid, he can make moves, he can play with Darkseer, and he can rotate on the side lanes. Because right now, as we've said, Virtus Pro, they're not going to make too many moves, right? They're very stationary. You're going to have Venge breaking smoke, similarly with the Nyx. So here for Liquid, what is going to be there? I mean, they're low on time. I will not be able to predict this pick.
Wow. All right. The question, Kezu, how long would you have taken before you came out with Spirit Breaker at the end?
I think it would not have come out in a long time. So it could be a tiny... I assume it's just going to be tiny middle.
Yeah.
Because I don't see Spirit Breaker play mid against Shadow Fiend, if that's the incoming pick.
10 seconds remaining.
It would be interesting if it was going to be a Shadow Fiend middle or a Spirit Breaker middle into the SF.
Yeah.
Either
It
way,
has
I
to
think
be
that SF is
mid
fine.
this game.
Yeah. Now you definitely play SF mid. Now that you're looking at those draw from the side of Team Liquid, you're like, sweet, we just make GPK the carry, right? We saw this yesterday similarly when they played the Lina, where GPK was actually the core hero of that game. You even made the joke that you forgot Ramses was in the game because the team didn't need him.
Yeah.
So they're probably hoping for a similar situation here at the end of their draft. They're also running out of time. 5 seconds remaining. Where are we going, VP? It's going to be CK. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it fits it kind of fits the bill, what we were talking about, right? I think it's a lot better than the Wraith King. The Sven was banned out. I feel like that would have been a really cool pick for them. You just kind of want this hero. I mean, you're playing against Darkseer Spirit Breaker. You need a hero that is either durable or can defend himself, and he complements Shadow Fiend in the game. So I think this fits their draft very well. I don't think it's necessarily the easiest Chaos Knight game to play, but it brings Virtus Pro's lineups
We've seen this combo just wreak havoc, especially in Western Europe in the past. So does it feel strong enough for you here that Team Liquid can win this game? And remember, everybody, if Team Liquid wins, that guarantees them the upper bracket. Right now, they're sort of guaranteed, but there's permutations that could happen to put them in tiebreakers. But if they win this, no tiebreakers required, guaranteed upper bracket. Is the Spirit Breaker the ticket to make that happen?
Honestly, the Spirit Breaker pick is really good in this game. We said that Virtus Pro are very stationary. Having the charge against Broodmother is very nice. You get to see him even if he covers around the trees, especially when we have figured out that VP are stationary, so you can assured that Liquid did the same. So when you have a Spirit Breaker in that type of game that is great for you, I'm pretty sure that you also kill a lot of spiders, or at least put them very low with the charge if you go through them. You have a Darkseer to play with, a Tiny to play with as well. So I think the Darkseer Spirit Breaker combo is going to be very strong in this game, and my eyes are going to be on Mickey for him to set the tempo of this game. And if he's successful, I think that is what's going to allow Liquid to win this game.
Let us see whether or not they can make this happen on the side of Team Liquid. Mike on his Tiny. We've seen this happen in previous patches. Let's see if it's going to happen today in game number 1 of Team Liquid versus Virtus Pro. A game that will secure Team Liquid, if they win, a spot in the upper bracket. Let's figure this out. While they're running at each other, let's do our thing here, Kezu. Play with the highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes at the game end. Magic or pure? Surely GPK, right?
No one deals pure, so I guess I'm gonna go with Shadow Fiend. I guess. Yeah. It could be Darkseer shells too.
Oh yeah, because it's a Spirit Breaker
rough.
and a Tiny, right?
This one is rough. I think you have to go with SF or Darkseer actually.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think VP is gonna win this game, so I'll go with the SF. Time of first barracks destruction. So
I think this is gonna be a long game. I would say between 30 and 40.
Yeah, that's fine. Total number of smoke gang kills by 10 minutes, 3 plus, it feels like. Wait, by 10? 2. I say 2.
Yeah, I will go with 2.
And then team with the
First Roche kill, I feel like that
VP.
both teams can do Roche, but it's probably VP.
Dude, they've got Venge, SF, Brood, CK.
Yeah,
Like,
that has to be theirs.
it's one of these games where if they lose that Roshan, game is just very, very hard. Becomes arbitrarily difficult. But here we go. The horn is now sounded. We're going to see if we're going to have any kind of conflict. Team Liquid, in both of their prior games against Wildcard Gaming, had a first blood in the first couple of seconds happening. But this time around, the opponent is much more difficult. So you want to start things off as normally, as plainly. Just don't rock the boat. Just have a normal, regular game of Dota.
We're going to have to pay a lot of attention to both the side lanes around the level 2 mark for both lanes. Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, a deadly level 2 combo with Vacuum, Double Shell, especially against a plus 5 Vengeful Spirit. And when we look at the safe lane, Mato has an Orb of Venom level 1. He's laning with Undying, who's very strong, against 2 heroes from Virtus Pro that are kind of like bots or creeps level 1. Like Nyx isn't going to do much. He's going to help on the first wave, then probably pull. And Broodmother, he's just going to run around in his webs and hope to dodge Insania the best he can.
Yeah. Just get yourself away from this Undying. Do not play into the decay. Should be fine for the most part, but does also mean that he can't really apply pressure on the lane itself. And Insania just going to be doing his support thing. I must say, Insania has been looking really, really hot on this Undying today. It's going to be his 3rd game on this Euro. And there's going to be squads that have to think about how to deal with this. Look at this drag from Yamich.
Yeah, you can see both teams going for a similar play. Nicely done by Insania. So the best thing that you can actually do about this is, while they grab your second wave, you go across theirs and you take their second wave, which is basically what Insania did, just to like disrupt the laning flow, follow the snakes, maybe get some creeps denied. He already managed to have 1 range creep. And top lane, they kind of did the similar story, but Takoda wasn't really able to. You cannot ask him to run across a Spirit Breaker Darkseid to do the same thing as the Undying.
Yeah.
So nice job by Insania here.
Good early supporting play coming in from the dual supports of Team Liquid. Insania playing now in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 down in this bottom lane. It does leave things as a 1v1. GPK middle almost lost his life there to Mike. How does this lane matchup go between the Tiny and the SF in general? Should Mike be having this good of a time?
I think Mickey should have a very good time, yeah. Especially in the early few levels, you're supposed to out-CS the SF quite a bit. SF is also going to have to spend some gold on Mangoes. As the lane progresses, Tiny can apply a lot of pressure to him, and with any +1, I think Tiny can get kills as in mid right now. Look at Mickey.
Yeah, he's actually almost falling down on GPK. One more right click. Almost put him into death territory. He did end up consuming everything in the bottle. Now he's turning back onto Mickey, but Mickey is out of mana. He doesn't have access to the Avalanche. So he's going to end up dying. Won't reach the water rune. One more right click is going to be the first blood. Oh my goodness. This is perfect. He gets not just the kill. He's going to refill the water room and then still go top and get the other one.
Yeah.
Kezu, perfect situation here for GPK in this mid lane.
This is crazy for him. I just have to mention. I mean, is Mickey laning against Shadow Fiend or goddamn Bad Rider? This guy is not moving, guys. It's Shadow Fiend. But this is 2022. Everyone has some changes to the spells, and now, of course, when you stack up the raises, turn rate slow, movement speed slow, I mean, you could see it there. Yeah. It's deadly. You don't get to run away anymore. Top lane, Dakota in a bit of trouble.
He's in a little bit of trouble.
And once again, when I say trouble, I mean dead.
Dead. It's a good thing you're on the mic right now. You're learning the Costa's curse, Kezu. It's good.
I am. Trouble equals dead. You guys can just, remember it for now. When I say trouble, they're never fine.
Someone absolutely gonna die. Well, that kill middle changes a lot about the dynamics of the early game. We're probably expecting we're gonna have a good lane from the Tiny, and then that'll sort of cover for the fact that we're getting decent farm from the Faceless Void, not like phenomenal. So, as a result of that kill, we actually see a little bit of trouble onto Insania. He ate himself an Impale, but with the decays, he should still be okay. Does this change how the game is going to be played overall for GPK, or is he still just going to be primarily the farm bot in this mid lane for a little bit until his team decides to play around him?
Yeah, it's still going to be similar. So he's going to have a better game, of course, now with the added bonus gold. I think the biggest change that you might see from this is the fact that with the bonus gold that GPK may have, it could be harder for Liquid to score any type of aggression on him later with earlier boots and earlier stick. Now he's going to have a raindrop flying out. The game for Mika doesn't change too much, other than that he's missing out on a little bit of net worth. He's still supposed to be looking to set the tempo in this game later and play with shells from Zai.
That certainly makes sense. Bottom, the two supports are just going to be in each other's faces as much as humanly possible between Yamish and Insania. Just messing around with each other, enjoying life. Mid lane, we actually have a rotation coming in onto GPK. He's trying to make the dive aggressively onto Mickey. Gets tossed back.
Nice toss.
Not in range of the tower just yet, but there's going to come the charge onto GPK. Can he get himself out of here in time? He has access to razors very, very soon, but he decides not to go in for the aggressive play and will end up dead as a result as Boxy charges into him with the Ion Shell, gives the kill over onto Zai. And Yamich can't find revenge, can he? He's a little bit too weak. Mika will take advantage of the increased protection of the tower and not allow himself to get brought down just yet.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Nice turnaround play there as top Zai might get bailed out by Boxy. Looks like he will.
Spirit Breaker, man. Good hero. And he's putting a lot of harass back onto Ramses as well. This was so annoying about this lane, dude. Like, just him just being alive kills you. So annoying.
Yeah, I like this Wraith Band level 1 as well, that he... Actually, yeah, I think he started with it to start with more armor, as now he's taking a bit more trouble. Gonna charge through again.
Magic Missile.
That crit nearly got the better of him as Mick is here.
Okay, make the first big rotation of the map here. This is actually interesting because so far from what we've seen today, most of the movements middle haven't been coming until much later in the game, but Mike spots the opportunity to get this early kill, decides to take it. He might end up dying middle though, as Yamich there with the Impale, GPK looking for the razors, but only able to get out one in time and doesn't have access to the Requiem, so there's no chance to get this kill onto Mike.
As looks like, Zai, he's gonna be okay. As VP just doing a good job mid, securing the rune for GPK here. He's having a good game, perhaps overstayed his welcome a little bit in mid with a very nice, reaction from Liquid to then ultimately turn it around. He's still top of the net worth on Essa by quite a bit, as mid lane Avalanche toss back.
Toss back into the tower, charge then to make sure that he spends as much time taking tower hits as possible. We'll go in for the DD rune so he can bottle his way to some degree of safety. And it will work out. No lucky bashes emerging from Boxy. So that will allow the SF to just dip back into the jungle, pick up a bounty rune, and keep going like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, very nice early itemization by him. This is where we maybe have to go back a little bit to the First Blood. He has a fluffy hat for the Falcon Blade to give him some bonus HP. Raindrop, stick, boots, just making him fully survivable against his incoming play. So without an Iron Shell or some lucky bashes, he's not really gonna die in this mid lane. Now he's gonna fall back to the jungle, take some stacks, and in the meantime, Yamich on the Snicks, he's just gonna receive some experience in the mid lane, which is, of course, great for him.
Yep. We want to get as much onto this Nyx Assassin as possible. Just get to the level 6 as fast as you can. In the meantime, speaking of level 6s, they're actually trying to get around Mike here. Trying to surround him. Yamich, will he be able to find the Impale? He does. Hakoda looking for the magic missile. It does come out. GPK, does he have the burst? Couple more right clicks is all they need. He sticks up. Mike still alive. Here comes a charge from Boxy onto GPK. They finally get the kill, but Boxy now body blocking the SF, preventing him escaping. Hakoda throws in the magic missile. GPK on the high ground right now. He needs to get out of here. Sticks up. He's getting hit up by Insania. Will finally end up taking a tumble. And Matsu's also made his way towards this mid lane. As the Faceless Void able to clean up Hakoda at the end. It is a 2-for-1 exchange in this mid lane, but they commit a lot of resources for Team Liquid to make that happen.
Absolutely. Once again, I like how VP are currently using their heroes on the map. I have to note that they have a beautiful lane ward up top that saw Matu rotate into this lane. You can somewhat understand that this is going to happen in the game because the enemy team is Brood. You don't have a carry who deals well with the hero, so your carry is going to have to leave. So VP already preemptively placed the lane ward top, and as you can see, there's a little bit of a Broodmother problem in this game as he's taking the tier 1 tower. And when you see someone take a tier 1 tower at 8 minutes without anyone daring to go into the area, it's not a very good sign.
Yeah. DM is at that point right now on this Broodmother. Just chomping. Tier 1 tower is about to fall. The auras are being built up. I mean, there was a brief period of time when Insania was playing bottom primarily with Matu where they could contest this Brood, but how many times have we seen this, Kezu? The Brood gets strong enough, suddenly nobody can play this side of the map. And unfortunately, because they're playing with the Dogs here instead of like Zeiss, Beastmaster, or the Lycan or whatever, they don't necessarily have the same options of hyper pushing out those top waves to trade quickly. So what do they do right now whilst DM is busy just occupying this bottom part of the map against them?
I think for now, at some point, you're going to want... I'm not sure what type of levels Boxy needs to be able to lane in that lane. I think it's going to be quite a bit, which means for the time being, when the bottom jungle or the bottom lane gets pushed in a lot, I think you need either Zai or Mikke to play there, at least to like push back the lane and so on, because they can also protect themselves with the shell. You can drop in shell on the spiders, that's pretty annoying. And in the meantime, whenever they can combine the heroes with shells or the chrono, that's how they can get kills. And once they do that, they then can fall back to push out the lanes again. Because right now, VP are in a very, very nice position. 3k gold lead, their cores are playing safe enough to not feed away any kills. Chaos End is farming safely. GPK is ramping up on the Ancients right now. So Virtus Pro should be feeling good with the pace of this game right now.
Yep. Feeling fresh. Omelette coming soon for Ramses as well. And for the side of Team Liquid, fortunately, they are playing with the Spirit Breaker, so you don't necessarily have to have the Blink Dagger from Mikke before you can make any moves on the map, but it still does require them to coordinate quite well to make any of these moves. Boxy, he's going to be the one deployed to this bottom lane to clear out some of these Spiderlings and this Creep Wave with the Iron Shell on him. That is the one nice thing about this, right, is that no matter how big the army gets from the Broodmother, you always have to worry about Zai throwing the Iron Shell, giving it to Boxy, or just showing up himself, and then suddenly it's like, well, I have to just farm the jungle now.
I love these wards by Virtus Pro. First with the lane ward top that we talked about, and this aggressive one in the bottom jungle to help protect the Brood. And as we can see, it is barely outside of the D ward range from this high ground. And also I want to note that DM is doing a very nice job with micring, and he has his own sentries. This is really cool when you play these aggressive summon heroes and you take over the enemy jungle, because you can provide vision to the high grounds for yourself. So he's just making sure that with this one sentry and the spider on the high ground, that they don't have any vision there. This is really nice.
DM knows exactly what he's doing with this hero. He's going to keep getting bigger and bigger as time goes on, as he is leading into that Wraith Pact. Middle lane, though, we do see a charge onto Hakoda. He forced to cancel it. Knew that if he got too close there, he either gets carapaced or stunned up by Yamich. Not a risk worth taking. And GPK getting scarily close towards having the D-Lance. I wonder, do we send some heroes top to maybe try force a kill onto Ramses? We do have access to the bubble here from Matu. Or is it too soon? They lack the damage just yet.
No, it's one of their better plays for sure, because right now the status quo for VP, what they want to do is that, okay, DM, you're gonna be bottom, you get as much as you can, you steal the jungle, you get as fat as you can. Same story for Ramses. Ramses, you get as much in the top lane, and then you fall back into the jungle without feeding, and our supports, we play with GPK. So that's kind of what they want to do right now, and it's on Liquid to break this formation. Try and get a kill on the Broodmother bottom, or try and get a kill on the CK if he's too deep. Because fighting into the SF Nyx Venge, if they're defensively in their side, is very hard to do. But VP currently, they're smoked up. Yep. And it will not quite work out.
Yeah, Hakoda doesn't have level 6. So unfortunately, the smoke does pop. Vision is granted to the opposite direction, and then Zai is just like, oh, I have this wonderful spell that is actually amazing against smoke axe like this. Gets himself out of trouble. Unfortunately, though, Hakoda will not be able to do the same. Gets charged into. Magic Missile will be there, but Mikke comes in with the Surge and the Avalanche. There's no way this Venge can escape this. Just gonna try and waste their time a little bit. Will end up dying still. But nonetheless, that's still 4 heroes that you commit to try and bring down Hakoda in the 5 position. I say hashtag worth if I'm VP.
Yeah, VP are absolutely happy with this because, so as we talk about what the cores are supposed to do, right? Once Ramses sees any information on the map, with his 2000 HP at this point in the game with Armlet, he knows that Void isn't going to be able to kill him. Sure, maybe he gets chronoed, but he sees all the other heroes on the bottom area. So as long as his team can feed him the information, then this is what allows him to go back to the lane farm and now fall back to the jungle. So VP currently are playing very well, and I'm trying to find this opening for Liquid to try and break free. Maybe they need to help Mickey to get to this Blink Dagger or force like a really big smoke into either the bottom jungle or top to start using Chrono with the shells.
Yeah. Let's see what options that they decide to pursue. For now, it does seem like they're choosing the patient route of trying to find access to this Blink Dagger. Really struggling to find inroads for these fights. I suppose it's also not the worst thing in the world, given that Matu is getting some degree of farm here, with his Mask of Madness climbing the CS and net worth charts whilst he can. And eventually, Faceless Void always does come good. But we also saw yesterday, right, that they played, I think VP, didn't they play the CK into Void? And speaking of which, hold on, Void is right next to Yamich, who was scouted by the Sentry Ward. And he was being cute, but unfortunately not being cute enough. Boxy scouts him, Boxy helps to get the kill onto him. And now Matu is even happier, closer and closer towards having more farm.
Yeah, nice job by Liquid just to, you know, secure your areas. You are playing against a Nyx Assassin, so you want to have sentries on the map. And yeah, I do think the goal time for Liquid is gonna be this Blink Dagger on Tiny, because right now it seems very, very hard for them to change anything about the state of the map. And Virtus Pro, I mean, as we've touched on, they're happy with this. They're gonna get this Wraith Pact on Broodmother, and there's gonna be a big timing for Liquid to come, where I think fighting 5-on-5 is very hard because you're gonna lag damage. Sure, you have this Darkseer shells, but you're gonna have Wraith Pact lowering the damage. You have like a Carapace and stuns and Requiems coming out, so Virtus Pro's mid-game timing is gonna be very strong in the next couple minutes to come.
Yep. GPK starting to make the trek towards BKB. We see Zai here also trying to build into some aura items. Can come in middle to give the young Ion Shell to Mickey, as they are actually charging GPK. I think he's just doing this to get closer. There's no way he goes all the way in. He actually got bashed by Roche. Poor Boxy. Poor Boxy. And now he's actually going to end up dying too. I don't think GPK was ready for that stun to land. If he was ready, he might have gone a little bit forward for the midi and the long range, but instead he's just like, oh, wait. There's actually a Spirit Breaker nearby. But it's probably safer to just try and pursue the mid lane push, right?
Oh, absolutely. Especially with Boxy's quick fingers on the bulldoze there, applying himself with some side resistance. Mid lane charge.
GPK gets connected onto Ramses, comes in, gets off the Phantasm. It's going to be the first wall of replica of the game with the vacuum onto GPK. But they will just happily try and destroy these. Boxy finds the ultimate onto GPK, but he still gets avalanched in. They really want the SF, but they're still not able to find him. Matu put him in the bubble, and that finally will lead into the kill on the SF. VP did their utmost best to try and stop that from happening, but it just wasn't good enough. And now they're going to dive onto Yamich as well behind the tier 1 tower. He ends up losing his life, granting a double kill towards Zai. And the Team Liquid, yet again, they do this full court press, but when they show up this time around, Kezu, they also get the kills and a tier 1 tower in the process.
That was a just beautiful execution from their side there, really. Darkseer getting some gold here, Faceless Void, Matu showing up. Just like they show themselves on the tower, and like we mentioned yesterday, good teams will not give you these towers for free. They will make it very hard. They poke some spells, they see that, you know, they keep poking SF a little more. Matu starts TPing in, and then we're gonna see it in the replay to come. The Venge swap, he still gets to chase. Like here, you see a bit of poking. Nice job by Boxer. You know, he kind of starts the fight, but then they keep going, as in the live game, BM in a lot of trouble.
He's trying to spider himself away here, and will manage to do so at the very end. Man, this hero was annoying.
Wraith Pact.
Oh, Wraith Pact, get some spiders out. A few hits with the spawn spiderlings to just distract him. He's gone. He's fine. Maybe
look at Ramses.
Ramses is being charged into, but look at Yamich with the Impale preventing any approach into Ramses. Ramses was thinking about coming back for the haste rune, but decides that his life is more important. But he might still end up dead. Hakoda forced to swap him back into the mid lane just to create more space for the CK. and will commit his own life in the process. Erstwhile, top lane, GPK, he's in danger here. Matu doesn't have the bubble, but they do have the vision. Akoda is charging in, but here comes Ramses! Throwing in the damage onto the Faceless Void, killing him just at the very end of the Mask of Madness duration. GPK, though, will still end up dead as Boxy and Zai right on top of him. With the Ion Shells, with the charge damage, they are able to kill him, but big trade losing Matumba Man in that situation.
Oh, I actually think VP need to be a little careful with how their cores are playing right now. They're all taking heavy damage. You have Ramses TPing in here. They do get a clutch kill on Matu, but now he's stuck here without TP, without any HP, so he can't really continue to farm. And honestly, these kill trades, I must say, they favor Liquid more. You're getting like levels on these heroes that really need it. And VP, they were really close to hitting like the sick timing where they all have very high net worth with the Wraith Pack. But idols like Wraith Pack, they're stronger the less net worth that is in the game overall, because then the percentage is gonna pull in more as top lane. Look at Hakoda in the jungle.
Hakoda in the jungle. What? I think you should have just said he was in trouble there.
You're right. You're right. He's in trouble.
Dead man walking. Darkseer has now picked up this Crimson Guard. You know, yesterday when we saw this, it was Team Secret versus Vici Gaming Game 2, I think, where we had the Faceless Void playing into SF and CK. I think that was exactly what Vici played. And in that game, they didn't have a Crimson Guard buyer. And I think we spoke about it, like the lack of Crimson Guard or any kind of way to mitigate this damage makes the game much harder. But this time they have it available already as Yamich dies inside the river right next to Ramses. And Ramses doesn't actually have much allies nearby him. Akoda does have access to the swap, but they have ways to chase him. As GPK, though, comes in, able to get the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. Matu forced to run away from the bubble, given that the Requiem was going to fear him out. But now as he jumps onto the high ground, how's the rest of this fight going to pan out? Wall dropped down by Zai in the river. They get the avalanche toss coming in from Mike. Two heroes connected onto, and the wall illusions will help getting the kill. GPK attempting to escape, but he knows he's gone. He knows they have him dead to rights, and Zai, utilizing his own illusion, gets the kill from the high ground onto GPK. Several heroes have fallen, but 3 of them belong to VP, and that's yet another team fight that Team Liquid walk away victorious from.
Really, really beautiful fight from Team Liquid. I think VP they're kind of crumbling with the great start they had. They are really throwing away their game. Liquid in a very, they're doing super well right now. Now they have the Crimson Guard. Zai is finishing I think he finished up the Vlads as well on the courier. So he's gonna be the better Broodmother now at this point.
Where did he get all this farm? What's happening?
3 farming kills, Iron Shells, 11 assists, and they just keep getting kills.
Yeah,
it doesn't
stop.
stop.
Hakoda, and I think Ramses is in a little bit of danger as well. Nice impale from Yamich. Boxy is a bit low. There's a buyback from Hakoda. He comes back into the fray. Ramses already dropped down to less than half HP. Needs to watch himself in this situation. And like you say, they just don't stop. They just keep rolling forward and forward and forward. VP can't even farm on their side of the map. Now they're forced to like hold hands all together. But with this buyback, no Requiem, no Phantasm, and yeah, like you say, there's Roche on the cards for them. Very easy to take.
Matu's game was really, really shut down. And if Faceless Void has good farm in this game, which he does now, with the backup from his team and the items they have, as hold that for now.
Hakoda charges Yamich, and they're trying to reinitiate a fight after picking up the Aegis. Boxy might die from this though, but able to come back up. Huge amounts of heal. And now they want to be on the chase, finding VP. They get the catch onto Yamich first and foremost. They don't have any advanced vision outside of this Observe Ward on the high ground, so they can charge Hakoda, but not necessarily GPK. But they don't need to. They got the Aegis. They're the ones farming safely on the map. Yo, this game is looking hella cracked for the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, so VP really need to take a breather and try to come back in this game, because what's happening right now hasn't favored them in a long time. As Liquid, they're not giving you this time to breathe. They're smoking up and they're eyeing Ramses mid.
Ramses gets jumped on. He was about to finish the BKB. Fortunately, Hakoda does save his life. That would have been heartbreaking. Literally 300 gold shy of BKB, where you can suddenly actually have some kind of way of surviving these fights. So Hakoda had to make that sacrifice. But look how scared Ramses is playing now. Forced to farm with his own Phantasm illusions.
Yeah, they need this double BKB. And the game has really majorly slipped out of their hand. I think Matu is going to be really, really hard to deal with. He has an Aegis, Crimson Guard, Undying behind him, constant surge. Zai also now queuing up the Guardian Greaves. I think his item build is probably as good as it can get. And Faceless Void with this net worth in this game, I'm kind of getting like OG flashbacks right now. This is like Ana on his Faceless Void, Seb Darkseer with perfect items, tops and mid on his, on his Tiny. I think Liquid are playing incredibly well. And this is their game at this point.
Listen, given what happened at TI8 and when OG was beating VP, I'm pretty sure VP are hoping to not have those flashbacks. Let's hope it's different this time. Oh, VP. So what's they need to wait for these double BKBs like you said, right? But even after they get them, who do they initiate onto in the fight? Or rather, what's their route of engaging in these fights? Because at the moment, it still does feel like they still lack a way to get forward. Do they have to wait for the Blink Dagger or Nyx Assassin maybe?
I mean, it's getting really hard now. If they go in, I feel like it might be best for them if they have a good formation where Nyx is invis and Venge is ready to swap a target out with Broodmother tanking in the front with like the Pipe and Wave Pack. I feel like VP jumping aggressively at this point with how the game has panned out the last 5-6 minutes is very hard to do. Maybe when the Aegis expires, then you can, if you see Matu in the front lines. But I feel like until then, your aggressive moves are really hard to execute.
It only gets harder as well now, given that we've gotten the BKB out of Matu. Mike is building his own one as well. BKB, with the Aegis still for another 2 minutes, is very, very dangerous. VP do not want to fight. Team Liquid recognize they don't want to fight, but we do. So they now smoke up. GPK, does he have Hakoda nearby? He does, but Yamage won't be so lucky. He already ended up with the death onto him. Ramses goes in with the ultimate, and there's the bubble. Hakoda will get the swap out, but they have the vision onto GPK as they're coming in with Boxy as well. In the meantime, though, Ramses turning things around onto Zai, and with these illusions, able to kill him. GPK dies near the tier 2 tower, though, so they've gotten the primary target, but we'll see if Ramses can try and clean this one up. Boxy fairly low on HP, gets off the ultimate, though, with the Nether Strike onto the CK, dragging the rest of VP further away from his own squad. He doesn't want them to play down here on the south, but now Mike jumps in on the north. Avalanche toss onto Ramses. Not enough damage to really threaten him just yet, but Matu is delivering that damage. Matu will finally die. That's the first life committed from him. Once he comes back, he's waiting for Mike to deliver him a juicy target. Yamich looks like he might be the one that will give up his life as a sacrifice, but Spy Carapace all too good. Instead, it's DM. They go for the easier target. Not every day that the Spider is the easiest one to kill, but they haven't been able to kill him just yet. DM. Wraith Pact, the full Pipe of Insight, also sitting with the Dragon Scale as well. Quite tanky on this Spider, so the Broodmother will end up living, but VP still end up losing 4 heroes in that engagement.
It is... I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's so hard for VP to take these fights, because right now the fact really is long fights will favor Team Liquid. You get multiple chargers, multiple combos from Tiny, you have the Tombstone running around with Soul Rips, Time Walks, Time Dilation, whereas for VP, if their BKBs run out, it's very hard for them to fight. So VP need to look for like a clutch swap and fast fights with soon the Blink Dagger on Nyx Assassin. They're looking for a play right now, so Chrono is down.
Found Matu. This is actually a pretty big deal, but no, they don't get off the chain disable. So he gets off his BKB, and now here's the back wall. Hakoda pulled back into it. He's the first casualty of this fight. Ramses will be able to kill Zai, though, but Boxy coming in for some revenge. Nether Strike onto GPK. He's not allowed to escape the fight, so he's dead as well. Mike on another streak. Ramses at least gets the one revenge kill onto Insania as well, turning this into a 3-for-2. DM trying to give up his own life for the cause, but they're trying to ignore him and jump onto Ramses instead. Mike sticking with the Spider as Ramses surrounded by the Void and the Spirit Breaker. And they've broken his life, his own spirit. They get the kill. Mike, no avalanche. He gets the toss. The very last second. DM not allowed to escape this fight. The question is, can they kill him? They've tried so many times in the past. He's gotten 0 deaths, but Matu finally makes it 1. And they call GG. VP know it's over. VP know it's done. And they will say, Team Liquid, you are going to the top of the table, done and dusted with the 2-0 sweep. Or 1-0 sweep, just the first game. That's the first game. My bad. I got excited for a little bit there. What a game from Team Liquid, kids. Jeez, that was... I did not expect it to go that way, especially not after like the first 5-6 minutes of that game.
I mean, VP were in such a good position in this game. And then they, for some reason, at some point they were like, let's stop the formation we have on the map and go for the mid tower. But they mis-executed that with a perfect like response from Liquid about how they came about, because they had like 3k gold, 4k gold at 10, 11, 12 minutes, but then it was kind of on Liquid to break the map free, but VP, they kind of handed it to them, and then the game crumbled from there on.
The game did indeed crumble. When we look at the scoreboard, we can sort of see what started to change, right? Because initially, it was VP in charge of all of the metrics. They had some kills. They had a lot of gold in their pockets. Things were going pretty well for them all across the map. But once the Liquid train started rolling, my goodness. Zai, in particular, this Darkseer, you know, you were talking about how not that many teams are picking Darkseer. We see why Liquid are still sticking by it and having faith in Zai, because my goodness, what a performance from him. Enabled everybody on the team. There was some point where he was the highest net worth in the entire game, which is very, very rare coming in from a Darkseer. Made life so much easier for everybody else. Clutch vacuum walls so many times over. And I don't know. I feel like Team Liquid, they had a lot of faith in they knew what their lineup was going to be able to do once a particular point was reached, right? You could tell that they weren't panicking about the early games. Like, well, we're losing right now, but we're not losing that much real estate. DM's taking over the bottom lane, but he hasn't taken the tier 2 tower just yet. So as long as we can keep that status quo going, suddenly there will come a point where we can fight back. And like you mentioned, that fight around the mid tier 1, from there, it really did feel like they had that inkling in their mind that, guys, we've actually got this. Just take it calm, take it chilled, get our next items up. But once we get these items, they actually can't stop us in these fights.
Also, superb item builds from Liquid, really. The Crimson Rush into the Vlad's Blink Dagger on Zai. You have the Holy Locket Rush on the Undying. Obviously, the Blink Rush on Tiny. Also, a Ghost Scepter on Boxy to keep himself survivable so he can keep charging in. Also, using his body correctly to make the game easier for his team, and then ending up with a drums. Just, you need to be careful when you play against this Team Liquid hero, because this game was hard for them, but you made one mistake and they just snap right back into this game.
Yeah. There's something that you said yesterday about how the best teams in the world aren't necessarily the squads that can roll games where they have the favorable draft, favorable lanes. It's squads that can look at a situation that's unfavorable to them and figure out how to come back and then make it look good on the other side of things. In Team Liquid, yesterday, we saw them have some shaky starts. Earlier today, we saw them in dominant fashion. But today, we see them with a comeback of a lifetime. Beautifully done by them. And now they're one game up. And now with one more victory after this, they'll be finding themselves at the top of the group if they do take the 2-0. They've guaranteed themselves an upper bracket placement. Now we'll be seeing whether or not VP can take a game back from them to do the same for their lineup. This is
like the strong laners as opposed to the ones that have like, you know, some save potential or some save or heal potential or some save or some incredible team fight. It's more about like, you know, the silencers and the disruptors and the, you know, we're not really seeing you like to prioritize, but Solo for sure is one of those guys that likes to play those off meta fives that are meta right now.
Yeah, well, we saw in their first series, they opened up with a silencer. They first phased it in both those 2 games, which was against Nouns. And we're seeing the silencer rise a little bit more in popularity. China is putting some emphasis on it as well. I think Extreme actually just played it in their game versus T1, which is a very interesting hero. Again, they feel warranted that the buffs were enough, and we'll see how that's going to shape up in a series like this. You did just mention that VG Gaming lost their series 2-0, and they are really needing to get some wins under their belt now. They are 3-3 overall with map count, and going up against Na'Vi is not going to be an easy opponent, because they also have to verse... They've got to verse Polaris as well. And with the way Polaris are looking, like, of course, we did just see them lose 1 map versus Secret, but they were in a position where they could have just 2-0'd Secret. So that is not going to be an easy game at all for Vici.
And it's not like back in the day as well for the SEA teams where, you know, they get a little bit too stuck in their own meta. A lot of teams are scrimming China these days. Probably not scrimming against each other because they're coming up against each other, but really wouldn't surprise me to see Polaris scrimming like Asta, for example, or, you know, even LGD, to be honest. Polaris have really had that much of an upward trend, as Yang just looking to get real comfortable there on his chest. I mean, you and me, we keep talking about how people like to sit, but, you know, I don't know if I'd want my teammates' feet up in my face while I'm trying to go for last hits.
When you try to get comfy though, like if you're just watching something, you're at your desk, you put the feet up, surely, right? Come on.
Nah. I mean, if I'm watching something and I want to be comfortable, my position is lying in bed, laptop on my chest, and head propped up like this. So it's pretty terrible for my neck, but whatever. I'm gonna sit here and judge.
Okay, well, like you were just mentioning, the man on screen with the feet up being comfortable, Yang, he is... It's been an interesting road for him. Of course, someone who has had a lot of experience in the China scene, and recently being pushed over to a position 5, which is very, very interesting. I mean, we've seen some of the other people in particular. You know, Skem was previously a carry. It was a core.
He was everything.
You even see
Same for
Fada.
Pippa
Yeah,
Jabs.
that's a very good point. Yeah, and then Fada as well, you know, was previously a core, getting pushed over to the position 5, the captain, and we're seeing this come out of Yang. So it's going to be very interesting because they did not have a lot of success. Like Vici Gaming, their initial roster, Irving, YDS, and Victoria, along with Erica and XM, and that just was not the lineup, unfortunately for them. They were having some really difficult showings through the DPC. They didn't make it to any lands at all. You know, 2-1, 2-2, they placed 5th, and then 2-3, they placed 7th. So something had to be changed, and that's where the swap to the position 5 came out from Yang. And since then, they've been looking pretty solid.
Yeah, they have indeed. Even, you know, a lot of people would have seen there on the intros Frisk, that's Fade, who played together on Vici Gaming with Yang back in 2019, where they got top 6 at TI. So they're capable. They've got the experience to be able to play on this big international stage. Just like you mentioned with the previous roster, it wasn't all coming together as, well, now we get a look at the Eastern European boys in Na'Vi, looking to prep up. They've got the papers ready. They've got the drafts fully analyzed. And like I was saying before, Vici are one of those teams where you need to be looking a little bit more into that side of things, because they play some heroes that a lot of others aren't right now, like the Aya, for example. Even the Timbersaw tends to come out fairly commonly for Vici Gaming when it really doesn't for anyone else.
So we'll see. He's starting to get a little bit of grey in there. Maybe
he is the old man now. Maybe it's he's gone for the Silver Fox look, you know?
Silver Fox, yeah.
I was looking at the Kiev Major True Sight the other day, and Solo, he always seemed to be pretty PMA. Like, he was the real steadying force for, he was on VP at the time for them and their journey as, well, you get into the draft and they're going straight into the Earthshaker. So Earthshaker is another one of those heroes that they like to go for a little bit of a 1-2 punch here. They love pairing it together with the Morphling just to give them that option. And especially if you've got this first pick, it's something that you need to address. So I want to see if Na'Vi look to preempt that a little bit. You know that they're not going to be able to go this full-on burst. Silence is not bad. I was thinking maybe they might consider going into something like an Ancient Apparition, but maybe they just want to feel like, look, we just want to try and dominate these lanes and still have a solid team fight after the fact.
Interesting. So it does seem like Na'Vi continue with their identity so far. Multiple times they've ran the Visage on Lice in the offlane. And for Vici Gaming, They're going to go down the Lycan route at the end. So I kind of like this from either side. Like, it's very similar. You see the Earthshaker opener, something that's very, very vulnerable to being run over. So Na'Vi try and put the Visage into the first phase. And then for Vici, well, they say the Silencer. They're like, this is a hero that doesn't deal with summons at all. So that's where the Lycan comes into play. So both Visage and Lycan kind of very similar with how they're able to address the supports on either side.
Kind of reminds me of game one of that Secret Polaris, right? Both teams are looking to do pretty much the exact same thing, and it's just like, well, which one of us can do it better? Of course, Na'Vi, they have the confidence of coming off that day one being 5-1, and Vici, they might be feeling it a little bit. So we'll see if their coach is able to rally the troops somewhat and say, look, a 2-0 against Nouns, it's not great, but we've still got the potential. But, I mean, that was the other thing that we were actually mentioning, right? Is that with all of these upsets, it's bringing the likelihood of tiebreakers to be so much more likely. And that's going to be at the end of today that they're all being played for the groups.
Yeah. I'm not... I have to change topic. You know, I want to talk about tiebreak and say I hope it happens, but you said I can't say anything. Just let it. What
I'm allowed.
was the
You're
word
not.
you used? You're
cursed.
As long as you're allowed. All right. We'll let it be. I won't say anything more about tiebreakers. As we'll see
Immediate
how
Morphling ban as well, by the way. Just realizing it. They've done their research on Na'Vi, for sure. Analyst putting in the effort there, and I mean, it's completely understandable, right? It's just something that they super commonly look to pair together. They like doing it together with a Queen of Pain as well, but I'm not sure if Quap's the best thing to have against a Visage and the Silencer. It's just a little bit too... I don't want to say it's single target, but like, you're very committal, and it feels like you can't fight once Silencer's 6 until you get a BKB.
I think one thing we could be looking at as well with the Terrorblade ban is... What are we...
He's so comfy, yeah.
Yeah, he's chilling.
That is my movie watching build. Just imagine a laptop on my stomach, and that is my my posture.
That's nice that the seats are able to recline for him as well. He's getting extra comfy there. I think one thing to mention is that Erica is very, very known for his kind of hard win condition carries, and XM is more of the playmaker. So you mentioned the Morphling, of course. The Terrorblade even fits into that. I also wonder if the Terrorblade could even be kind of protecting a Lunar at the 18th. We saw a lot in South America in the qualifiers, the Visage Luna, and something that I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen much elsewhere. So Terrorblade has an incredible carry matchup versus Luna, so this is something that Na'Vi could have in the back pocket at the 18th.
Something that... Have we seen a Faceless Void at all on our stream?
No. No, I do not think so.
Yeah.
We've seen it in other streams, but yeah, we haven't casted any here, I don't believe.
I don't think it's too bad here for Vici if they were wanting to pick it up. Like you mentioned, Erica really loves going for those super hard carries. I don't think there is a harder carry right now than a Faceless Void once you get to the late stage. And, I mean, the Soul Assumption wouldn't have done that much in the lanes, right? You can just time walk it off. Now, with the Tiny, you're a little bit more hesitant, right? Avatos combination into the Global Silence, into the follow-up burst. It's enough to kill the Faceless Void unless he gets a Manta or a BKB. So instead, they're going to go something else that's very, very capable of dealing with this Visage in the laning stage. Juggernaut, Lich, slow, lots of damage over time. I really like it.
Yeah, and also, again, back onto the Lunar, if it was something Na'Vi considering, like now you really... This quarter-com matchup with the Juggernaut is not the greatest. So I like to pick a lot from VG Gaming. You've got some comfort. We've already seen the Lich, and that was the Polaris game. It was a Lich and the Marcy, and they had an incredibly strong lane. And this should be no different here with the Juggernaut.
Ursa, huh? I mean, I quite like the Ursa. Back in the day, Ursa offlane was actually something that a lot of teams did to be able to combat the Juggernaut, because he just comes forward for a last hit, you swipe him, and then he didn't actually have the little hop as well on his Q at the time, but you won out most of these trades, so I doubt that that's the route that they're going to go down. It's going to be even stronger against the Lycan versus the Jug in the lane, but... Really looking to play this super early timing, right? All you really need is the Blink Dagger on the Tiny. You've got a Visage that just needs the Helm of the Overlord, and then you've got an Ursa playing on Radiant with the Roshan advantage.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned right now for Vici Gaming that they need a lot of items to be able to combat Na'Vi, because we're going to see a very early Roche getting picked up from the Radiant side, and for Vici, you're looking at the helm of the Overlord timing from the Lycan, potentially like an 18-minute Blink Dagger from Frisk on the Earthshaker. You know, Jug's going to need like Maelstrom Axe Shard as well, so whereas Na'Vi, they don't need as much, which means they could get a lot of map control early on and slow down Vici. So I think this hero for XM of the 23rd needs to be someone that can kind of help control the tempo and get active early.
You think they might consider going the Ricky again on Na'Vi for Sweden Strong? I think it's a possibility here. Just because Lycan isn't one of those guys that loves to buy a BKB super early on. And if you could just sleep dart him, and then he just does nothing during the shapeshift, you're incredibly happy. It frees up so much space for the Silencer to be able to actually have an input into the team fight outside of just the global silence. He's
Honestly,
done it multiple times.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Ricky's a very unique hero, so I think it, like you said, the sleep dart has value this game, and they have the flex with the tiny later on as well. So they're gonna continue to hide where this hero is gonna go, and maybe pop out a scary Ricky later on.
I think every time it's been last phase that they've picked it up, not necessarily last pick, but it's been last phase so far. So
have they done it? How many times have they done it so far? I saw it once.
Twice.
Have they done it more than that?
They've done it twice, and they've done it multiple times during the Eastern Europe qualifiers. So we shall see. And for Vici, what do they need? They need their mid laner, still yet to come. Something that is going to be able to either buy an early BKB or something that likes to buy a Yule Scepter that's able to...
10 seconds.
I think they've got vision with the wolves, that's the thing. So I would just be looking to go into something like maybe an Ember Spirit, just for some of that damage over time against the Visage, something that's able to, again, pop the BKB and just solo down the Silencer, and something with good sustained mobility against... Oh, okay, never mind. So they're really not wanting to... Is this mid Lycan?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, actually. I think it is. This is something I really have not seen XM run. Like, again, he is someone that likes a lot of the playmaking heroes.
Because it
thrives on...
You either want the Viper to be a 1... Or is it, I don't know. Like, the Viper needs to be in the Visage lane. Period. I think. Oh, no, it can be in the Ursa or the Visage lane. It'll be totally fine. But you need the Juggernaut to be in the Visage lane, 100%. So, I don't know. I feel like, are they outthinking themselves a little bit here? Seems a bit odd.
We'll see what Na'Vi look to go with the last pick. Again, we mentioned that the flex, where they're looking for a 2 or a 4. Viper definitely throws a spanner in the works here, because you don't particularly know. If it's going to be Viper mid, it's a bit awkward for the Tiny to go into that matchup with the Lesh. So Viper's got a lot of magic resistance with the Corrosive.
Who's playing what?
Looks it's going to be BAB on the offlane Lycan, so it should be a mid Viper for XM.
4 Tiny, okay. I mean, it's a good amount of burst damage again for the laning stage, right? It's really just about this... what can we call it? Roller coaster pendulum, that's the better word, where you're obviously going to be going for a lot of these early kill attempts with the Juggernaut Lich combination. Incredibly good against the Visage, who is very squishy, especially early on, because you have no armor. Gravekeeper's Cloak isn't that effective. The Grave Chill isn't going to help you with the Juggernaut running at you because he's spell immune. But as soon as that's not available, you could just turn around, level 2 Avatos combination with the Soul Assumption and the Grave Chill and easily look to pick up kills. So it's really just going to be how they're manipulating the lanes to be able to not give up too much at level 1, or who as simple as who's going to hit level 2 first, and then be able to get the full effect of their combination off.
Personally, what I'm excited to see in this game is just the Leshrac. This is something that I felt like was going to be a very strong hero heading into the Last Chance qualifiers. the Bloodstone change looks crazy for this hero. We've already seen it played multiple times. I think Topson broke some ridiculous records on it in his game. I believe it was versus Infamous yesterday. So something that we are yet to see in our cast. So I'm intrigued to see how no one's going to look to be able to play with it. He does not have really a defensive support behind him, which I think is a big way to enable the Leshrac, where you've got, you know, like an Oracle and an Io, just someone to be able to, even a Coddle for good measure as well, someone to maybe help out with a Mena or just help out with your survivability. So we'll see how the Leshrac's able to shape up here, but this is a very, very important game. Na'Vi, they've only lost one map so far. That was in day one against Polaris. They are 5-1. And for Vici Gaming, again, they are 3-3. They just got 2-0'd in their previous series versus Noun. So they need to start picking up some victories here, or they might be forced to be starting in the lower bracket or potentially playing in tiebreak as well, depending on some other results. But Denog, how are we feeling about this game one? Do we feel like someone has a bit of an advantage after the drafts?
I'm going to have to look at the drafts again, to be completely honest. Let me have a look. I mean, I feel like you're set up to have a really good... I think it's pretty even in terms of the laning phase, right? Jug Lich should beat Visage Tiny. Mid lane Viper doesn't lose to too many. The Leshrac will be able to at least shove out the lane and trade farm, but I feel like Ursa's going to have an exceptional time together with the Silencer in this Lycan Earthshaker lane. So it's going to be really dependent on Frisk if he's able to start to manipulate some of these lanes, get some of these lane pulls happening, because it is the dire off lane, right? You're able to pull it behind the tower and really nullify a lot of the effect of the Ursa in the laning stage.
Solo. Just watching the body blocks from the walls. Unfortunately, not enough there from BAB to allow an angle in for the fissure. I think with how you were just mentioning this Ursa lane should be pretty strong here for Vici. I think for Vici, with how they're going to look to address it, double melee, you need to play for pulls. I do not see how they're going to be able to play head-to-head into this lane matchup, so it's going to be off the back of probably the micro coming through from BAB with the Wolves, because he can drag the waves, and Frisk, he hasn't gone boots or anything like that, so it might be a little bit more difficult for him to do that against the Silencer.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the thing is, you're not going up against any stuns, right? You're just going up against a couple of slows, and Silencer's already so slow to begin with that I think you can afford to do it with the Earthshaker, but yep, using a Wolf is just as effective.
3 bounty runes to start though for Vici Gaming. A little bit of gold into the back pocket. We'll see. XM, this is someone who I'm really excited for him to be able to kind of showcase his talent on this stage. Someone who hasn't really had the opportunity, has really been in and around the tier 2 China scene for quite some time. You know, we've seen him in the likes of really, you know, he started mainly with the top side. Gotta make sure I don't miss no kills. I'm speaking about the boys is Sweden strong. Erica's in trouble with a soul assumption, but they're gonna win out of the man fight. Ice will still be able to claim the kill nonetheless, so it's going to be a 1-for-1. Yang draws first blood, however, and he's going to try and get back onto Lice. He's got another Frost Blast if he can get in range, but the movement speed from the Visage would just duck into the tree line.
I like the fact that they went for that on Na'Vi. They just clumped up a little bit too much so that the Frostbar slow actually connected onto both of them. And so they had that 30 attack speed slow. Of course, Tiny already attacks incredibly slow to begin with. It just meant that they weren't able to finish that one off. So nice little first blood coming through, but I would say more importantly, it's Lies picking up the additional experience that's far more important.
And bottom lane, this is really, really big for Vici Gaming. Frisk got the hard camp pull.
Oh, that's huge.
And BAB, he's got to drag the creeps under the tower because it is pretty much a triple wave here. So it doesn't have really the capability to keep it outside the tower range, so trying to hold some of the equilibrium. But this is very important for the Lycan to be able to get as much as what he's getting this early on.
Yeah, I mean, Frisk even used the Fissure to just secure the big creep in that creep camp. So he's doing everything right now, just influencing the lanes. And I know it's super early on, but all of them looking like they're being Vici favored. No one's just being completely bullied out of the lane as well. Luckily enough, he had his bottle delivered to him. Water runes coming up, so he's going to be able to refill that one. And it looks like he might be going for completely pulling the lane away, or he's going to try to, but wasn't able to secure it. And that's what the voice lines are all about.
I wonder what the build's going to be out of XM in a game like this. You feel like we're going to see any difference out of the Viper, or is it really just the cookie cutter build?
I think it's just pretty cookie cutter. I mean, you just want to be able to stay as much at range as possible, so I'm expecting a Dragonlance coming through here. You know, who knows, maybe the nosedive could to show his face. It's a
The
possibility.
best scepter in the game.
Oh, it's so horrendous, man.
I would like to see Vici get in a position where they can try and shut down no one from getting the water runes and eventual power runes as well, because at the moment we see how no one can play this lane. It's solely off the back of getting last hits with the Lightning Storm. So if you just bring one person to try and get rid of that next water rune, then you can really limit how much a Leshrac is able to get out of this lane.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how the other lanes are going, though, right? Frisk has done another good job of making sure that the small camp isn't there. Are they going to get a kill on solo here? No, never mind. Just on the wrong side of the fissure. And actually looking to consider a turnaround kill. But yeah, with the lane pushed up this forward, I would be a little bit anxious about wanting to leave the Lycan in this Silencer Ursa lane. He might still consider it if he could get this creep pull off. Again, it would be very surprising if he was able to accomplish that, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. And it's just the single Bull Assassin as well in that small camp, so he's not even worrying about blocking it up.
Top lane, Lice. It's getting dived under the tower here with the Blade Fury. Not going to be enough damage. No one TPC top, but that's a big kill for them to find, and now they'll be able to catch out Yang as well. A great movement coming out from no one, and he'll be rewarded with the kill onto Yang.
Might even... well, never mind. XM's got to get moving, though. You're going up against a Leshrac with boots. Looks like you'll be able to at least deny that water rune. Not that XM needed it, but, I mean, that's a way to fix what is a pretty losing lane for you so far, is just go somewhere else, especially if they make that sort of rotation. So good call from whoever made that one.
Still a 700 net worth difference already between no one and XM, but just the fact that Frisk in a little bit of trouble here. Ichun with the help of the Orb of Venom slow, along with Solo's second point in the Arcane Curse. He's not going to tick out, however.
Yeah, they were really banking on getting a few more of these kills out, right? He's got the early point in the Glaze of Wisdom. Of course, you want it for the Intelligence steal, the permanent Agi steal. But Last Word probably would have secured that one for him. He's got the Mangoes to be able to accomplish it. Speaking of them, he just pops them. Wants to try and pull this creep wave. Don't allow BAB to get more farm than he has. I mean, the fact that he's even remotely close to the Ursa in farm is a really solid thing for Vici right now. And we mentioned before, like, you've got this Viper, right? You're there to win the lane, but you're not like a Puck or a Spirit Hero where you're making these rotations around the map. So, sorry,
Bottom lane, BAB. As soon as they see that Frisk has left the Lycan, really nicely done from Solo and Vichun. They instantly try and move on forward, putting pressure onto BAB. So we'll force a TPR.
No stuns though, right? So he can just make that TP, not even all the way back to base. He's already, with that early farm, got the Helm of Iron Will.
The river. Nice avalanche toss away, but Frisk with the position he's in, looks to hold him back. He can get just in range for the enchant totem, and Yang will even claim the kill. Unfortunately, XM's not going to get it. That's not the worst death, though, because the important thing is that Vici Gaming, they were starting to get themselves set up for a push onto the tower, but that completely waste the catapult advantage that Vici were playing with, and now no one. He's going to get another free wave under the tower.
Yeah, he's got 3 free waves right now, which is something that a Viper doesn't want to let happen quite so easily. He's level 6 as well. Basically, he's still a little bit behind, of course, in terms of experience relative to the Viper, but in a much better spot than he was previously. So the thing I was saying before was, with the Viper, you're very immobile. You don't want to be moving somewhere else. You want to be setting yourself up, and then your team just pushes around you. The fact that you've got a Lycan who's going to get this pretty early Helm of the Dominator into a losing lane, unless he dies here, never mind, it means that more of the map gets opened up for this slightly greedier draft. You know, you mentioned during the draft that they need a few more items than Na'Vi do to be able to get truly active. So if that's the case, then it's a real big win for you, because you get that extra 5 or so minutes.
It is also a bit of a different look, though, in regards to how Na'Vi can play early, because Vichun is going for this Battle Fury. So he feels like, and I don't blame it at all, because the Ursa does have a very good late game matchup versus the Juggernaut. So he feels like he can scale in that quarter core matchup. And the Leshrac as well is not going to be able to hit kind of some of the early game timings that we see out of this hero off the lane. So it might be a bit more of a slower pace game from Na'Vi.
Still though, BAB just getting more and more of this free farm. Sitting up there ahead of the Visage and the Leshrac. Should be very happy with that. He's also got the Helm with the Dominator coming out to him. He's level 6. If they wanted to make a play happen, they certainly could. They're looking to try and make some movements out around this power rune. Well, it's a valuable one. Great stun.
Oh, the fissure. Someone needs to get the DD. You'd love it on the Viper. They'll toss him further away, but it doesn't matter. No one's going to go down. And now Sweden Strong's in trouble as well as BAB wants to show up to clean up the party. He's got the shapeshifter chase solo down. The crits are not enough, but those 2 kills should help out with the tower siege now.
And what a fantastic stun coming through there from Frisk. Lands onto 3. Even, I mean, if there was anyone, of course you want to give it over to the Viper, the DD, but you don't hate to see it on an Earthshaker as well with that Enchant Totem just absolutely pummeling into these heroes and the tower.
It's a big tower to find now. Again, Radiant needs some time now with how the lanes have gone and the way they're looking to itemize. And the Ursa wants to be farming up in the jungle. The Leshrac's looking to try and get some catch up in the jungle. But this tier 1 tower getting claimed. Well, BAB actually off to the right side. Now we're going to be able to surround the Lycan. Vitune, actually, in fact, it's solo. So some plus intelligence given over to the Silencer.
Got to be careful about dying too many times against the Silencer as the Lycan. You don't have the biggest mana pool to be able to play with. Erica, though, even with those 2 deaths, he's doing just fine on this top side of the map. They're actually going to look to potentially go for a kill onto Liars, but he's got the Boots of Speed. He had the Grave Chill as well if he needed it. And, of course, the Birds really does deter any kind of aggressive movement too far from the Lich. Speaking of Lich, might be falling down here. Not quite close enough, though, for the Soul Assumption to truly start to stack up, and that probably means he's going to live.
Oh, look at the Frost Shield damage mitigation. Ice will attempt the TP up, but with Frisk's positioning, you can stop that instantly thanks to the fissure. Beautifully done. Only 1 point in the Frost Shield, but so much damage mitigation against the Birds.
It's a fantastic ability. I mean, you don't want to grief getting at level 1 just because you're not putting any kind of harassment on, but level 2 onwards, it's just exceptional for being able to provide so much control.
So both sides have these offlaners that want to be taking objectives. When are we going to see teams start to group up to try and bring down the safe lane towers?
Again, Vici's was all based around like getting caught in, Na'Vi getting caught in that poor position, right? Top side. Looks like they'll be able to get a kill onto Yang. Not the worst. But I still feel like Vici are going to be the ones more patient. You know, they need to play around the shapeshift as much as they can. They need to play around their ultimates a lot more than Na'Vi do. Na'Vi basically have 0 ultimates outside of the Global Silence, right? Erica's kind of up here on his own. He's going to need some assistance, but looks like he'll be happy enough just to spin TP out, but I don't think it'll be enough to save this tower. And now, with this tower likely to go down, you see that's when V2 makes the movement up towards the top side. He's going to have a couple more camps to safely play around, and of course, you always want to be located close to Roshan whenever you're an Ursa.
Yeah, nice read from him. And meanwhile, mid lane with the remnants of the tier 1 tower, Frisk and XM be able to kill off Solo, just looking to try and soak up as much experience as he possibly can. And that wave does give him...
push someone else back mid as well. This is the siege creep wave, so at the very minimum, they're going to pop the glyph, you would assume. But that does open up a little bit for Vici to potentially, again, win another team fight and use their pretty decent sieging potential to be able to take away a lot more of the map. I mean, this is a Ursa that's fully committed to going into the Battle Fury, so if you're losing these tier 2 towers early on, that's a really bad look for you. You can't farm all of those camps that you want to with that additional farming tool.
You do see how much farm that V-Tune is actually getting, though. Second in net worth, having a very good time, only one more component towards the Battle Fury. And his counterpart in the Juggernaut, Erica, as well, is off to a pretty good start. Already one component towards the Maelstrom. Very close to that last one being the Mithril Hammer. So both carries having a good time here in this game one.
You'd say that's what they're waiting for, right? Like, they're very close to picking up. I would say about 3 minutes' time is what Vici are looking to play around. Nighttime for a little bit of that reduced vision. You've got the Lycan Wolves that are able to scout people out, and then you're going to have Helm of the Overlord, Maelstrom, as well as a Dragon Lance available for your team. That's enormous.
Do you feel like Na'Vi,
Scanning.
is there anything shortly we could see out of them? I mean, Sweet and Strong's nowhere near the blink. Your Bloodstone as well is going to take still quite some time for no one to get towards it, so feels like for them they might just have to play this a bit passively. Sweet and Strong should be killed off here. Vici Gaming going to find another kill onto a support.
And not that far away from the Bloodstone, right? He's got the Arcane Boots, you could disassemble them.
That's a good point.
So he's basically only one component away, just the recipe.
Yeah, okay, actually, yeah. Not going to take too long here for no one, considering how the lane shaped up. It is, what, 4th in net worth at the moment, 2-1-1. No one's actually doing a very good job to put himself in a position where he can combat this mid-game that we're going to see come out shortly.
Mm-hmm. You've also got the lads basically finished up on Lies as well, so you can have those two timings link up with each other if you want to. But it's really just, it feels to me it's like Vici need to step out of position, and that's when Na'Vi can punish them. They've got a good lineup for punishes.
Just both supports are going to say hello to each other. Nice, along with XM, we're nearby. Gang's still going to try and drag him back as the rest of Vici is starting to connect. This is a lot of ultimates expended just for the Tiny. BAB's even going to use the shapeshift. But they need to get an objective off the back of the kill, and well, they should be able to find the tier 1 tower top.
Makes that Roshan advantage not quite as strong though, doesn't it? They're able to just take away all of the tier 1 towers. Remembering they do have the glyph, but if you're able to put a little bit of cheeky observer wards up or invade this area for an Ursa who's got the Battle Fury, I think you're very satisfied with that.
Yeah. Just the slight economy damage that they can do with Erica taking the Ancients.
And someone needs to come in this general direction.
Nice micro with the Familiar is going to push him towards XM's position, so there was no follow-up with the Fissure Stun.
So you've finished Hurricane Pike, actually, for XM now. You are 600 away from Helm of the Overlord, and you're working into a Manta. So I would say probably, maybe you could look to make a play with the Yasha just on its own, but you really want that Manta style to be able to get rid of the Grave Chill without using your spin, as well as to get out of the Global Silence.
Oh,
no,
they're going to burst themselves?
This would be enormous. I mean, look, it's immediately once it gets to nighttime as well, right? So you're able to use that Howl to be global. Really looks to just keep those lanes pretty easily pushed out. Yep, instantly uses it as soon as it goes off cooldown just to make sure the lanes aren't in too bad of a spot. Really big movement coming through there from Vici, recognizing the strengths that Na'Vi want to be looking to play around, and yeah, they give it to the core that, again, just wants to plant his flag and be able to say, hey, fight around me, guys. You know you want to take out this mid-Viper early on, but they're not going to have the ability to do it anymore.
And I think for them, Vici shortly are going to look to make a play where they try and smoke down bottom, like XM's already TP'd down, because that is where they want to start controlling now. There's tier 2 towers probably next for them to claim, and if you can get some outpost control as well, it's going to be very important. Now without Roshan, you don't have to worry about the top side of the map, so I think we'll shortly see Vici look to bring more of their forces down here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could just have the lanes passively pushing out as well. I think that's the Helm of the Overlord completed. You've got an Ancient Thunderhide. So, I mean, you pop that buff onto the Juggernaut, he Omni Slashes. It's an insane amount of damage.
Oh, the Snetworth lead, so not getting too far out of hand here for Na'Vi. They are keeping up in farm, but the question is how much can the Aegis be able to claim for Vici Gaming?
And also, like, what are they actually going to do in the meantime on Na'Vi? You could see 4 heroes all clumped up on this top side, but they really don't have the same kind of tower-taking potential just yet compared to what Vici have. They do still have that siege creep on the top side, though, which might help matters a little bit, but bottom lane, all you really need to do is drop the Nether Toxin and yeah, just use the creeps for this sieging purpose.
It seems like Na'Vi are at the moment a little bit more like counter initiation based, where you use the global silence whenever someone jumps, or because Sweet and Strong doesn't have blink, so you're kind of just waiting for someone to overstep and maybe you get the toss back into no one stun. But until you really have this blink dagger on Tiny or even blink dagger on V-Tune once you finish the BKB, they're going to be more of the reactionary team.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. The Na'Vi are basically relying on Vici to get into a bad spot and then look to engage onto them because they've got good pickoff, especially he's not really close to picking up that blink dagger on Sweet and Strong, but if you get the toss back,
not, is he?
You break the formation really easily. And, well, they're saying, well, at least we forced a couple of people up top. We know they were bottom. We know they TP'd. So let's make this movement around the map and try and get a pick off on the right-hand side. I'm sure they might be asking no one, just, hey, show yourself in mid, see if you can get a little bit of a bait going on.
Well, this observe what's big.
Oh, yeah. EAB would be a fantastic target.
And they have an observer top of the outpost as well, so they see them completely split on Vici Gaming. Sweet and Strong's going to toss back XM for the moment, but they don't get the follow-up.
They were too early.
Oh, no. Completely break the initiation. Now Vici Gaming, this is time for them to be able to move towards the areas. XM trying to stack up the poison onto V-Tune. We're forced to use the ultimate. Doesn't want to use the BKB defensively, however, but it will not be required with the toss away.
That would have been an enormous kill, and I'm sure they're aware that there's some kind of vision up here, so I mean, we can see BAB. He's walking back underneath it, but I'm sure that's priority number one. Just get that D ward off. Lies has to be a little bit careful here. XM, he's got the Aegis to play around, so he's not worried at all about just showing himself in the lane.
That is not. Initial stun for Frisk, already playing with the Aghanim Shard.
And again, they have to be cautious about do they use this glyph or not. They've already lost the T2 tower.
Well, Sweet and Strong, he finds a pretty good angle onto Frisk. No messing around with the use of the global silence. They want to take the Earthshaker out of the equation and continue to stall this Aegis advantage that Vici are playing with.
Okay, alright, something. But, again, they can just look to go back in, right? They're still going to have the Aegis for a minute 15. You've got the Earthshaker with the Aghanim Shard, so he's able to have an influence there, just looking to walk back on BAB, get the Ancient Black Dragon, maybe look to make another kill attempt happen. He's even going the Aghanim Shard, wanting to keep those lanes pushed out passively, just constantly have them moving and moving and moving, and force some more defensive movements out of Na'Vi because they know that they're in a stronger position right now. Yep, look at that, instantly making the way back to mid. Erica might look to push out one more wave and then TP to mid or even walk his way through. I'm kind of surprised that the Observer Ward lasted as long as it did, and, well, it's just going to expire instead.
That's nice for Sweet and Strong, though. Philosopher's Stone given over to the Tiny, so closer towards the blink. This tower should end up going down. Yeah.
Might even... Do they consider tier 3s? 15 seconds on the Aegis, probably not. Still though, 2 towers really removes a big portion of the map that you can look to farm on V-Tune. That's why he's all the way up on the top side. Might even run the risk of getting some significant damage into this tier 2 tower, which would be great for the second Aegis timing. I'm sure they've got it marked down that, hey, this is the timing that we need to play around. It's 3 minutes minimum.
It's just a lull in the game, and you see one team use some voice lines, the other team instantly uses some back as well. Sweet and Strong down bottom. This is really nice. An important kill just to slow down this tiny blink. Erica's going to be rewarded with it. And the Juggernaut that hasn't been involved too often. Meanwhile, no one caught out as well. Now, this is a bigger kill. The Leshrac, the Bloodstone, it's on cooldown. It's going to be back up shortly. He'll get the active off, but not enough damage to help out there. Oh, Yang to be able to connect. And Vici Gaming, all right, 2 kills across the map.
Not good at all. Yang just wants to push this mid wave out a little bit. Yeah, they're going to use that. I mean, they don't really care that the Shapeshift was used. You've got a bot lane pushing in with the Siege Creep. You know they don't have the Glyph. I'm a little surprised that they're not actually looking to try and push up onto this high ground. The defense isn't amazing. Maybe just thinking that, well, he's got the Philosopher's Stone on the Tiny, and maybe he had the Blink Dagger at the time, but he didn't. But now he might.
I don't know if I just saw that right or not, but I think Solo has like the 3rd highest damage in the game.
Oh. Well, that is surprising.
I think I saw like... Wait, let's take a look again. He's got the highest on his team, which is kind of nuts. And second highest in the game. What? What? Good old Arcane Curse maxed out.
It's the great
This is
hand.
big. They just got the blink. Smoke off from Na'Vi. They've got no one in the tree line, but look at Vinci's positioning. Do they dare this higher ground? There goes the familiars. They know exactly what's happening on Vici game, and they're going to look to continue to back up. It's Sweden strong. He's in with the avalanche, but the follow-up's not there. Instant use of the BKB, but they do get the Lycan off to the right side, though, so not the worst start here for Na'Vi. Can they follow up? XM on the retreat. He's still got the Hurricane Pike to get some distance if required, but the Blink's back up shortly from V-Tune. They're going to try and set up the Yules into the Split Earth. The Global Silence will disrupt the combo, but a great timing out of the Hurricane Pike, but V-Tune is going to jump on forward as well. Locks onto the Viper, will make sure he doesn't escape up the stairs as Na'Vi. One good fight from them, and they cut the lead in half.
The double Blink Dagger reveal, not just on the Tiny. It was a great use of the Sinister Gaze as well, just disrupting that toss back, making sure that you were able to get that quick kill. But have a look over here on BAB. They scout him out, and that's instantly what Vichun looks to jump onto. Don't think he had the shapeshift at the time. Yeah, he didn't. So there's no way for him to be able to get away. They're looking to save the 4-star for some of these other heroes that had the potential to look to still contribute into that team fight. Are they going to let Solo get this one for free? I don't think so. And with the DD, he should just look to fall down pretty damn easily. That is a incredibly quick Roche respawn, by the way. It's already up. It was about 5 seconds.
All right, well, this is... Like, Na'Vi need this second Roche. Again, nothing has changed with Ursa in quite some time. This Aghanim Shard is incredibly important on the hero. Second Roche on this hero, you very much rely on it. So if Na'Vi do not get Roche again, they are going to be very far behind Vici Gaming and what they would expect out of this lineup to work with.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they haven't immediately gone for it already. Maybe just waiting for that Ancient Thunderhide to be able to come through, but you know there's no Global Silence for the next 40 seconds. So it feels like that's the big thing holding them back right now. They've got the Manta style for the Dispel. They've got the spin as well to be able to have a bit of a greater influence into it, but they're just looking to be perhaps a little bit too passive. They maybe go for a bit of a dewarding mission first. Understandable. Not wanting to give anything away when you're in this high-risk situation, and it's only then when they feel confident with their vision. But look at that, Sweden Strong just finding himself in that little nook there, dodging out the scouting from the Wolf. Means that he's able to get back to safety underneath their own vision.
They got to group up,
Who'll
Na'Vi.
V-Tune jump onto?
Smoke spot, V-Tune jumps instantly onto the Viper. Look at the bashes coming out as V-Tune will rip them apart. Now no one is going to try and get up to Erica to get a lucky bash. She's not there fast enough, but once again, a successful skirmish, and Na'Vi can now look to claim the pit.
Great jump, great movement from Sweden Strong, just playing around that vision incredibly well. And this is this Dota seems a lot more even today relative to yesterday. You really felt like there was a team that had set themselves up for success about, 20 or so minutes into the game, but this one is still anyone's.
This definitely puts Na'Vi in the driver's seat, though. Like, again, this lineup very much thrives on having second Roshan, and the fact that they have it now means that Na'Vi, you can rely on V-Tune to carry this game. This is a incredible Ursa game. You match up very well versus the Viper. You match up very well versus the Lycan as the game goes on. And now with the Viper, you don't particularly care about. With the Scepter change, like, again, I'm going to continue to bring it up, man, every time we see the Viper. That was a big reason of why this hero would have some late game kind of utility with the Scepter where you could control heroes through BKB. That is not the case anymore.
No, for sure. Just got to say as well, this is his 7th unique hero out of 7 games for V-Tune, so clearly, just again showing that versatility coming through there. That is the thing though with this Aghanim Shard that was purchased up by the Lycan. It means these other lanes get pushed in so much more heavily. You don't really have amazing capability to deal with it with both the Visage and the Silencer. It's a little better for Silencer now that you've got the base damage, the initial damage rather, 100, but it still doesn't make it easy.
Feels like we're going to have to see some pretty big things come out of Frisk in these fights. 2-1 and 8. Had a lot of impact in the game so far. Got this Blink to work with. Even the Tumbler's Toy is going to help out a little bit with his positioning, so...
Hello.
See how much damage is able
We've
to
got
do.
a little friend that hasn't been in the game for a
yes.
while. The old Harpy Scout coming through on this bottom side. It's very clear that Vici are wanting to be playing around this. Let the OS Frogs fly in the chat, but there are not heroes, really, that are going to be able to take this tower with all the vision that you're giving. So a little bit surprising that they've gone for this.
Has fallen.
Maybe they were trying to set up for a pick-off onto the Leshrac. There were some other heroes starting to connect with Frisk, but
XM was all the way back on his side of the map, though. He's still a big part of your damage at this stage. Lies just gives up one of his familiars for free, which is a little bit surprising, but it'll cause the resummon to come out from Lies, and I'm sure they understand that, so that's going to be the big priority for them on Vici Gaming. Just try and focus in onto Lies or even the familiars. You're going to be happy enough with that, just because, again, that is a big portion of their own damage output. Speaking of that, he's getting close to finishing up the Aghanim Scepter for himself, so he's going to become a lot more slippery. Sound as the Grave. It's a very effective item, but just kiting out these abilities like the Omni Slash, you could potentially look to disjoint it. You just run away from the Shapeshift. Same sort of thing from the Chain Frost.
who do we feel like the Visage needs to kill instantly with the Scepter in these fights? Because he definitely will have that potential to blow someone up. So who's his target going to be?
I mean, I don't think he's going to be doing anything on his own, right? You've got Vichun with the Blink Dagger, so he's going to be able to connect through onto whoever, and it's basically just going to be a joint effort. You've even got the Tiny, right? So much burst capability, you don't need to commit the Leshrac first into a lot of these team fights.
Speaking about the Lesh, no one's even gone the Blink Dagger route. And I like this item pickup with the Blast Rig. Definitely Leshrac is a hero that is very vulnerable to physical damage. So that extra 7 armor, along with potentially the mischance that can come out as well, is going to be very beneficial for this hero to be staying around in the middle of the fights. But it does look like from either sides, try and split up the map here. Vici Gaming to top, trying to put some pressure onto a tier 2 tower. Radiant have Glyph if they want to use it. The tower is going to end up going down, and on Na'Vi, they'll get their own trade as well.
That's some respect coming through from Na'Vi. They're just saying, look, we would much rather have that Glyph refresh for the tier 3 tower, especially now that they're actually looking to go up onto the high ground. You've got a 2-level disadvantage against Vichun with the Aegis, and
Oh, sweet and strong.
nice force.
Are they going to turn it back around? The Great Fissure with the damage coming through from Erica. They get an easy kill onto the Tiny. Again, their BAB uses a lack in Shapeshift. Wasn't particularly required, so it is an ultimate expended. We'll see what else they can get out of this now from Vici. This Vici is showing 40 seconds left on the Aegis.
And that was a big bird that made sure to get that 4-star through. Ends up falling at the end.
Fisher from afar. Onto no one. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough for the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. V-Tune is going to be cautious, but the Global Silence going to cover the retreat. Man, with the backstab though, Lies is into the middle. Targeting down the Lich, turning towards XM, but Hurricane Pike protected with the BKB means the Viper won't be able to get out.
What's the vision look like right now? They see Vichun just farming this wave. It's got 15 seconds left on the Aegis. I was wondering if Frisk might look to try and go for a bit of a sneaky play there. Look to Echo Slam him just as it looks to expire, but well, while he's under the cover of smoke, that doesn't seem like his main priority. Switches in the Silver Edge and they've found him out anyway. Oh, they see Erica.
Erica's in trouble. Vichu needs to get lucky, but a Manta to be able to get some space. Nicely done from Erica. Vichu's still hunting.
Don't know about that one.
Do Global Silence on cooldown, so they're not gonna think about the higher ground. They do push very fast from Na'Vi. Not going to be the case going to a Lich and a Viper. Very difficult with the turnaround as well with a Shaker up shortly. So they're going to look to try and deal with their lanes. Top is something that needs to be addressed, and no one will do just that.
Yeah, I mean, he's very close to picking up the Boots of Travel, so again, this is something that we've seen players do very well so far during these qualifiers. The itemization always seems to be on point, and when you're going up against this lineup that's constantly going to have these waves pushing in. I mean, look at bottom side, right? You've got double wolves there coming through from the Aghanim Shard, so Vichun goes there and deals with it. He's got the Battle Fury, he can do it. That same sort of thing with the Boots of Travel on the Leshrac. It's a lot later than some people might get it. Never mind, he switched into going for the Aghanim Scepter, and I'm completely wrong. But it's understandable, right? It means that you apply that ethereal form onto other people, and you're able to dodge out a lot of the damage coming through. I mean, look at the cores. Where is the damage coming through if not for physical?
Dire's courier has been killed.
See what they can do here from Vici Gaming. They started the game off well, but Na'Vi are the ones in the driver's seat. 5,000 net worth lead. And the map continuing to be all theirs. You see how sweet and strong and Lies are playing. Gonna try and see if anyone's home by the triangle, but Vici Gaming are aware of this.
Oh, an arcane rune. No one loves to pick that one up. He's established a 3-level lead right now over the Viper. I was about to say 4, but he's basically level 17. And he's even picked up that arcane rune for himself. They still do need to consider just this top lane, constantly pushing into their base. That's why he's just making sure to keep running around that sort of area, even looking to commit a lot of spells just to try and deal with the Ancient Thunderhide. It's a game of tag right now, and well, he's it on BAB's Thunderhide.
There's something I've always wondered. Why do you get 254 gold? What's going on there?
Good question. I saw 250 before, so maybe it's a bug. Game's in beta.
Bug. Beta game. Come on.
Oh, they were trying to bait there as well. With the Juggernaut illusion on the top side, he manted and sent it out first, but didn't take the bait there on no one.
I'm still very concerned for Vici Gaming. I do not think this lineup is going to scale. The only way I can see them winning a team fight, this might give them a bit of an opening with the butterfly now. You're not going to have enough time to answer in this next fight without an MKB, so it's going to be that and a big ultimate out of Frisk if they're going to win this fight. But look at Sweet and Strong. They're in still with the Echo Slam, but there's going to be no fall, but the Global Silence disrupts them instantly. Erica's going to try and charge in the middle. He'll bring down the Tiny, but meanwhile the higher ground, no one in V2, and it's running down XM. And BKB along with the Fissure will get some distance away. Back towards the left side though, with the Omni Slash just completely being nullified. The Yule Scepter along with the Gravekeeper's Cloak mean that Erica will get no damage out with the ultimate, and now V2 will re-enter. A blink onto the Juggernaut, stopping him in his tracks. And the rest of Vici, they've got to get out, but Lies along with Sweet and Strong, they're on the prowl and they'll catch up BAB before he's able to enter the high ground. Another member of Vici going down, and they're not done just yet as no one looking for more blood. Onto the Viper they go. XM down, 60 seconds without the core, and Frisk as well is in trouble as Vici Gaming will lose all 5.
Lose all 5. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, though, they can't take the base. All the lanes pushed in very heavily, but for their benefit, they're going to find a DD on the bottom side of the map, and Roshan respawning in 1 second. And what is he going to have in his inventory? It's that nice refresher shard, so give that one over to Solo. And then he's even starting to, we saw, deal significant damage in the early stages of this game. He's going into the old Hurricane Pike for himself. Really wants to keep the theme going. Just look at that, Sweet and Strong jumping in onto multiple, forcing in a lot of these early abilities, and Na'Vi didn't make this play until they had the Aghanim Scepter available on no one. I mentioned before that if you've got the ethereal form for yourself, there's really nothing the enemy team can do, but it turns the others into the enemies, into ghost form as well. So unless you're popping something like a BKB, which a Juggernaut isn't going to go, or the spin, you're just not going to do any damage to anyone else on the team as well. So the only person they got out of that entire engagement was the squishy silencer.
Solo giving over the refresher shard. Ages onto V-Tune, and no one on the left track has the cheese as well with a 15,000 net worth lead. Na'Vi looking to continue the hot form that we've seen out of them.
I wonder Solo might want to buy one of these items now, because as things stand, he does not have the mana pool to global Refresher Global now that Refresher's got that 200 mana cost. Actually, he has it right now. He has 1 extra mana now than what he needs, now that he leveled up to 15.
Oh, nice observe board from Radiant. Look at the information they're getting. V-Tune in. Oh, Yang, that's not a position. Maybe it's actually a decent TP out location. He'll escape. Meanwhile, to the north, though, Erica trying to target down no one. Viper strike out as well. No one's in some trouble. The Bloodstone active is not enough. The left strike's going to end up going down. Erica did drop the Omni Slash for that, but now they still feel like they're in a position to take the team fight. Once again, they're XM with a beautiful Hurricane Pike to get enough distance away. Vici Gaming, do they want to continue on for more? They don't have the greatest vision in the lane, so Na'Vi will be able to retreat safely.
Gotta be careful with where you're moving, V-Tune. No detection just yet. Looking Going to heavily commit with multiple heroes just to be able to take back that outpost. Some sort of control V-Tune. He's ready to hop down the cliff if he needs to. Might look to go for a solo pick-off instead. But again, while all of this is happening, look at the lanes. Top side is having to be addressed.
He's not going to, is he?
Oh, he's considering it. Maybe on Erica?
Maybe on Yang, maybe on Frisk, maybe on BAB. Let's go for the Lich instead. Oh no, they force it back over. He's got the Glimmer Kept detection down with the bashes as well. V-Tune. He went for the individual play, but they don't even get rid of Yang, and now he's in trouble. Nullify doesn't connect. Frisk gonna jump on forward over to the other side. Lands the Echo Slam, but how can they set themselves up for round 2? With the BKB, it's still on cooldown for the Global Silence. Beautifully utilized once again from Solo. Will give them enough time to reset after round 2. Now they can consider about how they want to go back in. In fact, it's Vici Gaming that are moving into the middle. Erica will find Sweet and Strong inside the river. V-Tune's going to initiate once again, but BAB gets some distance thanks to the shapeshift. No one's going to teep into the middle. You got to be cautious about the left strike with the BKBs already used prior. No one's going to try and target down Erica, but a use of Blade Fury will give him some distance away. A blink as well to get out to safety, but no one continuing the hunt. The Leshrac has got plenty of ways to catch up to the Juggernaut. And in the end,
the mid lane, though,
they will be able to catch up.
Is just pushing all the way in. They took a range racks while all of that was happening. Just the power of this annoying Lycan shard, man. They nearly had that one on Vici as well. Finding that great pick-off, some good spell usage coming out. Even just the split-second use of that Global Silence was actually so influential. They were clumped up really heavily together for the perfect Chain Frost to go off.
I think Solo's feels like every Global Silence, but the amount of impact we've seen, it's been incredible so far. I've been very impressed with his Silencer performance.
Yeah.
I wonder... They did just get a Spell Prism, probably more beneficial on the Leshrac, but I wonder if they do consider.
I want you to watch on this replay, like where they're looking to move here on Yang. He's like literally mid-cast of the Chain Frost when the Global Silence comes out. Like it is perfection, the amount of timing that Solo has. That's what years and years of experience and grey hairs does to a man. And of course, you know, the Ghost Scepter kind of doing Sweet and Strong in a little bit, but if you're able to get the turnaround and find the higher priority kills after the fact, there comes the Chain Frost, but unfortunately it just bounces around onto nothing.
I mean, no one is proving to still be a very big issue for them. Struggled in the lane matchup, but we see how he's been performing afterwards. He's about to hit level 25 as well. Well, needs like 25 experience, so we'll get that out of this lane. There you go, 25. Even another member, Solo. Even got the Octarine to work with.
Okay. All right. You've got plenty of cooldown reduction coming through. He even has that flat 25-second Global Silence cooldown reduction as well. So it's all the way down.
Wow.
What up?
I'm just amazed at how low it is, because always one of the big criticisms about the Silencer is your ultimate cooldown. 56 seconds. He's about to be level 18, surely. That's crazy.
And he's going into the Refresher. Probably one of the heroes that doesn't mind holding onto a Refresher shard these days, now that you can't just backpack it and have the cooldown tick down. Silencer, he needs that mana regen.
What are your thoughts on... Well, we have a little bit of time. What are your thoughts on Silencer being played as like a 4 instead? Like, just in general, where you have a little bit more priority, where you can get experience, and well, it seems like level 15 is like a very big time for him to get that 25 reduction.
I'd say a lot of the strong offlaners these days are ranged, and so I'm feeling a little bit less inclined to do that. And also, you're not really a rotator, you know? You have no movement spells, you have no stuns, you're so immobile, and you're kind of squishy as well. So I think for me, it's like 5 and maybe a core if it's like the perfect game and the enemy team doesn't have any kind of gankers.
Yeah, I think one thing we were speaking about off screen is the fact that, like, at the moment, games are going later and later. And even though the experience was changed, it's going to take you a little bit longer to get to that level 15. But 40 minutes in, this Silence is going to have a lot of effectiveness in team fights. 56-second cooldown in Global Silence. Yes, the ultimate can be counted in a lot of ways, but yeah, they haven't really itemized for that. Not many Manta Stars, not many Lotus Orbs. So, and we saw what can happen prior. Pretty much every ultimate I've been, out of solos, done them a lot of work. We'll see if this is going to be the case in this next fight as well, as Vici Gaming Erica's going to jump in straight onto no one. There's the global silence as well. Instantly out. It's going to give them a way to be able to reset the team fight. A lot was forced out from Na'Vi though. No one used the BKB. Global silence expended as well. So Vici Gaming, if they want to consider about going back in, they definitely can, but they need an angle.
I mean, they might be happy enough just to try and shove these lanes out a little bit, right? You've used the shapeshift, so there's no one really that can look to go in onto the front lines. It feels like Erica, whenever he's made that Blink Dagger play, it's been to have like a bit of a spin, TP escape, but, well, you obviously can't do that against the Basher, the Abyssal. Yep, the mid lane with it pushing in. V-Tune makes the full-on rotation back. Nearly level 25 for himself, so wonder what he's going to go for here. If he's just going to lean even further into that fact that you do most of the time have the better end of the matchup against the Juggernaut, but providing enrage to everyone in the 700 radius feels kind of nice too. No matter who gets focused on, as long as you jump in and just press R, you're pretty happy.
Don't even remember this being a 25 talent. But 7.32, they changed it?
Sure, let's say
this
that.
one. Sure. Liars? They have detection. Look at the information he's providing with the global silence out as well, but the Viper's instantly got to go down. No XM for the team fight, and Sweden Strong is on to Yang. Vici Gaming, they need to cut their losses. That'll stop at Lich's life. Erica's actually consider about going back in, but doesn't see an angle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Bottom is
not.
getting shoved.
Oh yeah, it is. They've even got the Ochre Bruiser there, the biggest mallet I've ever seen in my life. Someone's going to need to address this. They're going to look to try and push, and with these buybacks, I think they're going to be able to.
They know that no one is not here for the moment. Can always rejoin with the boots of travel.
And it's
I'll
just
buy
a
back
Lich
on Yang.
buyback. So, not a core. I think that's very well worth your time commitment, as he did eventually go into that boots of travel with all of those team fights going so effectively for no one. He has got a luxury of riches right now. Still holding on to 6,500 gold. Plenty for the buyback. Could even look to go into something like the Aghanim Shard just to make that sieging onto the high ground that little bit easier. You can't really commit into it as the Viper or the Lycan or even the Juggernaut outside of your spin.
Oh, okay. See what they're able to do here with the Hex. It's, I suppose, not going to be easy for him to... How does he really get in the middle? I should say, how does he, like, because you got to be really quick. You need to jump in and then Hex. If you're going to run in and Hex, and you do have time to react.
Yeah, you don't really see a Lycan going Blink Dagger too often, though, do you?
No, you don't. Jump in from no one. Not going to catch anyone out.
I was thinking maybe he can, like, backpack the Trickster's Cloak, use it for the invis, and then run in. But even that would be quite challenging.
Do you feel like Vici Gaming are at a stage where they have to consider about just looking to avoid team fights and playing for Rat? Because you do have, again, like, it's only a melee racks mid, bottom's completely open as well. Do they have a lineup where you feel like they can still 5v5 in Sweden Strong?
That's a heavy
It doesn't get the initial stun. Ghost Scepter's going to help out for the moment. Blade Fury soon to expire, but they've got the damage to secure the kill. Buyback coming out from both supports, but Eric is completely alone. And the Juggernaut, he doesn't have a way to rejoin the team, as Na'Vi now can look to clean up as no one's into the middle. Chasing down Yang, soon to be a dieback, but the Lich will just escape. I think they're going to have the capability to bring down no one. This Leshrac, a difficult person to kill once he has his Bloodstone active.
And they don't want to leave this lane. It's such a rarity to have the mid lane pushed in when you've got a key pick off. They're going to consider going into Roshan, and understandably, I was thinking, is anyone on Vici going to be able to walk out and see that bounty rune on the bottom side of the map? He's only 90 gold short right now on Erica for having that buyback, but it doesn't seem like Na'Vi are going to be able to accomplish too much despite getting such a huge pick off.
I'm going to answer my question prior. I really feel like Vici cannot 5v5. I think you are too far behind, and I think Na'Vi have, again, the Global Silence, like we mentioned a lot, and the Ursa matches up very well versus a lot of the cores. I really feel like Vici Gaming need to set up the side lanes and start trying to rat. I really struggle to see. Yeah,
How do you do that?
Yeah, that's a great question, but how do you 5v5? I don't see a way.
Look to try and greed it out and not lose too much, and then get this wolf bite on BAB that he's got queued up. Give that to the Jug, full man mode in the middle of a team fight.
Do you reckon they can delay the game long enough for this?
Probably
Scepter?
not, but I don't think they have the heroes to split push either, so it's kind of like pick your poison. It's nearly level 18 though. It's going to give a nice little damage increase. I mean, we haven't seen an amazing Chain Frost yet. A big part of that has, of course, been Solo, like we've mentioning, using some great global silences.
We got the blessing from the Roche. Does it 4th one drop it still? Or do they change that?
I want to say Lesh got it and he sold his Ags.
Yeah, okay. Shard once again on to Mr. Solo.
Probably more likely
Got a
that
lot of
Ursa got it. And then he just bought the blessing on the Lesh. Anyway, they go for a smoke here, but it's under the coverage of a Lycan Wolf, so they're going to need to be careful not to get too far out of position, because Sweden Strong's been fairly on point with a lot of these repositions. I mean, it's something that we were talking about all throughout the day, and just being able to find a way to split up the formation of a team
Mid
fight.
lane, they're onto the OSR. Instant use of the global silence, so there's not going to mess around with any opportunity for them to try and blow out V-Tune.
Can they get that reposition? Looks like they're just waiting for the other connecting cores to be able to actually get that kill. Sweden Strong. Doesn't seem like they feel comfortable enough, and they're using the wolves really well on BAB just to scout out a lot of this movement. They know they're there as well because V-Tune's getting blocked into these trees. They know exactly where he's looking to position, so I wonder if they might look to try and maybe make a play up top, but they're both under cover of Invis, so you just can't see anything outside of the Ursa on Vici.
It's just wrapping from top to bot. No one TP's in, and Sweden Strong starting to move down.
Just growing the net worth further and further. It's not like they really need too much else, though. They're basically 6-slotted. Someone's going to need to show mid now. This the mid lane pushing in, top lane's pushing in. It feels like this is the first time that this has happened the entire game. Lane's actually in a good position for Na'Vi. Even bot, not too bad. No one with a level 25 talent. The Diabolic Edict explosions. Some of it being tanked up by the Wolf.
Well, they're going to jump on the fissure.
They got the ghost.
Damage coming through very fast to try and bring him down. They'll secure the first life. Lyce is very split for the team as well, so Frisk going to try and jump in with the Echo Slam and the Omni Slash as well. But Lyce is okay. A Gravekeeper's Cloak is going to be able to keep him alive, and now they can turn it. Na'Vi, they've tanked up the initial spells. They just have to be cautious about the buybacks. One will come through from Erica. He's instantly going to jump on forward. They know that the Stone Form was used prior, so Lyce is going to end up going down. That's gem dropped on the deck, but a heavy commitment from Vici Gaming.
It is, but they still haven't lost anything in terms of the lanes. They're still just going to be in a pretty good spot for them. You have to actually expend the refresher shard as well coming through there. So Solo, even though he's level 20, and the undispellable arcane curse, he's going to need a little bit of time until he picks up that refresher orb. So it's just another case of rinse and repeat for Na'Vi. They know that Vici probably aren't going to do anything crazy. They're going to still look to play kind of conservative, at least until that Juggernaut hits level 25, because they just feel like they're lacking damage right now. It causes a very heavy dive to try and get any kind of kills happening.
Looks like Visage tried to recover the gem. Actually, they just snagged it up from Vici Gaming.
They buy another one.
And they're like, all right, I'll just buy another one. Why not?
Money bags.
What are you? Yeah, they're stacking up the gold right now. And no one doesn't know what to... Well, I guess he does know what to buy. It's going to be overwhelming Blake next here.
Solo. Just, outburst reclaimed by Sweden Strong. Yeah, he's under the cover of his ninja gear, but no buyback. And there's only 2 heroes in the game that have it right now, and it's Visage and Ursa. No one's close.
What?
What are we wanting?
Have you seen the win probability?
Yeah, I'd agree.
41,000 deficit, you reckon they have a 21% chance?
Yep. Have you seen these lanes?
Okay. Alright. Vici Gaming, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
They just saw that they had the Visage Familiars resummoned, so this is actually a really big deal. I mentioned before that Lies is one of the only people, and there's a few more that's come up since then, that have the buyback. But if you kill him, even if he buys back, he's not going to have the familiars available. So it's a case of, do you leave the base now, or do you wait for that timing that I was mentioning before? Erica, he's hit his level 25. They've even got a satanic. Well, they're hitting some timings for sure.
Oh, not BAB's choreo.
Could be worse. He doesn't quite have the Ags yet, so at least he hasn't lost that.
Just to send himself packing on the other side of the map. Looks like Wise trying to... Again, it just feels like Na'Vi are back in this position where they're just sweeping from bot to top, top to bot, seeing if they can catch out any stragglers, but Vici Gaming... There's some gameplay from them. They will make sure that no one leaves their home.
Just having a look as well. I'm going to have a peek at it when the next creep wave spawn for Vici. Just wonder if the level 20 talent, the feral impulse damage, actually impacts the uncontrollable wolves, because they're not technically under the control of anyone that gets spawned up top. So looks like he's got the feral impulse on him. So if you just went that level 20 talent instead, you could just go further down the rat path and, you know, maybe try and get these other lanes just pushing out even more heavily. Only 150 gold away from being able to get that point booster. Using the creeps to do your biddings. Will they venture out just with their bodies, considering he doesn't have that courier respawning for the next minute and a half? And looks like they will. Smoke up, get the Aghanim Scepter, give it over to the Juggernaut, and see what he can do. All in play coming through here from Vici. Even picking off solo would be pretty enormous, honestly.
Yep. You take whatever you can get when you're this far behind.
There we go. Instantly pops it. How Solo's fingers.
Not fast enough. Fissure to be able to follow up. Solo's going to go down, so they won't have a global silence now for the team fight. There's Vici Gaming. Let's see if they get more. No one's actually going to jump into the middle. A Viper Strike should enable them to retreat, but Vici just blows up the Earthshaker. No Frisch now without a buyback, but XM and Erica, the combination. Look at the damage. Erica. Oh my lord. The Wolf Bite will expire, so he's going to have to back on up. Vici will pounce on the opportunity, recognizing that Erica might be vulnerable for the moment, but Vici used the BKB and he got nothing out of it. So Vici Gaming, can they push forward for more? They got the Wolves stalking the Ursa.
You can't.
No detection once he enters the cover of the
There's no reason
Silver's
to
Edge.
fight right now without the global silence. That's the thing that you need to be waiting for, and they'll even see a double damage up top. Any bottles in the chat? Doesn't look like it. So Vici, he's just going to look to pick that one up for himself. That's what I'm talking about. They have the potential to come back into this. It just requires the right sort of pickoffs at the start of these team fights. He went the
I think a lot of it
on BAB, so it's, it didn't go the Feral Impulse unique style that I was maybe thinking.
Dire are scanning.
Top lane. XM is alone. They're trying to wrap all the way around. Let's see if XM's going to be able to stay alive long enough, and that's not the case. Vici with the double damage room just rips apart the Viper, but they're going to go for everyone else instead. Sweet and Strong, a cheese, but that will not be enough to keep them alive. Look at the tiny kill, and BAB's looking for more. Vitri's already on the retreat, no one as well. The first ball back, right?
Yes.
Rush is up. See what they want to do. I think now for Na'Vi, it's just going to be looking at with how much commitment Vici need to put into the fights with this Wolf Bite. That feels like it's a big fight condition for them. If they're ever going to win it, Erica needs to be bidden. So for Na'Vi, whenever they see that, if they can back off and only lose one and then go back in afterwards, then they'd be very happy.
Just trying to think if there's anyone that would be more beneficial to holding the Ascetics cap as opposed to the Lich, because that's a pretty useful tool to be able to have against the Global Silence, just for that 40% status resistance. I guess, considering it has the cooldown, and if he's in the right position on the backlines, that's the first debuff that's going to be applied to him. So you know that you're always going to have that status resist for the Global. Here we go. Going to go in again. They don't have the Wolf Bite applied to Erica just yet, but looks like that's what they're going to be looking to play around.
Smoke's gonna pop.
They're going to do it ASAP. There we go. Where's the blink?
Oh no. Oh, Vici actually jumps in. They're going to try and target on Yang for the moment. Let's see if the Juggernaut's going to be able to man fight Vici, but the Global Silence gives an opportunity to try and push on forward as no one's on to BAB, and there's nothing they can do to keep the Lycan alive. It's Vici, and he's still hunting. No one's even going to jump in as well, seeing if they can catch out some stragglers. Vici Gaming will be able to make it back inside the base.
He would have normally Yule Sceptered it, but he's just too damn farmed. He doesn't have a slot for it. He's got Boots of Travel level 2. He's got level 30. Ag's Blessing consumed. Ag's Shard. Absolutely everything you cannot get. A more farm Leshrac than no one right now. Real question is who do you give this one to?
Who doesn't?
Solo.
Solo like, oh, I'll take the
Yes.
scepter. Let's go.
Give him the scepter.
This is, I think, his third refresher shard of the game. Not that it has too much value with refresher orb. I suppose it... yeah, I mean, it doesn't particularly work out too much anymore.
It'll be fine. Who else are you going to give it to, really?
I think he just gave it to Sweet and Strong. Bottom lane? No one?
You could
It's
just
not a man
1v2
fight.
here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna win this. The Diabolic Edict damage. Erica's in some trouble. Blade Fury's back up. The rest of this team is starting to move to no one. Vichi've got to get out. A TPR, Erica. Oh, in the tree line. No one, no way. Oh, the stun's just not there. And out there come the goons. Yank. Oh, the only person left down bottom. Meanwhile, Vichun, he got some buildings and also got a kill on XM. So he's like, all right, I don't need the boys with me. I can bring down some of the members on Vici.
Well, and they were able to keep this moved around. I mean, they know what Vici's priority is as well. There we go. This is the last ditch attempt. Shapeshift coming
Erica
in.
is going to jump in onto Sweet and Strong. A big ultimate out of Frisk. They're going to try and turn to deal with Vichun as well. He does not have the ages. They're kiting it back and forth, but no one's now entered the fight. And as soon as the Leshrac shows up, they need to split away from the disco pointing. They don't have the capability. No one gets multiple kills, forcing out some buybacks out of Ichi.
Back on up. 3 buybacks left remaining in this game. Leshrac, Ursa, Visage, all 3 cores on Na'Vi's side, meaning that they're going to feel very comfortable going up onto the high ground if they feel it's necessary. Might just wait that 30 seconds for the global silence, though. Continue to fix these lanes. No one... I mean, we just saw how tanky he was previously on that bottom side of the map. He feels very comfortable just solo pushing out on the top side. Could it be the tier 5 items that bring Vici back into this? Because we're only a minute away. You know, some crazy Book of the Dead, some, what is it, Arcanist's Armor for some of the damage reflect going back into the Ursa. You know, Giant's Ring, never know.
This is probably the biggest net worth lead I've seen in a very long time. Oh, Jug? Look at the stun control afterwards.
Well, no,
Die back out of Erica. And now this should be all she wrote. Is underneath the tier 4 towers. BAB. Yeah, the G's are dropped. As Na'Vi continuing on with their really strong start here. We hadn't seen them so far on day 2. But their first game will be no different from day 1 in the performance we've seen from them. They're going to be able to take this. It took a while. 73,000 net worth lead in the end. But they'll take it just before the 60-minute mark.
Yeah, they didn't want to let any of those little possibilities really come into the equation there. I understand it. I think they were very patient, but understandably so. Vichun, not a single death that game. Really feels like you would probably have to give... I would give the MVP over to him. I know no one was an absolute beast. He did a crazy amount of damage, but for me, it was Vichun in those clutch moments along with Sweet and Strong, finding the ways to jump in and burst down. That double Blink Dagger reveal completely turned this game around.
Yeah, that was the exact team fight I was going to bring up, because that was at the stage where Vici Gaming, they were really starting to get a little bit of map control out of it, where they found that first Aegis as well, taking it away from the Ursa lineup. But like you said, that Blink Dagger fight around the triangle put Na'Vi in a position where they could be able to turn this one back around. And for Vici Gaming, we saw signs of life for them, but unfortunately just, you know, Na'Vi look a little bit too crisp.
Yeah, I think they were expecting maybe the mid lane to go a little bit better. Even just the small things, right? Like no one making that rotation up towards the top side to get those 2 kills in the laning stage. This was one of those instances where, unfortunately for Frisk, he uses the Echo Slam, only connects onto 1, and the follow-up damage just isn't quite there. Get another great use of the BKB and the Blink Dagger by the Ursa. They just don't end up connecting into more than just Silencer right now, because that was the fresh pickup of the Aghanim Scepter for no one. Everyone's in ethereal form himself, the enemies, and that just means that no one's going to die. Not no one. Nobody is going to die.
I mean, this is a person who you would expect on such a at a tournament like this to be able to show up big time. Of course, we haven't seen him at TI in a little bit here for no one, but someone who has definitely performed at some high caliber events, and with what he was able to do, just making those plays even though the lane are difficult for him. So I mentioned at the start that I wanted to see how the Leshrac would be able to shape up, because it's something that we've seen a lot in other streams and that have success on, but we haven't had the opportunity to cast a Leshrac game. So yeah, this Bloodstone build and no one in general showed that the Leshrac is a pretty strong hero at the moment.
I was impressed with Lies as well. I mean, we just saw in that fight that's on the screen right now, you got the Ravage coming out from the Familiars, landing in onto 3, means that everyone's just able to reset, go back in, allow the Blink Daggers to come off cooldown, and then look to re-engage, pick off the most important heroes. And I mean, it was just too much at the end of the day. More than 6 slotted, basically 7 or 8 slotted on both the Ursa as well as the Leshrac. There's no way that you're going to be able to deal with this, Wolf's Bite or not.
Yeah, it was a crafty attempt from Vici Gaming towards the end. You mentioned that you still felt like they had the capability to be able to show up in these fights, and they really, that was their only avenue. And we saw that be the case with the BAB going into the Scepter route, and they were starting to very minorly get a couple of kills. I mean, they were still very far behind, but just nice to see, at least from Vici Gaming, being able to try and find even though that 1% chance to potentially have a way back in.
It's a bit of cope, we try and be as unbiased as possible, but at the end of the day, Na'Vi just had a complete stranglehold over that game, and if you're playing a Viper mid and you don't just dominate the game, this is what's going to happen, right? And I think that's a very worthy MVP going through to Vichun. Great spell usage, great itemization, great map movement to prevent this consistent rat play that they were going for on Vici, and of course that Blink Dagger reveal, like we've been mentioning, it's incredibly well deserved.
Yeah, it's a bit of copium, but I think when you lose a game with a 72,000 deficit, like you need to look at some of the positives and make sure you don't get too down on yourselves, because this is again a team that you've got a lot of experience in some of the other players, but you also don't in multiple, like BAB and XM. They do not have the experience as like Yang does and Frisk does as well. So you need to try and look at some of the positives and take something out of it. And unfortunately for
into the Enigma, you don't really deal with the Eidolons, you're not especially mobile, so yeah, gonna have to come out swinging. I could see them, like, you could add like a Bristleback or something in here. Pretty good with what they've got so far.
Yeah, I can see that going their way, but against Lancer, it's really hard to play Bristle.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe something else like this Huskar that gets banned out by Extreme.
Yeah, good suggestion, Extreme. Thanks.
Yeah. We would have done it to you if you hadn't gotten rid of it. So what, Shadowfiend's still in the pool? I think that's kind of the question mark here. If you let Extreme get it, you better have a plan for what you're going to do about it. You do already have the Tusk, and SF is somewhat susceptible to ganks, but at the same time, if you botch a gank on the Paparazzi Shadowfiend, you're also getting a one-way ticket to the fountain, so...
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's a little tricky.
A lot of respect for the Lu Lone Druid as well, as they ban that one out.
Yeah. So what else are they thinking about here? I guess there's still like a Bat Rider too, which could be kind of annoying for them. Maybe not something that they want to have to draft around. But they're really thinking about this ban. Yeah, okay, so they ban the Bat, take the SF. Cool.
Makes sense. Boxes are getting ticked right now. That probably moves Tusk to the position 4. Still a
Can you be a little bit more impressed, Nomad? Come on.
Sorry. Nicely done. Yeah, expertly choreographed there. No, you did call a ban and a pick. That was good.
10 seconds remaining.
So, okay. And now, Extreme, what are their concepts against Shadowfiend? We will just have to find out. We haven't seen any PYW Earth Spirit yet. I'd be down for some of that, but okay, Tiny is what makes an appearance. This Tiny Enigma lane is so annoying. Just getting tossed back into the Eidolons with the Malefice. Yeah. I do not know what deals with this. Infamous are going to have a carry with some kind of mobility, be that That or just keep killing the Enigma over and over, but I don't know if that's a reliable game plan necessarily. So probably having to look at one of these PA or whatever else.
Infamous turn.
Let's see. Now we'll move in towards the Leshrac. Okay. All right.
All right.
Extreme Gaming throwing down some of their cards. Very aggressive from them. A lot of damage in this fight.
Terrorblade. Okay. I mean, it's certainly comfort for them. The matchup against the Lesh can be a little weird. If you keep him at arm's length, great. If he gets on top of you, not so great. It is really good with their supports. They've got double save, so should be pretty reliable in terms of getting the Sunder off this game, which is always nice as an option. I imagine that Extreme probably looking to get at least a couple of ganks on this Shadow Fiend in the mid lane with their tiny rotating around, toss him back into the Lesh. So what do you do carry-wise here if you're Extreme?
Carry? I mean, usually when I try to predict this, it goes completely wrong. But judging
Right.
from what they need just from this draft, they need a front line. They need a tanky carry to get up there and kind of be the meat of this draft. So with that in mind, I mean, obviously the Ursa still looks like a really good choice.
Yeah, I think Ursa's okay. There's like still a Slark in the pool. I could even see a Pudge.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, I could definitely see Pudge. It would be a bit all in, but I don't really mind that, to be
Yeah.
honest.
But yeah, it is a hero that you can just kind of, well, potentially you can just saunter on up to the Terrorblade and chow down. The AA ban would okay. The AA ban suggests that they want the Slark. The Viper ban does the same thing. So Infamous are like, no, you don't. Get rid of that, and Extreme now gonna have to find a different answer.
Yeah, I think it'll be the Ursa, possibly Troll, but I think that's a little bit hard
Yeah.
to execute on.
Yeah, I don't love the Troll against the like Dazzle Tusk. Just feels like you're not.
Yeah, true.
You know, you press the Troll, you press your ult, you want somebody to die. Maybe not going to happen against the double save and stuff
Oh,
like
wait,
that.
Morphling's still in the pool after all this time.
Yeah, it is. It's not a terrible morph game. In all honesty, I hope they haven't lost confidence in it. Picking it in the last phase is very different from picking it first. And you know they've got the AA ban, but they haven't snap picked it, so there's at least something else that they're discussing here. Maybe Lou's got some other concept in mind, perhaps.
Yep. Who knows what that discussion could be? I think out of all of them, I do like the Pudge the most. I don't know. It feels like you're kind of doubling down on the Lash. You basically got 2 Leshracs, but I'm kind of down for that.
Yeah. I'm just imagining both of the, just these two tanky-ish heroes wandering in, putting the global down on top of everything, so Infamous can't really do a whole lot. That is the one thing that we need to mention in terms of like, Infamous have double save to keep their Terrorblade alive. There is a global silence. And it's not easy for Dazzle to farm up an item to deal with that. So okay, all right. After long consideration, it will just be the Ursa here.
Yep, go for the easy choice. Makes sense. Very safe. Infamous now. Time for them to respond. They themselves. I'm not entirely sure what they. Probably an offlaner, right? Yeah, it's gonna be an offlaner. I think this Tusk's gonna be 4.
Yeah, I think that's part of the concern and like why you go for the Ursa, because if you pick the Pudge, then there is the possibility that Infamous just completely dumpster it in lane, and like the Ursa, at least whatever happens, he's able to hop over the ice shards and still get something done. So for Infamous, what do you do here? Do you take a page out of Extreme's book and just like Slardar? It doesn't seem great here.
No.
Still a Venomancer. It's an Ursa counter in theory. In theory, one of the better Ursa counters. Just kite him around. But I don't know if Ursa is actually the hero that you're that worried about in the Extreme draft currently.
No, I mean, you do have the double fear if you want it later on as well, which is kind of like a good option against the Ursa, but Yeah, overall, like, his jump in and blow up potential is pretty limited, I would say, with the Tusk and the Dazzle. So, like, even though he's not like a troll or something, he still does. The ideal way you pick Ursa is when you can just run in and annihilate people on the back lines, or even people on the front lines, squishy cores or supports. You can't really do that this game with Frank and Tusk in the mix.
Whoa! It's a pause 5 Terrorblade. It's a pause 3 Dazzle, pause 1 Nature's Prophet. Infamous Gaming are trying to run them over here. Oh,
What the hell?
I think pause 5 TV is pretty cool, actually.
What a twist!
Oh, right. Yeah.
Okay, well, do Extreme care is the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think the Enigma Tiny Lane looks good. Maybe Terrorblade somehow doesn't die after getting tossed back into the Eidolons and stuff, but
Yeah,
he's also not like killing them really. So there's that. I think this is just trying to shift their whole draft up a gear. It's like, okay, our Nature's Prophet is going to go. We've got Dazzle as a core now instead. So, which I don't even know if it's good. I think it may have been better in the past, but I think the idea here is just, look, we want all the treants, we want all the heals, we want all the sustain, and we just want to get the like earliest death ball going that you've ever seen. And they do kind of have the tools if they get a good enough start. You start looking at like that 15 talent from the SF with the Presence Aura effects buildings, and you can be looking at like an early lane of racks under the right circumstances, and all of this can be happening before the Enigma is truly online. It's a cool concept from Infamous. I don't know if it's going to work, especially after they got so destroyed in the lanes last time, but let's see it.
The
last chance qualifier keeps delivering.
Yeah, it really, really does. It really does. Twists, turns, just crazy, crazy Dota. Game number 2, Infamous versus Extreme SA versus China, starting right now as we get things into a high gear. Of course, Infamous, they want to start the way they mean to go on, running up towards Lou under the cover of smoke. Pings her out.
Breaks.
Michael sees
I think
him.
they can get him.
I mean, they can go ice shards if they really want to, but I imagine Michael wants to start with a tag team, and the Arcane Curse is going to scare them away.
Dang. Frank not quite in position there to get the poison touch off.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, that's one they needed. Michael kind of ran forward there, but didn't want to actually take his spell, so yeah, unfortunate.
Affliction saying hi. I don't imagine that Extreme try and do anything kooky with the lanes here. Should just be exactly what you expect.
Yeah, everyone kind of just eyeing each other up, but no one really committing. Lou and Affliction having a fun old time, just kind of looking at each other. Frank coming in as well, just chasing back the Ursa. All right, so yeah, we already mentioned briefly about this top lane. Oh no, sorry, we mentioned that bottom lane. Let's talk about top lane. So it does look like TB is going to be starting up here as it happens.
Yeah. Okay. I do still wish that they'd, lost it a little bit in the with the plus 5 Terrorblade, but I do still wish they were trying to first blood this Enigma. I think that was a possibility, but maybe now with the Dazzle being the 3, you're not really gonna be doing that. So this is the thing about the position 5 Terrorblade. You know, TB's got really good base stats, and Reflection is a really good spell. You don't often see this kind of stuff because when TB's playing carry, he's just hitting creeps and not really interested in zoning and doing stuff. But I do think that this is at least a little bit legit. People are also really the people that play Pos 5 TB, good at blocking camps with the Conjure Image, scouting, slowing down farm, and then of course the Sunder save. They've got so much save on Infamous.
Yeah, they've got 3 rounds of save to get through, so it really is all on Leo style. I feel like this draft is made around him. They put a lot of trust in their mid laner.
Yeah, he's going to be the big damage dealer. Parker kind of there enabling them as well, but it's going to be a lot of SF just kind of right clicking, and I think he is just going to go for kind of the right click build this game.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Michael's able to get off a bit of a pull here. PRW trying to drag the creeps back over, but that's going to be tricky. yeah, I think I feel like this Tusk Prophet lane is going to be absolutely fine, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like they should be okay. PYW actually doesn't want to man up to block the small camp, so they're going to get that to spawn, and I think they're doing about as well as you can against this sort of Enigma setup.
No, it's been very chill. Been very chill indeed. Meanwhile, over towards mid, it's Leostar versus Paparazzi. Paparazzi's had some incredible performances in the middle lane, and you know, he also kind of got a bit of a gimme last game. The DP pick into the mid Legion Commander was pretty straightforward for him.
Yeah, this is one of these kind of interesting matchups, right, where we can once they're both committed, they're committed, right? If you start running away, you're just going to get raised, so they both need to pick their spots pretty carefully. It's the same story for Leostar. If he gets committed on, that's probably just going to
Affliction fighting in the top lane. Lu, though, getting very low with the Metamorphosis. They're able to finish him off. First blood goes to Affliction on the position for Terrorblade.
support Terrorblade, supremacy. I'm not going to disguise it here. I'm definitely cheering for Infamous this game.
After last game, it's very hard not to.
It's hard not to, yeah.
Yeah. They showed a lot of character, a lot of determination. That's a team you want at TI. Lu immediately coming back into lane, immediately just being blasted. This Metamorphosis just getting off so much work. It does finally end now, but he's already done so much work to win them this top lane.
Yeah, so I don't know what to expect item-wise necessarily from Frank. He's got an urn picked up already, but I don't know if you even go like the full vessel necessarily. I was kind of imagining that he would just go kind of fight enabling items. So I think even Greaves would be really important for him this game. You know, since he's a core, he is going to have the farm to maybe think about that, and then he can actually enable the Grave save against the global.
Yep, that's true. I would like that as well. Maybe he still does go for it. We'll see. He's got a lot of options open to him at the moment.
Yeah. And yeah, all three lanes looking good so far for Infamous. Pretty big departure from the previous game. Even the bottom lane, like Parker is just getting every CS. I think he's probably getting a couple of Eidolons as well. So looking good.
Yes, looking very good indeed. And Michael just doing a good job on kind of trading with PYW. Like, it's one of the few heroes which can kind of trade against the Tiny whilst your tag team is up and tag team is down. And he's even positioning himself here so that these Vol Assassins are helping him out. That was a very nice positioning there from Michael, and actually kind of gets him the advantage in that little scuffle.
Yeah, and nice if Michael can just keep giving all of the lane experience to Parker. Like, it's not really going to hurt him that the Enigma is getting these denies off if he's just getting solo experience. We've seen some other teams trying stuff, like when the Enigma is getting picked, trying to force a 1v1 against like a Tidehunter or something, to the point where it's just like, it doesn't matter that you're getting all of this, all these denies and all this laning advantage, because the hero that we've got is basically solo, and they don't really care. And Infamous doing that nicely here, so seems like they had a plan, letting this Enigma through into the pool.
DY getting off the little combo onto Affliction here, so he's going to take a bit of damage from this, but yeah, kind of fortunate, because if he'd have got off the Reflection and the meta, then I think that might have just been, maybe not dead, but a lot of damage coming out of DY, but he needs a Dazzle nearby if they want to actually get a kill.
Who has been stacking this big camp? It's already triple stacked, and there's a whole bunch of skeletons. There are going to be so many creep waves that just get caught in the meat grinder that is this camp, because neither side really has ways to clear it either. So until the SF or the Lesh rotates up here, this is just going to keep absorbing creep waves.
Make it bigger.
Stack it again, DY. Do it.
It's going to get the pull through. Very nicely done. Bye creeps. Affliction and Frank see this, but there's not much they can do about it at the moment. There's definitely a lack of stuns on this Infamous draft, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Shadow Fiend in the middle lane getting rotated upon Paparazzi, though. He actually manages to get off the Requiem. They didn't kill him in time, and they get the turnaround. There's just two heroes dead. Infamous with the big outplay in the middle lane. Leostar was so close to death there, but just manages to get off the Requiem the last second, and then it all goes to hell for Extreme.
Their entire safe lane came in to save there, but huge plays from Michael and Parker. bailing out Leo style, and we talked about it in the draft, but it was like, oh yeah, maybe it's going to be Paparazzi SF. You know, you got to be careful, and SF getting huge turnarounds here for Leo style. They're not done. Back onto Paparazzi again.
No way, no way. Paparazzi, round 2. Does he have the damage to bring down Leostel this time? Yes, he does, but he is going to follow him to the grave, so it will be a trade. Paparazzi gets EXP this time around, though. PYW still trying to chase down Michael, as up in the top lane we have a fight as well. And during that, Lou actually takes a fall, so dead Ursa as PYW still trying to chase down Michael here.
It's still 10 seconds. Is he going to
it, though, so,
yeah, I don't think he chases for the whole avalanche cooldown. They are going to take some damage on their safe lane tier 1, leaving this completely open for old 11. So it's actually...
Oh no, PYW walks into Affliction here. Hey buddy, how's it going? Freebie for him. Nice movements from the Tiny.
Yeah, PYW making some good moves. I mean, if they had just gotten that kill on the SF at mid, we'd be singing his praises. But Infamous getting a nice turnaround. Everybody is so keen to fight here. I think we even had a canceled TP earlier from 11. He wasn't even level 6. And Parker keeps looking at top as well.
Yeah, they're brawling. These guys are full-on shirts off in the mud. It's definitely enjoyable to watch, but through all of this, I mean, Infamous are just doing so well. Due to that catastrophe in the middle lane, Leo Star is now far ahead of net worth, followed very closely by Frank, followed very closely by Parker. Old Levin, the only one doing kind of well out of these lanes at the moment from the side of Extreme, so yeah, it's going to be time for Paparazzi to make some magic happen. He's going to try and do that up in the top lane as he approaches. Frank's going to be a target, but they've seen Parker already. Paparazzi just dropped inside the tree, so he's going to just try and take down the stack instead. Wrath of Nature going to come through, but it doesn't come through in time to take any of these. And Paparazzi's actually getting so low. They might actually be the real target here as Michael is able to close the gap upon him. Beautiful shots, chopping him in, and Paparazzi dead again. Not sure that was worth it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it was not the finest rotation, and Lou's going to get chased out of this top lane. His game is just a disaster. Level 4, Frank has level 7. I don't know where this Ursa is going to be able to go and play, and getting chased by Michael, he actually has to be really careful. Everybody knows about this weird spot now that, I don't know if you've seen this before, but yeah, you can hide in here.
You hide in.
And people can't see you unless you're like right on top of it, so there you go. Okay. Well, this is the kind of pace that the Infamous lineup needs to set. Take advantage of the Nature's Prophet to kind of go for pushes that wouldn't otherwise be possible.
Yo, look at Affliction. Lou jumped down to the low ground.
It's my jungle, but
just to get away.
Get out of here. And Frank actually setting up to maybe try and take this fight at bottom. He's just TP'd down here, so I don't know. Is anyone going to come and help him? He doesn't even have a tango to get out of the to get out the back, so
no dear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, movement across. Damn, Extreme. They are 3-man rotating onto the middle lane. But they're gonna get disrupted by Michael. Michael spots them all out from the high ground. Hello everyone. So they will look over to him and they'll accept this kill. Nice little catch there on the split earth to get the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
alright. It's something.
Yeah. Hold on to the middle tower for that as well.
So Lou is just going to be completely relying on Paparazzi and Old 11 to hold on to the game for now as he's going for Battle Fury. So feeling like they're still going to need a big carry in the late game if it gets to that point. You know, Infamous very much on this complete run at you trajectory.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, 5k gold advantage now for Infamous at the 10-minute mark. That is huge. Extreme gonna need to find some big plays to make the turnarounds here. I mean, they have an Enigma who is doing well, and he's going for the Wraith Pact, so that might give them a bit of turnaround potential in the team fights.
Yeah, the Wraith Pact is not that safe necessarily, but it's still going to be value. Good item. And very useful if they do manage to win a fight off of the back of Paparazzi or something. Going to be important that they have that threat of Roshan that they can hang over Infamous's head. Infamous, once they take the mid tier 1, they're also in a decent position to take the Roche at some point. Unfortunately, Dazzle's minus armor doesn't work on Roche for some reason, so that's not going to help, but they're going to have the presence and stuff like that, so it shouldn't be too bad if they find the kills. Leostal just hoping to bomb Luke here.
Oh, does he have the damage? The raise comes through, and yes, they do. Elsewhere in the jungle, they're going for Paparazzi. Oh, no, they're not actually. They're going for DY. The snowball is not on the same target as Frank, the one Frank initiated on, so I think they're just going to be able to kill off the Tusk instead. Frank is nearby, but doesn't have a point engraved. And on 11, looking over towards Frank here. Does have the black hole. He's just going to throw it down. Why not? Get the kill onto the offlaner. And down he goes. Extreme Gaming. They get a couple of revenge kills for their asset, but Lu did still fall again in the top lane. It's another kill for Leostal, who is just getting absolutely jacked this game.
Yeah, Lu's game is done for a bit. He just has to completely rely on his team to take these fights, do what they can, and he'll see you all in 20 minutes. He's going into hibernation. But Affliction's not making this easy for him either. He's just coming in, stealing creeps out of the camps. And where can Lu go, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, bears do belong in the jungle, so...
Yeah, get out of this lane. What are you doing here? Just wants these creeps. Infamous do have to keep in mind the global. We haven't seen it just yet. It's not that much of a problem for them necessarily, but it is going to be problematic for their save, especially when they try and take some of these fights. Dazzle is going to go for the Greaves, so that's going to help. We haven't really seen this Orchid being put to use just yet from Parker, but he's certainly looking for an opportunity. If there does happen to be one on the map, Leostal going to be scouting with this Shadowblade as well. Kind of a risky playstyle, but they need to just keep it up. I think they need to go for another Requiem kill if they can. He's got to back up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, they'll be looking bad. I'm sure there'll be a lot of sentries down in lanes to make sure it doesn't happen again. And the Extreme Gaming players will be very aware of that, hopefully. So it's a possibility. Paparazzi is very deep down this lane at the moment, but I think he just wants to clear it and get out.
And item-wise, he's just going to be rushing Kaya-san here. Okay, nobody really wants to fight. Just a little bit of poke and prod.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to commit.
High tensions, but yeah, no one really going for it just yet. Leostal even popped the Shadowblade to find an entry point, but doesn't manage to do so. If he's still 11, that would be a very big target indeed. No black hole up for another minute, so they don't have that option to play with on the side of Extreme. And he's going for that Blink Dagger next to get into the fights and get off the damage. And lockdown. Yeah, Infamous just kind of want to control the enemy jungle, but Extreme Gaming have managed to kind of push their way back in here.
Yeah, I think the plan is just kind of bait the Lesh and then hope that you can global blink black hole. Lesh gets the turnaround kills. Wouldn't even be surprised to see Paparazzi going for like a Bloodstone next. There's some incentive to get BKB, but I think maybe not enough. I think you just try and go for the, tank up spell lifesteal for Paparazzi in this spot.
Yeah, what do you think in Bloodstone?
Yeah, I think Bloodstone.
Right. The only hero in the game that wants to buy it.
Yeah, pretty much. They have added so many items to try and make like Leshrek's itemization good, right? We have the Shroud. They've changed Bloodstone. We've got Kaya Sanj. Oh, he is actually just going to be going for the Ags. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can see that as well.
Good answer to all the physical damage that's coming out.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of survivability, but also a ton of offensive potential. Maybe a little bit weird with some of what they've got going on, but again, Lu is not really a part of this game currently, so...
Yeah, they're good. They're actually looking over towards Michael here. Michael might not be the easiest target, though. Snowball forward onto the creep here. It's going to make him a pretty tricky guy to catch, but... unfortunate there with those shards. It does suck in Paparazzi. And Michael will not survive this one. The rest of the team not really nearby to help him out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right.
And it's still just farming so hard on the side of Infamous. That's the thing.
Yeah, just have to see if this once these BKBs come out, is it going to be go time? Leostyle does take a minor detour to go and pick up a Dragonlance, so his BKB is going to be coming out quite a bit slower than Parker's. But this is probably still okay. I think you want the 2 BKBs and the Greaves on the Dazzle. But maybe with this double damage, they're just going to go for the Roche.
Yep, looks like it.
It's a little risky,
Infamous.
but okay.
Yeah, I mean, they still don't have the Blink Dagger on 11, so the Black Hole's not really going to happen. DY does have the Global, but
Okay.
Roshan falling so quick, and Extreme Gaming are nowhere nearby to stop it. In fact, they have no plans of heading over to this bit. POW to the triangle. So just farming up bottom. Aegis goes to the Shadow Fiend.
All right, so not having the BKB will be less of a big deal, though still a bit worrying. I feel like he can certainly die twice, but
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, we'll just have to see what they can get done with this Aegis. I don't think it's going to be high ground, but you never know what opportunity is going to present itself.
Yeah, especially with SA teams.
Yeah, they could find something. They do certainly push pretty quickly. And that level 50 on the Shadow Fiend, the other big thing that we're looking out for here.
Yep, won't be long. 14 and a quarter at the moment. Extreme. Gathering around Affliction, just coming through, giving the reflection. Pressuring these two under the tower. They're feeling very afraid right now. Blink Dagger now finished up from mod 11 though, so possibility of a Blink Black Hole is there. The only real cancel is the Snowball, the Fear, and that's about it.
Blue wants Parker at bottom. They pop the global. Can he get this?
He did the right click. It's not going to come off in time. Lou just about misses out, and now he needs to run. But does he know he needs to run? Leostar, oh no, he's right on top of him. Gets the one shot. Oh my goodness.
Dang, that was close. But now they don't have global either. So, well, they do get Michael. But still, this feels like a pretty big window for Infamous.
Yeah, Michael is 0 and 4, but so is Lou, so that's okay.
Yeah. It was a nice idea, but...
Well, W, now onto the Dazzle, throws him back here onto Paparazzi. Paparazzi's going to take him down, the Black Hole comes down onto Affliction as well, and that's going to grab him a couple of kills on the side of Extreme, so... They managed to capitalize upon this a little bit, but again, Ass is just dead for this entire thing. Sitting on the sidelines, watching his team being allowed to play the game whilst he is not.
And that was a ward that just expired as well. So you're like, oh, we got caught up by this ward on the high ground. We'll go and deward it the next time we're in the area. And it's not going to be there anyway. Infamous, I feel like the clear call is to go and try and do something on the map. But a little bit disconnected having Affliction and Frank that far up on the enemy side of the map. And they do get punished for it, which is just going to delay even more time on this Aegis. Sight should really be set on this top tier 2. Just open up the map a little more, get the outpost for yourself. And with Black Hole and cooldown, shouldn't be too bad. Like, they shouldn't really be struggling with the lanes either because they've got the Nature's Prophet, so... If any of the towers are under threat, he can go deal with that and still TP to his team.
Yep.
Oh, he's got a full Bloodthorn. Oh my god. Where did this come from, Parker? Trying to TP right on top of Paparazzi.
PYW is wide in trouble though as they roll forward onto him with a snowball, punch him up into the air and take him on out. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Paparazzi's just dead, TPing out of this one using the
Town Portal Scroll.
the fact they just don't have that many stuns to get himself away, but they are going to be able to take the tower because of this. This is just a terrifying pace.
Alright. Probably can continue on, at least for now. Maybe take a look at this mid-tier 2. Lou's still trying to find farm down here on bottom. But
Yep, doing his best. He's got a Battle Fury, and that's it. Oh, that's
he's
not
got a
Blink Dagger.
blink.
Actually,
Yeah,
just did
you
it
know,
with
look,
the Fury. Okay.
he's getting there. I mean, he's still... Well, he's managed to take over Frank, so he's not number 6 on the net worth anymore. Give him a few more minutes, and he will have a BKB Basher. And he's going to be pretty scary at that point. You know,
That's true.
These two ranged cores from Infamous are not heroes that are going to stand there and man fight the Ursa once he's got items. So Infamous definitely on a bit of a timer here. And I think that's part of what the like the Bloodthorn is about for Parker. I don't think he's planning on getting too many more items necessarily before this, before they're hoping to end this game. It's just overwhelming damage with what they've got currently.
That's pretty much the name of the game from both teams, to be fair.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
These team fights are going to be over in seconds every single time.
For sure. And that's just where these potentially clutch saves are going to have to come in. The Grave against the Global, the Snowball as well from the Tusk. I think he's got Blink. Yeah, he's got Blink coming out on the Courier now, so another little bit of save potential for him there.
Who is going to get the jump onto whom as this lull in the game continues? Nobody really wants to jump on the other. 5k gold advantage for Infamous, but unable to find the intros. And again, just don't have the initiation. That is the problem. They've got a Blink on the Tusk, and that is about it.
Yeah, the Dazzle has his Greaves now, so he can work on Shard, and that's going to give them a little bit more. It's not exactly initiation, but it's something.
It'll do.
Yeah, it's the best they're going to get this game, unfortunately. Until they get like a Hex or something somewhere, but...
Oh, so I'm not sure you want to be down this mid lane. He does have a team behind him, actually, so it could be a bit of a bait. Michael's going to punch him up into the air, but he's managing to get the jump out the back of the shards, and will be okay for the time being. Meanwhile, PYW tossing back Affliction here. So the TP's under the tower, but yeah, they will be able to take him out. No, never mind, but it gets the Sunder off onto old 11, bringing him down nice and low as Frank getting a huge global science coming down to buy them the time they need to get away, but Parker's just in on the back lines, popping heads. They're able to kill a PYW at least, and they'll look over towards DY. He will fall as well. Lou and Paparazzi just trying to get themselves back, but they do manage to catch up Michael with a nicely timed split earth, so some sort of trade getting made here, but yeah, they managed to catch out the Enigma, which is the big guy to bring down, and they use the global science in that fight as well, so Infamous are going to feel free to kind of just control the map once again and wait for the next rush.
Sick TP from Parker, no hesitation whatsoever. That is going to get harder as the game goes on, like we're talking about with the Ursa getting items, but for now he is certainly able to just TP straight in and start right-clicking the Enigma to death. Like you said, we are stalling a bit here, and this is where you're like, okay, if we don't get stuff done in the next 10 minutes, what is our position 3 Dazzle going to amount to? It was a nice save there from Frank in that last fight, but
yeah,
he's eventually just going to be a support, right? It's going to be a support Dazzle. This hero doesn't farm that fast, so
no,
even if you give him the priority, he's only going to get so much out of the map.
Yeah. I think he goes Shard and then maybe into maybe the Ags I could see working out for them, given they Shadow Fiend another round of BKB.
Yeah, okay. I could see that, certainly. We don't get to see it very often, so... And that does turn him back a little bit more into kind of the old Dazzle when you getting the passive CDR on items.
Yep. So your Greaves, then you can go for a BKB after or something like that.
Yep.
Just become very, very active, but yeah, we'll see what he ends up going for. Might feel like his team needs something else, you are the position 3. Your job is to build the items which your team needs, not that you want, sadly.
Unfortunate. Well, you look at some offlaners and they just buy whatever.
Yeah, well, it's
want.
definitely not a...
There is a certain flavor of offlane player that is like that.
Looking at a certain team, starting with O and ending with G.
Oh yeah, which one could that be? Okay, Roshan in 30 seconds. Age is going to be all important. It always is. Paparazzi's got this full Aghanim Scepter picked up. Lou's still trying to finish off the BKB, but with this gold from the tower, that's certainly going to help his cause. And Infamous, can they try and force them back here? I don't know if you can really poke at the high ground, but it looks like the tier 2 is on the cards. Stream coming in slowly.
Yeah, they're moving into this. Actually, the toss back onto the Shadow Fiend, but Paparazzi, he's stuck. Black Hole comes out of them, 2 of them as well. Michael tried to get in with the save, but wasn't there, but they've got the Shallow Grave regardless. Leo still chill, trying to get away, cocking up the ultimate, but is gonna fall the moment the BKB runs out. Dies to the Pulse Nova, and now look over towards Affliction as well. He'll be another kill. Extreme Gaming find the opening. Infamous just getting a little bit too lackadaisical about
push in top on his own. Aegis, Desolator, that's all he needs, and he's got the Blink Dagger coming out to him as well. No Global to have to contend with either, so suddenly BAB's become enabled.
It's a very good point. Now you can just look to use the black hole on a solo target if you want to. Mid lane, Sweet and Strong. It's not going to get blocked in from the shard, so they've dropped the tombstone for this. They've got no vision on the high ground, and maybe thinking that there's some extra heroes nearby, and well, at least Sweet and Strong is able to get the bounty gold from the tomb before they get the kill, but probably look to transition into another tier 2 tower as Vici Gaming have a 7,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, and again, they have to be very conscious of, do they actually want to fortify this tower at all? They don't have the refresh. They're going up against heroes that are just smashing into your tower. I mean, look at it. Erica might actually go ahead and buy the Aghanim Shard just because of how far ahead they are, not even wanting to wait another 5-6 minutes for the next Roshan. I completely understand that thought process as well. If it does go that late, just give it to XM.
It's very scary here for Na'Vi. Like, your carry on Sven, you rely on having an item advantage. You are someone that has his built-in farming accelerant with the cleave. You need to be at least an item ahead of someone, and the fact that you are not in a game like this, you're 3,000 gold behind your TA, even if you somehow catch back up at an even net worth, it's going to be very difficult to combat Vici Gaming. The solo
Vichi's basically doing exactly what he needs to. He's playing inside of the enemy's triangle, just finding any kind of space to be able to farm. But the thing is, he's got the Echo Saber completed, but the Ogre Axe is all the way back in base. He doesn't want to send it out because that's just going to reveal his positioning. They know that Vici have just set up wards all around the map. There's no way that it gets to him without just showing himself on the map, so he's not farming that quickly.
And you were mentioning before that with the life sword itemizing into the Aghanim Shard. I'll hold that thought because they're making an attempt onto Erica. They'll need the initial stun from Sweet and Strong, but the Global Silence going to come out as well. The chain control needs to be perfect. Li's going to try and lay down the spear, and that's enough. Beautifully done from Navu. The Global Silence from afar with everyone else nearby providing a stun. Will deal with Erica. That's his first death of the game.
Heavy commitment though. He's switched it up into the Talisman of Evasion, only about 300 or so gold away. But you did have to use God Strength for that. You did have to use the Global Silence for that. And the lanes are not in a good spot for Na'Vi right now.
And look at the Observer Wood. Frisk and BAB in combination together. Liza's going to drop the arena, but there's just no follow-up. And meanwhile, on the other side as well, XM and Yang find a double kill here for Vici Gaming.
It's all around no one. You've got the Echo Saber finish. You just got to wait another minute or so. Have level 12. Have the God Strength available on the Sven. Probably another item, just the Ogre Axe for a little bit more of that tank ability, and look to get that key Blink Dagger in onto a target.
An aggressive glyph from Vici. Gonna lose still their full creep wave in the ages as well. But this first Roche has given them so much map control to play with. 7,000 net worth lead at the 18-minute mark. Like you were mentioning though, like Na'Vi is still doing a very good job in regards to where the cores are positioning on the map. You're just saying the praises before a V-Tune farming up inside the Radiant jungle, and this time it's going to be no one looking to try and get some neutral items.
What's he going for here? I mean, he's got 2.6k saved up. He had the Blink Dagger queued previously, but he's a little bit indecisive. Is he wondering, like, oh, is it early enough into the stage where I need to go for this Aghanim Scepter build with the shield crash cooldown in Ball, just to constantly have that disarms coming off in the middle of these team fights? Not wanting to show on the map as well. Just trying to stay hidden as much as possible. He knows that with the advantage that Vici have, they're not going to be farming their own jungle.
Solo? In front of the tier 3 tower. Is this in a position where Na'Vi can jump in? Shards is going to be able to set up for the spear. Frisk is not an easy kill though. 1,500 health that they have to go through. And all of Vici Gaming standing around him. And, well, they might consider about walking up the high ground. They've already got the Tombstone laid down for 18 seconds and the double damage rune on XM.
Why not? Just keep on pushing in. Just
oh boy,
very early using that Mortimer's Kisses. Maybe just go back in after the fact, but they can easily enough back off too. Yeah, the cut bot. Top's being shoved in a little bit too. BKB almost picked up for the TA, only 1,000 or so gold away. So I feel like you're happy enough with this.
Oh, top lane. Frisk, he's going to see the camp was cleared. Reading that V-Tune's going to go for the hard camp, but that's already gone as well. Does he go for the next wave? Oh, V-Tune's going to get greedy. He's going to get greedy for it. Frisk is found him. Snowball is there. Poor old V-Tune is shortly going to see Erica pop out as well. Frisk needs to make sure he holds the punch so there's no TP. And now he'll use it at the last second. And they also know where no one is. On the other side of the map, no one's going to try and use the Rolling Thunder. But the Blink already used prior from BAB, so he won't have a way to catch up. And no one's escaped. No one?
He realizes how important this Aghanim Scepter is for him, man. I really want to see him go level 15 Shield Crash and Ball. Just that lucky shot in these team fights is going to mean so much. They see him farming underneath this trap here, and they know that he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder. Even just low mana is going to mean a lot for him.
Oh, he's going to look to DPR. Oh, BAB. Oh, just too far away. I mean, Na'Vi doing... honestly, everything right to find somehow an angle back into this game. Everything right up, just slightly maybe
as
that
much
extra
as they
wave
can.
top. Yes, that's it. Yeah, as much as they can. Like when you are this far behind, using Mortimer Kisses and cutting bottom to stop the push with the double damage rune, invading into the enemy's jungle to try and get a little bit of farm you can. You know, working towards like you said the scepter, which you feel like is going to be that item for team fights, and he has that now.
Yep.
So this is big. Once
They
you
gave him
get
the
that level
tome
15.
too. They gave him the
Okay,
tome,
there you
so
go.
they really want to emphasize it. He's already used it, so...
Oh, Erica. An early use of the rage, going to be able to kite the spear. Cookie's going to give Lies a little bit of distance. They've been able to retreat safely back to their high ground. Very nicely done from Na'Vi with the tombstone drop. They'll look to avoid this area for a little bit of time.
That's big by Na'Vi. I'm sure they were making the call consistently of just, don't use spells. I want you to have spells for this next team fight. We're so close to being ready. And they didn't.
Look
They
at
made the
BAB's
retreat
position.
without
They're all
it.
grouped up. BAB is ready to go. Black Hole on to 3. Eric is nearby for the follow-up damage. And Na'Vi just crumble. V-Tune has to use the BKB defensively, but the shards was perfectly placed from Frisk to block off every avenue to escape, and B.O.B., my oh my, what an ultimate.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you have to play around these little choke points, and yeah, they're just going to call it. 21 minutes in. Vici, they are... I mean, how do you fight this, right? They had one chance to be able to come back into it, and it was on the back of that level 15 on the Pango with the Ags. He eventually got it, but it was just one team fight too late. So big props to Vici. Means that they don't start the day with 4 straight losses. They come back into this with a win and give themselves a little bit of mojo to... Are they done, their games, or do they have another series yet to come?
They're going to verse Polaris. That's the last series on
That'll
Stream
be
A.
hype.
That will be very hype, and that's very important as well. I think that... I'm not even going to try
I don't think they're confirmed for anything. I think they still have a few things to come.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I'm not sure if Liquid PD's updated, so that's what I was going to say what the result is looking at the moment. But that is a very big win for Vici Gaming, considering, again, Na'Vi, they've only lost one map so far. That was against Polaris, and Vici, with the start they had, they were almost in a position where you got to win that every single game in your last series against Polaris if you're going to have a hope of even making it to tiebreakers. But beating Na'Vi here, and we do have to keep in mind as well, like game 1, what we saw out of them, they were in a pretty good position to take that game. Like, Na'Vi did find a way back in.
Yes, they did, but at the end of the day, when you're playing like this on Vici, it's just going to be way too much to have to deal with. I don't know what it stands for exactly, but I'm going to call him Beast and Based, because he was absolutely godly on this Enigma. Just the multiple effective kills in the laning stage, bullying away this Sven. It didn't really feel like that super effective last pick that you would have been wanting to get out of your position 1, when they kind of protected it as much as possible. So for you to be able to have the confidence to first pick this Enigma and still come out of the laning stage with a win, that's just such a big draft advantage for you to take into the later stages.
Yeah, and like you said, it just showcases how strong this hero is when you can, here's the big black hole. Bam! I was just ready. I mean, we were seeing, I was saying this, they're all grouped up, man. Like, this is looking like a good chance for BAB to shine, and they got solo inside the black hole as well, so there was no opportunity for the global silence. It just showcases how absolutely strong this hero is. When you're able to pick the Enigma, when the enemy team first pick one of the biggest counters, the BKB black hole, and you can still pick this hero, and he has so much versatility with how you can play him in other ways. Like, this is... We're still yet to see the Marcy today so far. Of course, it's been banned out a lot, but the Enigma is always making it through, and there's a big reason why we've seen him in a lot of recent tournaments.
Yeah, if it was me and I had to choose some bans, I would probably say top 4 would be Enigma, Marcy, 100%, and then depending on the team, it'll be like Tusk, Undying, not much else beyond that. Those Batrider. Batrider's probably the other one. But other than that, Faceless Void. There we go. I've given you 6 or 8. I can't count. But those are the ones very clearly at the top of the leaderboards for me. So if you haven't done your predictions yet for the Battle Pass, make sure to do it because there's some free points on offer. I think it counts from the group stage onwards, not the last chance. So quickly, before Valve notice, make sure you get them in.
Yeah, gotta get those 3 points going. Gotta get the battle pass levels, and there we go.
Beast and base.
Beast and base. There you go. Beast and base with the MVP 5, 1, and 8. The lane all the way throughout the game as well. It was a really good performance out of Vici Gaming, and we'll see. Their next series, again, we said later in the day, is going to be up against Polaris, so they'll get a little bit of a break here to try and reset. See how they can set themselves up, though. That's the important thing, because again, they're still not guaranteed anything, lower bracket or whether it's going to be the upper bracket, but hopefully they can set themselves up with a strong series later tonight versus Polaris.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so close across all of the different groups, and I'm keen to see how it's all going to play out. It's anyone's game. I want you to make a prediction. I want you to make a solid prediction. Who is going to be number 1 for both of the groups?
I think Liquid already guaranteed. Yeah, I think Liquid already guaranteed, so we can't particularly say Liquid. So we can't really say Group B. I'm trying to double check if that's the case or not. But
you
it
could
does
say
look
Liquid.
like
I know you're a fanboy.
Well, I mean, it's already. I think it's cemented for them being first place.
So take the W, bro.
All right, Liquid. Okay, sure. I mean, all right. I think that. Well, what is really going to be an exciting series is Na'Vi versus Team Secret, which is going on in Stream C, and that's one that we are casting. So I'm excited to see that. That I think it's probably one of those two teams who's going to be first place, and I'm gonna say
no Polaris
Secret. Polaris, yeah, they can 2-0 Tempest, and they could do it. I'm gonna I'm gonna say Secret.
Let the panel decide because they're the ones that are going to be able to break.
Wait,
this
firstly,
down.
I want to hear you. I'll throw it to them. I want to hear you real quick. I said
right.
Secret. Give us.
I'm going to go with C. Let's go Polaris and
Okay.
Liquid as well.
Okay, there we go. Well, we are done here for our second series, but the panel is ready to break it all down with how the day's been shaping up so far, so we'll send it over to them.
Thank you so much, Danog and Ares. I like how Danog roasts Ares for not picking Polaris and then doesn't pick Polaris himself. But we'll look at those standings in a little bit because even though we had 2 amazing series going on here on the mainstream, we had 6 other series going on over our other 3 streams going on. And the first one that I know you really wanted to talk about, Fear, was all the way back at the start of the game, at the start of the day. It was Nouns versus VG, especially that game number 1. Even though Nouns ended up taking the whole series 2-0, that game 1 really stood out for you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I wanted to keep an eye on like Morphling and see how the hero was progressing through the tournament, and that's the first game where I saw Morphling inside of it. And so there's like a lot of good moves in this game. This one, like VG started off really good. They got a couple kills here. Fantastic Winter's Curse here to set it up. They only get the tower there. They get 2 kills. They're off to a great start in this game. And I was like, wow, they're finally going to do it. I predicted this lead. It could be good versus the Morphling, right? We'll see. Can we beat this Morphling is like the real question. But they were off to a really good start here. The Troll had the rough laning stage 2 as the Viper ended up like killing him twice in like 3 minutes, so it was definitely a very rough laning stage for them. So this game was quite interesting for sure, because I believe Vici, they were ahead for most of this game here. Shaker as well going in, getting a double kill as well. And I think after they get these 2 kills, they also go into the Roche pit, so everything looked pretty good here for Vici Gaming starting out of this game. And I thought for sure that Vici were in a position to take it. Look, there's 7k advantage into this, and then all of a sudden things happen. This is very unfortunate if you watch the Troll Warlord in this clip. He gets black hold here, he gets his BKB off, presses his ulti, and unfortunately his Wyvern cold embraces him during both of those. And a bit of a disaster strikes here for Vici Gaming, as now Nouns start to like turn the game around because of that moment. Very, very sad.
Do you still have faith in the leaner up against the Morphia?
It seemed okay, right? Like, this wasn't a game where Morph just, like, took over the game entirely and looked, like, super broken. We're seeing a lot of this Enigma hero, the team fight composition, but one thing I do know for sure is, like, this Morph is being picked a lot when you see a Shaker as well. So, like, they didn't even need to steal, like, the Troll ultimate or anything. He just became the Shaker in every single fight. And you'll see in this fight here that, you know, Morph is kind of online now. He can just turn into Shaker, get the Aghanims, and is very strong, and not even the Lina can really deal with it at this point in the game.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the result for that was Nouns actually taking both games off of VG, which put them in an absolutely great position for their group stages. You know, everyone's gunning for that upper bracket position, even though they won't be getting eliminated. It's very important that you have
No, it's just not enough. You can't rely on Hoodwink to solve your problems now. It has to come from the Morphling or nowhere. And this is always a worrying detail in a Morphling gameplay strategy, is when they have to go for 3 defensive items. Manta, BKB, and the Lincolns. You usually do this when someone else can carry the damage load on your team. Usually you could argue Zeus could do that, but as we've seen, Tempest just beeline for him. If he's seen anywhere near the fight, they're going to jump on top of him.
Ancient Granite Golem is up once again. Around the team as Tempest was thinking about it, but now they fall back. I think it's because they realize Roshan's up. That's the case. They're going to go into the Roshan pit. The Ag's blessing on Roshan. See who they throw that on. Definitely some options here. Does anyone have an Ag gift? I guess other than Pudge? No, so curious where they go with this.
Like, actually, I kind of like the idea of Ags on like Katia. So I think, yeah, it's too good on Invoker to not give, right?
Yeah, he gets it. Yep, Sun Strikes. So we're going Cataclysm, baby.
They got some good setup. And if we get a Pog Echo Slam coming out from Sladine, it'll easily connect. And even BKBs won't protect you from that follow-up.
Yeah, just the life pool, especially with the Granite Golem. I mean, just click it there. Everyone's like 3,000 plus, it feels like.
So insane.
Yeah.
And his damage on itself as well, being 200. Stun. Follow up. They've got him. Morphling gets the shift off. Nice boot out to safety. Courtesy of Husky, but Husky has to sacrifice himself. Moves still brawling in the back here, but not good enough. Has to retreat away. Z-Freak goes down. Buyback there. But the stun's locking them out of their fountain. Gunner pleading for help, but the only assistance he's going to get is from the other side.
Tempest takes it. 1-to-1 split. Congratulations to them. Really, I mean, that honestly is a feels good moment in the sense that, again, I hate to see it, a team ultimately go win this throughout, and they still even have 2 more matches to come. So, but that has to be a great feeling, just like it was for Nouns yesterday, again with their first victory that they had in the late one against Secret, as we talked about several times. So, but Tempest definitely deserving. Very, very good play by them. And the draft, you know, certainly had some question marks going into it, with a little bit of concerns here and there, but they hit those timings. It went back to the idea of, well, if you're going to go this, like I said, the cost build, etc., then you got to really make sure to get aggressive at the appropriate time, and they absolutely did. So well played by Tempest, and one that they can be proud of.
Yeah, I think that this had me very excited because Tempest, like after game 1, man, it looked demoralizing. It reminded me of that moment for Nouns at the end of day 1, right? It was like, whoa, how did they come back through this? And they came back in style. Unfortunately for SA fans, their version of Nouns' journey maybe comes a bit too late. Even if they go on to 2-0 the final series, they're still going to find themselves that lower bracket. But at least a little morale booster, you know, proving that you can take a game. There's nothing worse than finishing a group stage with 0 points secured. It just sets you up for this doubt fiesta when you head into that knockout stage, right? So this way they can at least say, you know, we are here for a reason. We can duke it out with some of the best teams on offer, and they take a well-earned victory over Nouns with a much more solid draft. And I think what we saw here is the redemption arc, for me, from Sladine especially. Seb has done a fantastic job out in the mid lane. Draken farmed really well. But for me, game 1 to game 2, when Sladine is given a hero that can actually make things happen, he proves exactly why he is the boss for on Team Tempest.
Yeah. You know what's kind of interesting? I'm kind of looking through the standings right here. So Nouns, obviously, again, they're done. They, as far as the group stages are concerned here for the LCQ, they got to kind of sit back and now let others determine their fate, if you want to put it that way. And we talked about how Tempest versus Polaris is going to be the final series for those two teams coming up next on, I believe it's another stream. But Tempest, if they 2-0 Polaris, that would put Nouns in a tie with them, actually. Wow. And potentially tiebreakers could come as a result of that. So, and that could determine a lower bracket, upper bracket. So now it's potential to still play because of tiebreakers to come. But they're going to be Tempest fanboys, I think, in the next series. Is
Absolutely
very possible.
Yeah, that's pretty hype to think about. And then the other kind of cool thing is it's a very desired series. People definitely want to see it. I believe up next, we're going to have Na'Vi versus Team Secret. And the cool thing about this one, by the way, and the reason why you want to hang around is that when we look forward to that one, the top spot hasn't been decided. If Secret are able to beat Na'Vi, they'll take that top spot in the group away. So